Chapter 1072. Guo Wentian's voice was very light and short. But Qin Fangqing, who had been maintaining an indifferent posture, suddenly shook his body. Li Tianlan entered the capital. Everyone knew that this would happen sooner or later. It was something that was bound to happen. But when he heard the news, Qin Fangqing couldn't help feeling upset. It was irritation, panic, fear, cold, and he didn't want to face it. At that moment, Qin Fangqing's emotions were so clear and so desperate. Guo Wentian watched all this in silence and his eyes were a little gloomy. Now it was not only Qin Fangqing who had these emotions. As Li Tianlan entered the capital, the whole prince group was in a panic. It had been less than 24 hours since the final battle in Beihai. After Li Tianlan defeated all his opponents, he went straight to Yuzhou without hesitation. He went straight. Simple, straightforward, brutal and domineering. For the people of the prince group, everyone could feel Li Tianlan's determination. It was a kind of indescribable cruelty with naked fierceness and blood. With every inch he got closer to Yuzhou in the air, the prince group would feel more danger. For several years, the prince group, which had always been the protagonist, had done too many things that should and should not have been done. Perhaps, as Qin Fangqing said, what they did was right. But Emperor Dong's palace would not accept it. Many things in the world, in many cases, did not pay attention to simple right or wrong. Li Tianlan won the final battle in Beihai and controlled Qin Fangqing's life and death. He controlled Qin Fangqing's life and death, which was equivalent to controlling the future of the prince group. As soon as Li Tianlan arrived in Yuzhou, the whole prince group smelled an extremely strong bloody storm. Everyone was waiting for Li Tianlan's action in an almost suffocating depression. What are their demands? Qin Fangqing took several deep breaths in a row and asked hoarsely. They haven't mentioned the specific demands. Guo Wentian shook his head with a heavy look. After all, everything has just begun, but the establishment of the new group is a foregone conclusion. During this time, Wu Jingmin and Bai Qingqian have made big moves. Qin Fangqing snorted and asked, Nanyue? We can't keep it. Hearing those words, Qin Fangqing helplessly replied, We've previously discussed that Nanyue province will definitely fall. The Haoyue group's matter is getting bigger and it's extremely troublesome. It hasn't even been a day since the decisive battle in Beihai, and 3 of the Haoyue group's higher-ups have already surrendered themselves. If we want this matter to end quickly, we have to give up on Nanyue province. Otherwise it won't be easy for us. Qin Fangqing gritted his teeth. Haoyue group was a super large group that he had single-handedly supported. It was also the most beneficial cash cow for the entire Qin family. Although there were not many similar groups in Zhongzhou state, there were still quite a few of them. In many cases, in order to fight for something that had to be fought for, consortiums like Haoyue group would act beyond the rules. More often, when they traded with certain foreign groups and forces, they carried the will of the country. However, this kind of thing couldn't be brought to the table, so it left countless hidden dangers. The reason why Haoyue group had fallen to this extent today was not that the chairman of Haoyue group was killed. The most fundamental reason was that Qin Fangqing's foundation was unstable and he couldn't protect himself. As the prime minister of a country, he was undoubtedly the most representative of Zhongzhou state. He could easily cover up many things of Haoyue group. Although he did something wrong this time, no one could deny his character and position. Haoyue group had indeed delivered a lot of benefits to different foreign forces over the years, including money, technical information, technical drawings, and even weapons. But what Haoyue group exchanged from them and served Zhongzhou state could only be more. But with Qin Fangqing's unstable status, there was no way to say these things. Everyone would deliberately cover up what Haoyue group had brought to Zhongzhou state. People would only pay attention to what Haoyue group had taken away from Zhongzhou state. Right and wrong were never pure. In the current situation, even the prince group would not speak for Qin Fangqing and support him for self-preservation. Giving up Nanyue province and letting the Haoyue group's matter come to an end was something that had been discussed a week ago in Zhongzhou state. The first to propose this was Wu Jingmin, the deputy prime minister of Zhongzhou state. This was undoubtedly the condition of the new group, and right now the prince group had no room to bargain no matter how unwilling they were. They had to give up. Although Haoyue group had not been in trouble for a long time, so far 2 directors of Nanyue group had been deeply involved in the quagmire. If they didn't let go, no one knew how much trouble they would make in the end. No one would doubt the determination of Emperor Dong's palace and Li Tianlan. The establishment of a new group was not something that could be done verbally, nor could it be done by sending Wu Jingmin to the position of a director of Zhongzhou state. The most basic structure of a group was the need of territory. A territory to improve its own structure, cultivate new blood, make a unified voice and implement its own ideas. Every group had such a territory. For example, the Southeast Group's Beihai Province and the former Wuxia Province. For example, the Prince Group's Tianfu Province and Southwest City. For example, the Giant Group's Zhongyuan Province. For example, the North Group's North City and the Northwest and Northeast regions with great influence of the academics. Li Tianlan's new group also needed territory, which was enough to support the continuous expansion of a new large group and constantly condense its own territory. At present, Nanyue was the most suitable area. It was the forefront of the development of Zhongzhou state. In terms of economic output, it was second only to Wuxia. It was one of the most developed provinces in Zhongzhou state and had a perfect structure. The speaker of Nanyue was all members of Zhongzhou state. This was also crucial for the new group. With Nanyue, the new group had a stable foundation. Not to mention the future, at least there was no risk of falling apart directly. The Prince Group's influence in Nanyue province was great. Although it couldn't be compared to Tianfu's backyard, the Prince Group's influence in Nanyue province has always held an absolute advantage in the game. The current chairman of Nanyue province was one of the leaders of the Prince Group. Out of the 13 directors, 7 of them came from the Prince Group, including a vice-chairman. Among the remaining 6 directors, 2 were from the Southeast Group, 1 from the Giant Group, 2 from the academics, and the last one was a local senior official without obvious traces of a group. At the city level, the Prince Group's advantage was also obvious. Now, with the rise of the new group, most of these people had to be transferred. All of them had to be transferred. Perhaps the others might be able to get a good position, but the Prince Group has been shrinking. So it's already good enough for them to be transferred out of Nanyue province, not to mention getting a better position. Such a heavy loss, even Qin Fangqing, who was worried about the future of himself and his family, couldn't bear to see it. More importantly, that wasn't all. This was just the condition that the new group used to settle the case of Haoyue Group. The new group would not stop after cutting Nanyue. They would continue to cut meat from the Prince Group to expand their sphere of influence. Nanyue was changed after the Haoyue Group, which showed how big the appetite of Li Tianlan and the new group was. In addition to Nanyue, at present the most likely place for them to use as conditions is Xiya. I got the news that Wang Xingxiao went to Tiannan and had a fight with Li Tianlan a few hours after the end of the final battle in Beihai. Wang Xingxiao was defeated and must pay the price. According to my speculation, the new group will also take Jiangnan and Dongshan. As a new group, it's enough to own the 4 provinces of Nanyue, Xiya, Jiangnan and Dongshan. Qin Fangqing's facial muscles twitched again, but he didn't know whether he should be glad or angry. Xiya was also one of the back gardens of the Prince Group, and Dongshan was the area where the Southeast Group and the Prince Group checked and balanced each other. It was also a place where every inch of land was contested. The only exception was Jiangnan Province, which was one of the back gardens of the Southeast Group. Nanyue, Xiya, Dongshan, Jiangnan. Qin Fangqing silently thought about these 4 provinces. His face became more and more ugly and he wanted to say something several times but stopped. In the end he said, "No, we can't give it to him." "What can I do?" Guo Wentian spread his palms and said, "The opponent's thinking is so accurate that we can't stop him at all." Among the 4 provinces, Nanyue Province and Dongshan Province were the most developed. Nanyue Province was something that the Crown Prince Group had no choice but to give. As for Xiya Province, a province might be important to any corporation, but there's a hierarchy in everything. Under the current situation, it's not that the Crown Prince Group couldn't afford Xiya Province. In the eyes of the Crown Prince Group, Xiya Province was a province that they could give up if necessary. Similarly, Jiangnan was the same for the Southeast Group. When they had to compromise, Jiangnan would also be given up by the Southeast Group. A province that could be given up meant that Emperor Dong's palace would not spend much effort to get it. The 2 entry points that the opponent found, Xiya and Jiangnan, could be said to be extremely accurate. After this, the Prince Group would definitely not be able to keep Dongshan. The new group wanted Dongshan, but it was not its back garden. The Southeast Group would not fight with the new group for those positions. The rise of Emperor Dong's palace had become inevitable. Under such circumstances, an appropriate compromise was acceptable to everyone. This also meant that Emperor Dong's palace didn't need to spend too much effort to get 4 provinces to form the basic framework of the new group. With Li Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace's current power, they could take away more provinces, not to mention 4. But now they only wanted 4 provinces and they could get them without much effort. What did this mean? The only possibility was that they wanted to divert more attention elsewhere. Where else could it be? Qin Fangqing thought of Wu Jingmin and Bai Qingqian. His expression became more and more unsightly, and under the illumination of the light, it was suffused with a touch of black and green. Unless there was a huge accident, after the decisive battle in Beihai, part of the seats of the next Zhongzhou State Parliament had already been settled. Wu Jingmin, the current Deputy Prime Minister of Zhongzhou State, would become a director of Zhongzhou State and further serve as the Deputy Prime Minister of Zhongzhou State, becoming the real second-in-command of the cabinet. Bai Qingqian, on the other hand, would give up Liaodong, which she had been managing for 5 years, and let that land return to the control of the academics. Then she would take over Wu Jingmin's current position and become one of the deputy prime ministers of Zhongzhou State. The 2 of them, along with Nanyue Province's new chairman, would be the 3 heads of the new conglomerate. 2 of them are in the cabinet. A vice minister and a vice minister were in the cabinet. The cabinet that dominated the development of the country and the economy of the country. There was no doubt that in order to support their new 3 heads, the new conglomerate would devote all its energy to competing for the leadership of the ministries in the cabinet after they took over 4 provinces. Once they got enough say in this regard, they could give back to the 4 provinces they controlled in terms of national policies to form a cycle, and then make the new conglomerate permanently stable. Once this goal was achieved, there would be a private voice similar to the Wang family of Beihai in Zhongzhou State. Qin Fangqing had thought countless times about erasing the influence of the Wang family of Beihai in Zhongzhou State. As a result, the Wang family of Beihai was still there, and Emperor Dong's palace would become the second Wang family of Beihai. How could he stand this? Qin Fangqing's face turned from livid to blood red. He suddenly stood up, but for a moment he felt confused and dizzy. Then he fell on the sofa again. Thief. Qin Fangqing's extremely depressed voice sounded like an extremely shrill low roar. Thief. Wang Tianzong is a thief and so is Li Tianlan. They are all thieves. They all deserve to die. Bang. The teacup on the coffee table was suddenly hit away by Qin Fangqing's hand. The cup fell and rolled on the ground. It didn't break, but the warm tea splashed everywhere and some splashed on Guo Wentian's pants. Guo Wentian silently looked at Qin Fangqing, who was crazily venting his emotions. He silently smoked and did not say a word. Qin Fangqing knocked over the teacup, kicked over the coffee table and even lifted the carpet. His body fell on the sofa again, panting violently and pressing his forehead hard. The severe pain made his consciousness a little dizzy. He tried to breathe and kept muttering to himself, "Stop him, I must stop him." He rubbed his forehead, looked at Guo Wentian seriously again and said in a deep voice, "Stop him. If it goes on like this, it will be bad for the country. I can die and I can lose my reputation. I don't care about these. Li Tianlan wants the new conglomerate to rise and I can support it. But their plan must be stopped. We can't stop him." Guo Wentian shook his head without hesitation. "Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected." Suppo. Qin Fangqing was stunned for a while and then said slowly, "Just stop one of Bai Qingqian and Wu Jingmin. Or the cabinet ministries and commissions, stop some candidates of the new conglomerate. Even if they are given another province, they must stop them." "They can't stop them." Guo Wentian shook his head. "They may not be willing to take another province even if they are given another one. Now the opposite side's goal is very simple, that is to have the right to speak in the cabinet. If necessary, they can even abandon Jiangnan province and continue to cooperate with the Southeast Group. How can things be so simple? That's why I'm here today. The opposite side has begun to make arrangements. If the arrangements are successful, their new conglomerate will mature quickly in the next session. At that time, 4 provinces may not be enough. In the next session, Zhou Yunhai should also retire, and Northern City is likely to fall into Li Tianlan's hands. He doesn't even have to fight for this. So after stabilizing the internal situation in the next session, they are very likely to want to fight for Huiting and even Wuyue. At that time, Wang Qinglei can't be protected. In the long run, the situation will only get worse and worse. I hope you can give me a reasonable suggestion. Guo Wentian looked at Qin Fangqing seriously and said. Qin Fangqing had been in the cabinet for more than 10 years. Now the cabinet had become the focus of this election, and the prince group was in danger. Guo Wentian hoped to get some effective suggestions from Qin Fangqing. Qin Fangqing was silent and lit another cigarette. He rubbed his forehead hard. When the cigarette was about to burn out, he said in a low voice, "Cooperate with the academics and let Zhuang Huayang take over. Wang Qinglei will be transferred to the cabinet, and his ranking should be ahead of Bai Qingqian." Guo Wentian frowned and was a little unhappy. His voice also became cold. "In this case, I'm afraid the comrades' work will be difficult." Qin Fangqing surprisingly calmed down. He looked at Guo Wentian with clear eyes and said, "This is the only way." Guo Wentian was stunned. This only way would also make many people in the prince group dissatisfied. Cooperate with the academics? They had just finished cooperating with the academics. In a sense, at the most critical time of the cooperation between the two sides, if Li Huaqing hadn't taken the academics to withdraw first, the current prince group and Qin Fangqing might not have ended up like this. As long as the two sides united, Li Tianlan and Wang Xingxiao could not make too much trouble. But at the most critical moment, Li Huaqing withdrew. This was undoubtedly a betrayal, a blatant betrayal. The senior officials of the prince group were naturally unwilling to cooperate with the academics. Perhaps they were not so immature and could look at the problem rationally, but people's emotions were always difficult to control. And the most important thing was Wang Qinglei. After the final battle in Beihai, the competition between Wang Qinglei and Yi Dongxing basically came to an end. The possibility of Wang Qinglei going further in this election was basically zero. He would still be a member of parliament of Zhou state in the next election. But Qin Fangqing actually wanted him to go to the cabinet? This was tantamount to asking Wang Qinglei to give up Wuyue and the base he had run for many years. If Wang Qinglei could not go further, then from Speaker of Wuyue to the Deputy Prime Minister of Zhou state was equal to a transfer. Wang Qinglei could now be regarded as a member of the prince group, but Wuyue was still the territory of the Southeast Group. The Southeast Group still had a strong influence in Wuyue. Once Wang Qinglei left, it would be difficult for the prince group or even extremely difficult for them to push their own people to the position of Speaker of Wuyue. Moreover, Wang Qinglei was transferred out to cooperate with the academics and make the current Deputy Prime Minister Zhuang Huayang the Prime Minister of Zhou state. To achieve this goal, the cooperation between the two sides was not enough. The academics must also appease the Southeast Group. So once they did this, the Southeast Group almost immediately took back Wuyue. This was the most difficult thing for the prince group to accept. They had lost Wuyue this time, and they were counting on Wang Qinglei to work in Wuyue for another term and complete the integration. Then they would take Wuyue as a compensation for giving up Nanyue. But now they transferred Wang Qinglei away to check and balance Wu Jingmin and Bai Qingqian, and let Wang Qinglei be Zhuang Huayang's subordinate? Guo Wentian silently looked at Qin Fangqing, who was in deep thought with some dissatisfaction, some anger and some admiration. Qin Fangqing's method was tantamount to completely giving up Wuyue and even giving up Wang Qinglei's future. Guo Wentian actually wanted to ask Qin Fangqing if he had the prince group in his heart. But he already knew the answer before he asked this question. At this time, Qin Fangqing did not have the prince group, his family, or even himself in his heart. There was only Zhou state in his heart. He really thought that it was not good for the country to let Emperor Dong's palace control the cabinet, and he really thought that the existence of Beihai did more harm than good to Zhou state. He tried his best to correct these mistakes, but he failed. And in the current situation where there was still a little turning point, he still did not give up. He wanted to let the country go on the right path that he thought. Even if he sacrificed most of the interests of the prince group. Even if he fully cooperated with the academics. As long as he could contain Emperor Dong's palace and the Wang family of Beihai, he could do anything. He would lose his reputation, die soon and be infamous for thousands of years. He was no longer thinking about these now. What he was thinking about was what to do in the future of Zhou state. Guo Wentian sighed softly and he became more and more powerless. He understood Qin Fangqing and admired him as well. He knew what kind of person Qin Fangqing was a long time ago. He could not think about the prince group, but he could not. Now I'm the only one left. Guo Wentian said in a complicated tone. I have no choice but to make a choice. Qin Fangqing shook his head and said in a deep voice. My end will not be good. Qin Fangqing shook his head and said, but I have never regretted what I have done before. Possible I will continue to do it. No matter what happens to me, at least now I am still in this position and can still play some role. If you don't have a better way, then I suggest you follow my way. Even from the group's point of view, this may cause heavy losses, but it is much better than waiting for Li Tianlan to grow up and completely break up our group. Guo Wentian clenched his fists hard and did not speak. Qin Fangqing suddenly smiled and said, you don't have to be the bad guy. Even if Li Tianlan arrives in Yuzhou, will he come to kill me right away? We still have some time. The group is so big and I am in a bad situation. I am afraid that not many people are willing to listen to me, but there are always people who can listen to me. I will express my attitude. I will talk to the president and I will do the work for Wang Qinglei. This time we may have made a big concession, but the future can still be stable. Qin Fangqing paused and smiled again. Next, no matter what Li Tianlan does, I will take it. Chapter 1073. When Guo Wentian left, he was silent and did not say goodbye to Qin Fangqing. He took a deep look at this old partner of his, then quietly walked out. Qin Fangqing sat in his seat motionless, as if he had fallen into eternal meditation. He looked focused and even a little dead. Time passed by. The secretary pushed the door open and came in. Qin Fangqing still sat there without any reaction. It was Yuan Lin who opened the door. As the chief secretary of the cabinet who had been with Qin Fangqing for 10 years, he was very familiar with Qin Fangqing's posture. Qin Fangqing liked to think quietly. Whenever he encountered a problem, he would shut himself in the office, not talking, not eating, not drinking, and not even moving. In Yuan Lin's memory, he had seen Qin Fangqing's posture many times, and he would also see how tired and busy he was after that. Every time after he was meditating like this, the whole secretariat would basically work overtime all night to collect all kinds of information and documents, sort out the records of his conversations with the feudal officials of various places, collect some special local information, development plans, the use of funds, and then some discussion records at the meeting of the parliament and so on. When the secretariat was busy, Qin Fangqing would usually draft a report by himself based on the information collected by the secretariat. At the beginning of the report, it might be some insignificant things, but Qin Fangqing would keep writing. He didn't care if it was messy or contradictory. He would keep writing and write out all the things he thought in his heart. Then, combined with the information, he would slowly improve, modify, delete, and add some content. Qin Fangqing didn't like to use the secretary to write the report. He preferred to write it by himself. Even if it was messy at the beginning, as he kept writing, his thinking would become more and more flexible, his attention would become more and more focused, and he would keep writing until he got close to the central idea. Qin Fangqing's work and rest were the most chaotic among all the directors. He was older, but he was extremely energetic. The secretariat could change shifts, but he could keep working. The manuscripts he revised repeatedly by himself were sometimes stored, and sometimes they were taken to the cabinet meeting for discussion. Then they were discussed in the parliament. If they didn't pass the discussion, they would be stored again, and those that passed the discussion would become practical policies and be implemented. Reform, new policies, many times many policies. Xianxia state was changing little by little, very subtle but obviously perceptible changes. Qin Fangqing enjoyed it. Even though most of his reports were not passed by the Senate, he never gave up or became discouraged. Day after day he never gave up. As the Prime Minister, he controlled the cabinet, represented Xianxia state, and drove the changes of the entire Xianxia state with his thoughts. 10 years felt like one day. Everything was still vivid in his mind. As Qin Fangqing's secretary, Yuan Lin did not deny that Qin Fangqing had done something wrong. But for the sake of Xianxia state, Qin Fangqing had indeed done the utmost in many aspects. Such a person should be respected. Even if there were times when he really did something wrong. Even if they were not forgiven, they should be respected. Instead of being quickly and completely forgotten and ignored by the entire Xianxia state as it was now. Night fell. Li Tianlan had already entered the capital. Yuan Lin could totally imagine Qin Fangqing's situation next. Perhaps before dawn, some of Qin Fangqing's decisions would be overturned. The cabinet departments would begin to test Qin Fangqing's bottom line, and then there would be some vague provocations. The report would bypass Qin Fangqing in the shortest time. His orders would be quickly ignored. This kind of disregard would become opposition in a few days or even half a month. Time was like a line slowly moving forward. Opposition would become provocation, ridicule, and doubt. Doubt would become investigation. As a result, things that were unfavorable to Qin Fangqing were dug out one by one. The wind was rising and the clouds were surging and the wind was changing. From the news to the media, one article after another with a purpose began to appear. All the supporting forces of Qin Fangqing would gradually leave him. Then the people who had originally supported him would change their attitudes. They would ignore him, oppose him, resist him, provoke him, and ridicule him. Countless certificates of allegiance would fly in different directions. The final investigation would show relatively clear results one after another. In the end, they would retire in advance. Any reason could be because of physical reasons or because of something else. Then the results of the investigation would explode one day before the election. Qin Fangqing's reputation was ruined. The prince group was on the verge of collapse and even fell apart. Qin Fangqing was hated by everyone. He would lose his reputation and completely withdraw from today's stage in the most dishonorable way. That would be the time for Emperor Dong's palace to take action. He would die without a complete corpse and his family would be ruined. Everything would be irrelevant. Because no one cared. This seemed to be Qin Fangqing's destiny. But was such an ending really what the old man in front of him should have? At this moment when everything was doomed, what was Qin Fangqing who had a miserable ending thinking about now? Yuanlin took 2 steps forward. He was Qin Fangqing's secretary and absolute confidant. Qin Fangqing's ending was miserable and naturally he would not be much better. Today Yuanlin's heart was extremely flustered. But at this time after approaching Qin Fangqing his heart suddenly became calm. He took a few steps forward and walked to Qin Fangqing's side. He bowed slightly and whispered, "Prime Minister." Qin Fangqing subconsciously straightened his body a little and glanced at Yuanlin. "Have you eaten?" Qin Fangqing smiled. All the anger, unwillingness, and worry seemed to have been taken away by Guo Wentian. At this moment Qin Fangqing became completely calm. Yuanlin glanced at the dinner on the table that had long been cold and shook his head. "Not yet." Qin Fangqing patted Yuanlin's arm casually and said with a smile, "You've worked hard. Well, let the kitchen prepare 2 working meals. We'll get off work after eating." Yuanlin hesitated and whispered, "Prime Minister, I just received news that Li Tianlan is already on his way here. According to the speed of the car, it will take about 45 minutes for him to arrive at the Hidden Dragon Sea." Li Tianlan went directly to the Hidden Dragon Sea as soon as he arrived in Yuzhou. He did not go to the Bai family to find Bai Zhanfeng, the army headquarters to find Dongqing Wudi, or the cabinet to find Wu Jingmin. Instead he went straight to the Hidden Dragon Sea. Everyone could feel the aggressive sharpness of Emperor Dong's palace. The situation after the final battle in North Sea was completely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Emperor Dong's palace. Li Tianlan had the title of Invincible Realm and the momentum of a great victory. At this time his every move seemed to have a domineering spirit that could swallow thousands of miles. Even though he was beside Qin Fangqing, Yuanlin's forehead was covered in cold sweat when he said this. Standing in their position and in their current situation, it was no exaggeration to say that the other party's every move was related to their future, even life and death. Those who were not in the game could not understand this at all. It was a kind of pressure. Qin Fangqing looked calm and said lightly, "Even if he came to the Hidden Dragon Sea, the first thing he did was not to come to me. There was always time for a meal." Yuanlin took a deep breath, nodded and called for 2 more working meals. "Come sit down." Qin Fangqing smiled and patted the seat beside him. "Little Yuan, you have been with me for a long time. I think you can understand my current situation even if I don't say it. After a while I should retire. The affairs of the cabinet should be temporarily handled by Zhuang Huayang, the 2nd minister. I have also thought about your arrangement, but I don't have a good idea. What about you? Do you have any plans? You can tell me." Yuanlin was stunned and for a moment he did not say anything. Plans? He really had no plans. There was still nearly a year before the election, but everyone knew that under such circumstances, Qin Fangqing did not have a year. At most 3 months he would temporarily retire for some reason. It was also easy to find a superficial excuse, such as a physical problem that he needed to recuperate. Until the election he was afraid that he would not have any chance to show up. Everyone in the prince group was in a panic and everyone wanted to keep their positions. As Qin Fangqing's secretary, no one but Qin Fangqing could care for him at this time. But Qin Fangqing could not protect himself, so what arrangements could he have for him? Yuan Lin now had a muddle-through mentality. He was very clear that when Qin Fangqing left, his political life was basically over. You don't have to be too pessimistic. Qin Fangqing said with a smile. If I fall this time, it will be very difficult for me to get up. But I am still in this position. No matter how precarious it is, I have to arrange for the people around me. Comrade Wen Tian will not ignore your life and death. You have the ability and courage. Your problems will always be solved. If you don't have any good plans, I have a few places to arrange for you. Go to the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Science. There is also a position in the Ministry of Health that is more suitable for you. If not, you can go back to Tianfu. You can choose one. Qin Fangqing's eyes were a little dazed. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Science, Ministry of Health. Among the major departments in the cabinet, this was not a very important position, but it was not a dispensable position either. With his rank, if he went to these places, it was impossible for him to be the head, but he could be an important deputy. He could also contribute to the group, and it would not be as eye-catching as other sensitive departments. If Qin Fangqing's arrangement was when he was at his peak, it would naturally not be a good arrangement. When Qin Fangqing's influence was at its strongest, if his secretary was assigned to the major departments in the cabinet, such as Finance and Development Committee, Qin Fangqing could choose at will. But now, Qin Fangqing arranged for him to be in a few relatively ordinary departments, which was undoubtedly a kind of protection for him. I don't know. Yuan Lin smiled a little embarrassedly. Prime Minister, you make the decision for me. Then go to the Ministry of Science. Qin Fangqing thought for a moment and said slowly, I will tell them. In a few days you will report there. There was a knock on the door. The staff of the Hidden Dragon Sea sent 2 working meals. Qin Fangqing seemed to have an appetite and said with a smile, eat first. His appetite did seem to have improved a lot and he finished the entire working meal. Yuan Lin controlled his speed and got up almost at the same time as him. He whispered, Prime Minister, where are you going? You can get off work. Qin Fangqing took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I'm going to have a chat with the president. Yuan Lin subconsciously wanted to stop him. He looked at the time. It was only 20 minutes before Li Tianlan arrived at the Hidden Dragon Sea. At this time Li Huaqing might not want to see him. Even if he saw him, what could he do when Li Tianlan came? Was he going to humiliate himself? Qin Fangqing waved his hand and said slowly, some things have to be done and some words have to be said. He walked out of the office, paused and continued, I almost forgot. You're working overtime. Sort out the documents in the second drawer. I will need them later. His voice paused and then he laughed at himself. I guess I will be very busy tonight. Yuan Lin nodded blankly. Qin Fangqing said no more, turned around and went out. Li Huaqing's office was not far from Qin Fangqing's office, about 200 or 300 meters away. It snowed in Yuzhou yesterday. The Hidden Dragon Sea was covered with silver, beautiful, quiet and solemn. Qin Fangqing greedily looked at every grass and tree in the Hidden Dragon Sea, as if he wanted to remember everything here. He even stood on the shore of the Hidden Dragon Sea for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then strode to the Golden Autumn Garden where Li Huaqing lived. The salute of the guard was still solemn and steady. But Ma Si, who was sitting outside the president's office, looked a little unnatural when he saw Qin Fangqing. When he saw the prime minister, he instinctively wanted to stand up, but he suddenly thought of something. His movement was a little slow and his whole body looked extremely strange. Prime Minister. Ma Si smiled, but his smile was a little ugly. Qin Fangqing remained calm and nodded slightly. He nodded slightly and asked, Is the president here? Yes, but the president will meet a distinguished guest later. It's very important. Prime Minister, you... Ma Si's voice was a little hesitant. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have said such a thing even if he was beaten to death. It could be seen what kind of position Qin Fangqing had in other people's hearts now. I also have a very important thing. Qin Fangqing said unhurriedly, What can be more important than national affairs? Ma Si was speechless. Qin Fangqing's eyes looked very ordinary, but when they fell on him, there was always a kind of extremely fierce sharpness and weight. He subconsciously lowered his head and didn't speak anymore. Qin Fangqing stepped forward and pushed the door of the president's office with his own hands. Ma Si hesitated for a moment and didn't stop him. In the office, Li Huaqing looked at Qin Fangqing, who came in with some surprise. He was stunned for about 2 seconds before he nodded with a smile and said, "The Longjing tea has just been made. Come and have a taste." He naturally picked up a teacup and poured a cup of tea for Qin Fangqing. Qin Fangqing nodded and sat on the sofa. After a moment of silence, he let out a long breath. Li Huaqing slowly tasted the tea and didn't speak. In fact, long before the start of the decisive battle in North Sea, or more precisely, since the academics took the initiative to terminate the cooperation with the Prince Group, the relationship between the two had fallen to the freezing point. Although there were some exchanges at the meeting of the parliament, when they met in private at the Hidden Dragon Sea, the two of them nodded at most and no one spoke. "When will he arrive?" Qin Fangqing asked calmly. "We just talked on the phone 5 minutes ago." Li Huaqing smiled and said, "There is some traffic jam on the road. The comrades of the police department have already evacuated the traffic. The section to the Hidden Dragon Sea is under traffic control. There are about 30 or 40 minutes left." "He really can't wait," Qin Fangqing sneered. "Seize every minute," Li Huaqing said meaningfully. His character has always been very direct. Besides, the new group involves too much. It seems that less than a year is plenty, but when it comes to operation, this time is actually very tight. Qin Fangqing was silent for a while, shook his head and didn't bother to talk nonsense. In many people's eyes, he and Guo Wentian of the Prince Group had the same position, and they were old partners with great tacit understanding. But in fact, in Qin Fangqing's heart, Li Huaqing was his best partner. Most of Qin Fangqing's thoughts were devoted to the overall situation of Zhongzhou state, and sometimes he would sacrifice the interests of the Prince Group for the overall interests. Li Huaqing also had the overall situation in mind, so the two could reach an amazing consensus on many things. They knew each other very well. At this time there was no point in being polite. "What does he want?" Qin Fangqing asked directly. When he chatted with Guo Wentian just guessed some things and no one in the Prince Group knew the actual situation. But now the new group had become more and more obvious, and it was impossible for Li Huaqing not to know the demands of the new group. Now that Qin Fangqing was defeated in the following time, the cooperation between the new group and the academics would be closer. In addition to Li Huaqing's position, he was now undoubtedly one of the people who could see the structure of the new group best. The smile on Li Huaqing's face paused slightly, and a touch of gloom flashed in his eyes. Qin Fangqing's heart began to sink. Seeing that Li Huaqing showed such a look, Qin Fangqing suddenly found that Li Tianlan's appetite might be bigger than he had expected, or even much bigger. "Nanyue xie jiangnan dongshan." Li Huaqing opened his mouth lightly. "These can be given to him," Qin Fangqing said directly without the slightest hesitation. These 4 provinces were already in Li Tianlan's pocket. Everyone could see that, in the current situation of Zhongzhou state, it was the easiest to take these 4 provinces. Naturally, the new group would not let them go. If Li Huaqing and Qin Fangqing couldn't stop them, then they would give them to him directly. "What else?" Qin Fangqing asked. Li Huaqing took a deep breath and pulled out a piece of paper from the document beside him with no expression on his face. There were a few rows of pen writing on the paper and the ink was very fresh. Obviously, Li Huaqing had written it not long ago while thinking. Qin Fangqing took the paper from Li Huaqing's hand with rapt attention and glanced at it. Some very familiar words came into his eyes. He felt dizzy and the world was spinning. He almost instinctively took a cold breath. His heart began to beat violently. Qin Fangqing resisted the feeling of dizziness and looked at the paper carefully. "This is also Li Tianlan's request?" Qin Fangqing felt that the other party was simply crazy. His arms were trembling and he held the paper in his hand tightly. He held it back and finally said, "Are you kidding me? How does it look like a joke?" Li Huaqing shook his head with a somewhat ugly face. When he heard Li Tianlan's request for the first time, he felt the same as Qin Fangqing. He thought it was a joke and even thought that Li Tianlan was simply crazy. But after thinking about it carefully, even Li Huaqing felt a little helpless. These positions, these departments, look carefully how many of them need us to give. And how many of them are already owned by Li Tianlan. Qin Fangqing's breathing was a little rapid. He had thought before that Li Tianlan only wanted 4 provinces for the right to speak in the cabinet, But when he really saw this piece of paper, he suddenly realized how crazy Li Tianlan was. This kind of appetite even made Qin Fangqing somewhat doubt life. On this piece of paper written by Li Huaqing were the departments and their positions. Most of them were cabinet positions involving multiple departments. Ministry of Finance, Development Commission, Ministry of Security, Ministry of Law, Ministry of Police, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Industry, Bank of Zhongzhou, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Examination, Customs, all departments. To be exact, all the key departments. In the series of positions, they were either the first or the second in command. If such a gorgeous list was implemented, it meant that the combination of Wu Jingmin and Bai Qingqian would have an almost absolute advantage in the cabinet. Such an advantage, to put it a little exaggeration, was even unprecedented since the founding of the People's Republic. This series of departments and positions was enough to make anyone's blood pressure rise and head dizzy. Absolutely can't agree. Qin Fangqing suppressed his voice and enunciated each word clearly. Li Huaqing looked at him silently and lit a cigarette. When he first heard these requirements, he was also shocked and his blood was boiling. But when he calmed down and thought about it, he smoked and slowly shook his head. If Wu Jingmin wants to come up, the Development Commission is under his charge, so there's no way to fight for it. The current minister of the Ministry of Security is Li Xianxia, who was promoted by the Giant Group 2 years ago. She did a good job, so there's no way to fight for it. The police department has always been one of the core departments of the North Group. This time it will enter the scope of the new group, so there's no way to fight for it. In terms of finance, Wu Jingmin has a certain right to speak, and the Giant Group also has great power in this regard. We always have to express some support for the new group, so we can't block some places. At the moment, the most important thing is the Bank of Zhongzhou Customs and Examination. These can be discussed, but if none of them enter, it's obviously impossible and things will be a little difficult. Even if it's difficult, we have to do it, Qin Fangqing said in a deep voice. Li Huaqing nodded. Think so too. What do you suggest? Qin Fangqing asked slowly after a moment of silence. Suggestion. Li Huaqing looked at Qin Fangqing deeply. In the smoke, his voice was erratic but with incomparable firmness. I hope you can do something. His voice was calm and straightforward. I think you don't care about this now. Qin Fangqing was silent for a moment before he smiled. I see. Li Huaqing's meaning was easy to understand. Qin Fangqing's fate was doomed. No matter what he did, there would be no change. But now he still sat in this position, so Li Huaqing hoped that Qin Fangqing could jump out and be the villain to stop the momentum of Li Tianlan and the new group. This would make Qin Fangqing's situation more passive and more miserable, but what did it matter? No matter how miserable he was, he could not escape death. The only thing he needed to care about was that the Prince Group would lose more because of Qin Fangqing's reckless behavior. But when Zhongzhou State and the Prince Group were put together, what was the latter? Qin Fangqing was silent for a moment and nodded. I'll do it. Li Huaqing nodded with satisfaction. Of course, pay attention to the way. Tianlan and the new group are extremely important to Zhongzhou State. What you need to do is to give them less, not to give them nothing. It's good for Zhongzhou State to let them gain a foothold. Qin Fangqing's heart, which had just been warmed up, suddenly became cold. He sat where he was for a while before he nodded and said, The atmosphere was silent again, becoming oppressive and solidified. After a long time, Qin Fangqing suddenly said, If the Prince Group fully supports Zhuang Huayang's promotion, how sure are you? Chapter 1074. This question was heavy and straightforward, concise and to the point. Even Li Huaqing was stunned for nearly half a minute. Qin Fangqing was not in a hurry, quietly waiting for the other party's reply. Li Huaqing came back to his senses, but he did not speak. Instead, he began to think quietly. The Prince Group fully supported Hua Xingyang. This was a question that the academics had never considered before because everyone thought it was unlikely. The Prince Group was a supergroup that had existed since the founding of the People's Republic. It had ups and downs, but it had never fallen out of the ranks of the top groups. Among the six, the Prince Group had the longest history, the most profound foundation, and the extremely solid foundation in all aspects. Even today, the Prince Group maintained a very close relationship with some retired but still had a strong influence on the old people. This was a fatal disadvantage that the academics, a new group that had a short time to rise, did not have. And the existence of those old people not only had a strong influence on the Prince group, but also on different members of the Six. However, with the rise of the new group, the Prince group would inevitably be greatly weakened and all aspects would be affected. The reason why the Prince group could exist since the founding of the People's Republic and always be in the ranks of the top groups was that each of their leaders had a very strong group concept. To explain it in an inaccurate but easy-to-understand term, the so-called group concept was selfishness. This kind of concept would overemphasize the group's future, protect its shortcomings and cause some short-sighted decisions. But at the same time, such a concept would greatly strengthen the cohesion within the group. Qin Fangqing was definitely an outlier in the Prince group. But Guo Wentian took this concept to the extreme. Simply put, in the overall situation of Xianxia state and the group's future, Qin Fangqing would think that the overall situation of Xianxia state was overriding. In Guo Wentian's heart he also thought that the overall situation of Xianxia state was more important, but that was all. So even if he had a seemingly correct understanding, he would always consider some internal problems of the group and some decisions and implementation. Outsiders had no right to judge whether this concept was right or wrong. Li Huaqing was not qualified either. But Li Huaqing had the vision to see clearly how the Prince group would choose in this situation. The Prince group was now really in a precarious situation. According to their past habits at this time, the most important thing they should do was to completely withdraw their wings, throw away all the interests that they were reluctant to give up but had to give up and plan their future. According to their strategic goals after this election, their biggest demand was to occupy 2 places on the Council of Xianxia State, which would also be the goal they would strive for after giving up Qin Fangqing. At present, Guo Wentian would continue to be re-elected, and the candidate for the other council members still needed their internal coordination and research. Under such circumstances, they needed enough time to straighten out all kinds of relationships so as to save as many things as possible. Not to mention supporting the academics. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to intervene in anything other than the internal problems of the Prince group. They would only do their best to achieve their own goals. Now Qin Fangqing asked him how confident Hua Xingyang was if he got the full support of Prince group. The key was how much support was this so-called full support. Li Huaqing thought silently and he suddenly found it difficult to answer this question. Every election was filled with turbulent times. Whether it was those who could be re-elected or those who were striving for a higher position, no one could be alone. Competition was everywhere. Even if they could continue to be re-elected, they had to carefully think about how they should express their attitude in the situation, what attitude they should express and how they should express their attitude. In countless competitions, there would always be one position that became the focus of all the competition. It was the same in this election. Before the final battle in North Sea, the competition between Yi Dongxing and Wang Qinglei was the core focus. This kind of competition lasted for nearly 2 years, and the activities of both sides were extremely frequent. It even caused some internal turmoil in the Southeast group, which could be said to be a joke to outsiders. Now that the final battle in North Sea was over, it meant that Wang Qinglei was automatically out. But the focus of the competition did not disappear. Instead, with the vacancy of Qin Fangqing, the focus of the competition directly shifted to the position of the head of the cabinet. The Prince group now had no suitable candidate to compete for this position. The new group had risen for a short time and it also did not have this ability. The North group of Eternal Soy Sauce was busy trying to integrate with the new group. The giant group could not push out a competitive candidate to compete for this position for the time being. Everyone knew that the new Prime Minister of Xianxia State was either from the academics or from the Southeast group. Wen Xiyuan, the Speaker of Beihai, a member of Xianxia State. Hua Xingyang, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Cabinet. At present, these two were the most promising candidates for this position. Each had its advantages and disadvantages. In terms of ability, no matter who it was, they were absolutely qualified to be the Prime Minister. Hua Xingyang's advantage was that he had served as the Deputy Prime Minister for 1 term and was more familiar with the cabinet. In this position, it was tantamount to taking advantage of the situation. From a deputy to a top leader, there was no need for running in. His disadvantage was that Li Huaqing would be re-elected. The number 1 and 2 figures were both from the academics, which would undoubtedly make others extremely uneasy. With uneasiness, there would naturally be backlash and opposition. And Wen Xiyuan's advantage was that he could get a lot of support more easily. The Giant Group, the New Group, the North Group and the Southeast Group all preferred Wen Xiyuan to be in this position. His disadvantage was that his position was not as competitive as Hua Xingyang's. But if the academics could get the full support of the Prince Group, the situation was completely different. The current Prince Group and the academics were no longer the Prince Group and the academics more than 2 years ago. Similarly, the current Giant Group and the Southeast Group were no longer the Giant Group and the Southeast Group more than 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, the two groups, the Southeast Group and the Giant Group, had constantly compromised and completed the internal reshuffle and change of blood. The cooperation between Li Huaqing and Qin Fangqing was aggressive. They took advantage of the time when the other party changed blood and shuffled the cards. The power of the two groups had been greatly expanded. And the power of the Southeast Group and the Giant Group had been greatly locked. It was no exaggeration to say that when Li Huaqing and Qin Fangqing stood together, they now represented the two largest groups in Zhongzhou State. If they fully cooperated, the possibility of pushing Hua Xingyang to the top. Li Huaqing thought for a while and finally confirmed a fact. If they fully cooperated, the possibility of Hua Xingyang being promoted was very great. Really? Li Huaqing asked in a deep voice. I just met Wen Tian. Qin Fangqing said lightly, I'm sitting here now representing more than myself. If it were before, Qin Fangqing wouldn't have said it and Li Huaqing wouldn't have asked. But now, whether Qin Fangqing could still represent the Prince Group became a very serious question, so serious that he had to seriously emphasize it. If that's the case, the possibility of Xingyang being promoted is very high. Li Huaqing said slowly, at least 80% sure. 80% sure. Qin Fangqing muttered to himself and then smiled. I thought I was 100% sure, which was lower than expected. But in fact 80% is not low. There is no absolute in the world. How can there be a 100% success rate? Li Huaqing shook his head. How are you going to operate? It's a little difficult, but I can still do it. Qin Fangqing subconsciously rubbed his forehead. His headache had been continuing today. Instead of being relieved, the pain became more and more intense each time. Maybe he should go to the hospital. It just so happened that he would be free soon. Qin Fangqing laughed at himself in his heart, but his voice was still calm. Wen Tian and I will unify the voices of the group in the shortest time possible. Now the comrades are a little restless. It's not good to be too impetuous. Yes, we are already very passive. We can't be the first to be chaotic. Li Huaqing said with deep thought. Who do you think is more optimistic about in the Prince Group? Wen Tian is experienced and steady. I think it's relatively easy to find someone who can cooperate with him in the group. Qin Fangqing suddenly asked with a smile. Li Huaqing was stunned for less than a second before he reacted. There was no doubt that this was the condition put forward by Qin Fangqing, or the Prince Group. The Prince Group would fully support Hua Xingyang, and in return the academics must fully support another member of the Prince Group to become a director of Zhongzhou State, even if his ranking was lower. To be honest, the result of the alliance between the Prince Group and the academics was that both Hua Xingyang and the candidate director of the Prince Group would be resisted by the other groups. If they didn't cooperate, the other groups would focus on Hua Xingyang. After getting a satisfactory result, even the new groups wouldn't pursue the Prince Group. Undoubtedly, it was easier for them to achieve their demands. Now they had the academics as an ally, but they had a few more enemies for no reason. This was not the safest way, but it was the most compromise. So Li Huaqing did not hesitate and immediately laughed. This is your own business. In my opinion, several comrades are relatively qualified. I'm afraid you and Wen Tian have something to discuss. This statement was very clear. Qin Fangqing nodded. Li Huaqing could not criticize the candidates of the Prince Group. His statement that several comrades were qualified was already a very clear attitude. Let's go back and discuss it, Qin Fangqing said. Li Huaqing nodded with a smile and his eyes were a little twinkling. He suddenly realized that this cooperation with the Prince Group was a last resort for Qin Fangqing, but for the academics, there was suddenly a lot more room for operation. The sudden increase of leeway meant that even if Hua Xingyang failed, he could guarantee that the academics would not lose anything. All kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind for a moment, and then he heard Qin Fangqing's voice again. At present, it seems that there are still a lot of things to solve in the Southeast Group. Wang Qinglei can't go to Beihai this time, but his status is there. In addition, it is said that Wang Xiaoyao has reached the peak of the invincible realm. They also have a lot of hidden dangers inside. Although my decision did not succeed in a sense, it also slowed down the pace of the Wang family of Beihai. In the next few years they should focus on stability and not be too radical. His voice paused for a second and then he continued, now the one who should be worried or even vigilant is Li Tianlan. Nanyue Xie Jiangnan Dongshan. Before and after this election 4 provinces will fall into his hands, which is enough to form the basic framework of a new group. But don't forget the resources in his hands are not only 4 provinces, but also Xianxia. The area of 5 provinces is enough for the new group to complete the primitive accumulation and rise quickly. In fact, I have learned about the new group in detail before. Although their talent reserve is a little insufficient in some aspects, it is already very perfect. Now there is Zhou Xian in Xianxia, and the new group has taken over Nanyue, which is equivalent to completely paving the way for Zhou Xian to enter the parliament and even become a director. In the future, when Tiannan officially becomes a province, Ning Qianxing will also enter the parliament. Now Wu Jingmin and Bai Qingqian can work for 1 term. Wu Jingmin is old and will retire after 1 term. Bai Qingqian can take advantage of the situation and Zhou Xian can be transferred to Nanyue, so he can naturally become a member. After 1 term, Bai Qingqian is very likely to continue to be re-elected. After all, she is not old. At that time, Zhou Xian can take a step up to become a director. At that time, Qin Fangqing thought about it and smiled coldly. At that time, Tiannan will basically become Tiannan province, and Ning Qianxing will become a member of Zhongzhou state. Plus the new speaker of Nanyue, and the North group that has completed the initial integration. 10 years. The clearest thing we can see now is 10 years. 10 years later, the new group will become a supergroup with 2 directors and at least 3 members of parliament. At least 3 members of parliament. President, don't you have any feelings about such a scale? What do you mean? Li Huaqing looked up at Qin Fangqing. He knew more than Qin Fangqing. In the current situation, having 2 directors of Zhongzhou state was indeed a configuration that only top groups could have, but the configuration of 3 members of parliament was slightly insufficient. If it was 10 years later, in his expectation, the new group would have 2 directors of Zhongzhou State Council and about 5 to 7 members of parliament. If only looking at the high-level strength, this was basically the configuration of the academics in the Prince Group today. After Li Tianlan owned the Flourishing Age Fund, it was not only the North Group that was annexed and integrated, but the power of the Giant Group was also gradually approaching the new group. From this point of view, the comprehensive influence of the new group was already top. With Wu Jingmin, although Dongqing Wudi was the leader of the Giant Group, he could also be regarded as a major pillar of the new group. However, Li Huaqing had long let go of his dissatisfaction. The current situation might not be what he wanted to see, but no matter what, such a thing had happened in the end. He had tried to stop it and so had Qin Fangqing, but they did not succeed. In this case, Li Huaqing could only welcome their rise and do his best to guide them to play the right role and move in the right direction. The new group, Emperor Dong's palace, Li Tianlan, this is already a problem that cannot be ignored. I can say with certainty that the existence of Li Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace is even more dangerous to Zhongzhou state than the Wang family of Beihai. We must try our best to compress his existence space and reduce his sense of existence. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. The most obvious example is that Beihai is Beihai of Zhongzhou state. But what did the people on Mount Dibing do? Qin Fangqing's tone was a little excited. Beihai has so many resources: oil, natural gas, all kinds of minerals, forests, land resources, and even water resources. How much has Beihai swallowed over so many years? How much has it given to Zhongzhou state? Less than 60% on average. This 60% is shared by a country and Beihai can get 40%. They are completely lying on the blood vessels of Zhongzhou state to suck blood. Beihai has the best water source in the world and they are 100% monopolizing it. Have you seen the market survey of the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Commerce 2 years ago? Every year, part of the mineral water sold by Beihai to Zhongzhou state costs more than 200 yuan per barrel, close to 300 yuan. They say it's water for nobles. Nobles? How can there be nobles in Zhongzhou state? There is no king nobles. On the land of Zhongzhou state, every grass and every tree belongs to the country and the people. How dare they? How dare they? And the land? The land of 150,000 square kilometers in Beihai can only support less than 20 million people. The cabinet has been paying attention to this matter. I paid attention to it when I was in office. My predecessor and even my predecessor were thinking about this problem. In the most beautiful province of Xianxia State, the transfer of people's household registration is more complicated than immigration. Now the little bastard Wang Xingxiao even closed this channel. How dense is the population of Xianxia State? How tight are the land resources? The cabinet issues policies every day and discusses them every year. Is it useful? Xianxia State doesn't want to occupy the land of Beihai. I can understand the treaty of that year. Xianxia State is willing to spend money and buy it. Beihai belongs to Xianxia State. We just want Beihai to develop more reasonably. Is that wrong? What did Wang Tianzong say? Not for sale. There is no room for negotiation at all. Beihai is not a big agricultural province. Its tertiary industry is developed and its land planting area is very small. Because Beihai is rich and can be bought outside. What do they use the land for? If these lands are handed over to Xianxia State for overall planning, we can move at least 40 to 60 million people to Beihai at least. And it won't bring too much change to Beihai. The Ministry of Construction has plans to build houses, schools, hospitals and traffic networks. They are absolutely reasonable. But what does Mount Dibing want to do with Beihai? They build F***king parks, plant flowers and grass and cultivate forests. The whole province is full of flowers. The green area is even much larger than the residential area. What do they want to do? What do they want to do? They made Beihai the most beautiful province, the most comfortable province and the happiest province. But does all this have anything to do with Xianxia State? Does it have anything to do with it? Mount Dibing wants to use these things to bind everyone in Beihai for loyalty, cohesion and a sense of belonging. Ha ha ha, what is the self-introduction of people in Beihai when they walk in Xianxia State or any country in the world? Am I from Xianxia State? No, there is no such saying. They will say that I am from Beihai. They have the most comfortable living environment, the most beautiful province, the most relaxed life, the highest salary, the lowest housing price, the fairest environment and the most leisurely holidays. Aristocrats, the aristocratic province of Xianxia State? Faster see. He talked incessantly. Qin Fangqing had already seen his ending, so at this moment he seemed to want to say all the words that he had been suppressing in his heart. His voice was completely roaring as if he wanted to tear the roof off. His loud voice was so loud that even Ma Si, who was outside, could hear it clearly. Li Huaqing silently watched him vent his emotions almost hysterically. His eyes were quiet with a touch of pity. I've had enough of this Beihai. Qin Fangqing took several deep breaths and continued, I wanted to smash it but I failed. And now there is another Tianan. There are signs of this in Tianan now. If it continues to develop, it will be even more excessive than Beihai. Shenyuan City and even the whole Tianan need fewer people. They all want the best. They will use the resources of Xianxia State to build their own foundation. If we don't restrict it, Emperor Dong's palace will be as arrogant as Beihai is at its peak. Li Huaqing was silent for a long time before he slowly exhaled and calmly said, There is a problem that you have forgotten. What? Qin Fangqing frowned. Beihai belongs to Xianxia State. Li Huaqing said, Tianan will also belong to Xianxia State in the future. You have always been very attached to this concept, but have you ever thought that without the Wang family of Beihai and Emperor Dong's palace, Beihai province would still belong to Snow Country and East Island, and Tianan would still belong to Annan? If they didn't bring these to Xianxia State, then whether it is Beihai or Tianan, it has nothing to do with us. This is their family property, their bottom line. They entered Xianxia State with land that doesn't belong to Xianxia State, and they only ask for a certain degree of autonomy, which is reasonable. Qin Fangqing froze. He froze for a full 5 minutes before he gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, So what? Even if there is no Beihai or Emperor Dong's palace, I believe there will be other forces. That's right. Li Huaqing said blandly, then it will be another Beihai and Emperor Dong's palace. In essence, there will be no difference. Anyone who can reach their level will make these demands no less, only more excessive. This is the foundation that they have worked hard for. Why should they give it to Xianxia State unconditionally? They are willing to return to Xianxia State because they are from Xianxia State. Even if they are saints, they don't give it for free. Put yourself in their shoes. If you stand in Li Tianlan and Wang Tianzong's point of view, will you be willing to see all this? But they have gone too far. Qin Fangqing gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Li Huaqing nodded and said, "They did have something wrong, so we cooperated before. If we can completely take back Beihai according to your idea, of course I will support it. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, it's just a standpoint. But now the situation is very obvious. We don't have that kind of ability, so we can only accept the reality. In general, whether it is for Beihai or Emperor Dong's palace, I welcome it. Including their blatant theft of the country? Blatant theft of the country's resources." Qin Fangqing sneered. "They don't steal the country." Li Huaqing shook his head and said, "Maybe you haven't noticed whether it is Beihai or Emperor Dong's palace. They are very clear-headed. What they do is at most use the resources of a country to run a place. To be exact, they use a part of the limited resources of a country to run a place. For example, Beihai and Tianan. But what about Jiang Shangyu, who cooperated with you?" The fierceness in Li Huaqing's eyes flashed away. "He intends to use a part of his limited resources to run a country. What virtue does he have? Does he deserve it? What he did is the real theft of the country, and you actually cooperated with such a person. This is what disappoints me the most." Qin Fangqing's body suddenly stiffened, and he suddenly found that he couldn't say a word. Li Huaqing took a deep look at him, exhaled and looked up at the time. At the same time he looked up, the door of the office was knocked. The door was slowly pushed open and Ma Si, Li Huaqing's secretary, came in. He looked at the two giants sitting in the office and said softly, "President, His Majesty Li Tianlan is here." Chapter 1075. Ma Si stood straight at the door. When he reported to Li Huaqing, he never looked at Qin Fangqing out of the corner of his eyes. The smoke lingered in the office. Li Huaqing nodded. He stood up at the same time and looked at Qin Fangqing. Qin Fangqing also stood up. Li Huaqing thought he was going to leave, but Qin Fangqing said flatly, "Since we are here, we have to see each other." Li Huaqing smiled and said nothing. He got up and walked out of the office. Qin Fangqing followed him expressionlessly, a little behind Li Huaqing by half a body. The hidden dragon sea outside the office was silvery white, and the air was bitterly cold. Standing in front of the office door and looking out, on an arch bridge 100 meters away, Li Tianlan was taking off his gorgeous windbreaker that terrified the whole dark world and putting it on Qin Weibai. The black windbreaker fluttered lazily. Qin Weibai tactfully took his arm. Li Huaqing and Qin Fangqing watched in silence with complicated feelings. 5 years. In less than 6 years, the young couple in sight, or the young couple, completed the identity exchange without anyone realizing. More than 5 years ago, Li Tianlan was 19 and Qin Weibai was 24. At that time, Li Tianlan was a greenhorn, but he was not unknown. With the last remaining light of the Li family, he tried his best to show his edge, but not many people really paid attention to him. That year, Qin Weibai had already taken control of the Samsara Palace. She was the only will of the Samsara Palace when the will of the master of Samsara Palace was silent. She was quiet, low-key and busy most of the time. The development of Zhongzhou State, the European continent, America, and the Samsara Palace reflected her will everywhere. It might not be clear, but it always existed. She rarely appeared in any so-called high-end circle, but no one in the real high-end circle would ignore her. She was the goddess in countless people's hearts and the first beauty in Zhongzhou State. There were countless people who admired her, but few dared to stand in front of her and look directly into her eyes. Wang Xiaoyao of the Wang family of Beihai, Jiang Qianyan of the Jiang family of South America, two princes in the European Union, young business tycoons. Those so-called big shots who seemed to have everything with their family background, strength and elegance had never received any response from her. She lingered in everyone's most beautiful and dreamy dreams, quiet, beautiful, picturesque and beautiful. No one knew what was going on with Li Tianlan or what kind of luck he had. The heir of the Li family? The young heavenly son? These seemingly worthless things at that time did not bring Li Tianlan any honor, but they secretly caused a lot of trouble. At that time, the 19-year-old Li Tianlan was even funny in the eyes of many real bigwigs. At that time, Li Tianlan of the mountain, the Li of the Ming of palace of the world. The perfect goddess appeared beside him, unscrupulously blossoming with astonishing brilliance. In just a few short years she filled the entire dark world. In the final battle of Heaven Capital, the purgatory of Heaven Capital rose. Then came the chaos of Snow Country. Zhou State, Snow Country, 5 European countries, Dark Knights, Rothschild, Holy Land, Men in Black, Fantasy World, Jiang Family of South America, Shadow Throne, one superpower after another, one country after another, hundreds of thousands of troops. The whole world was in turmoil. Reki City, Mormons, blood flowed like a river. That was the most bloody and cruel end of the last era. Invincible like grass. The famous experts on the divine and holy list were dying. That was the end of the era. It was not the end. Instead, it completely shattered the whole structure of the whole era in a way that no one could imagine. The light of the eternal sword above Mormons, with the lingering sound of that era, shattered all the shadows and directly opened the door to a new era. Just like now. The era and sky that belonged to Li Tianlan. The final battle in Beihai might not be the plan of Samsara Palace, nor was it Qin Weibai's doing. But everyone knew very well that when the eternal sword light pierced Wang Tianzong's chest above Mormons, the final battle in Beihai had become inevitable. There was no need to plan anything, no need to push anything. Whether Wang Tianzong was seriously injured or killed, the final battle in Beihai was bound to happen. So the last invincible realm experts of East Island and Holy Land all died in the final battle in Beihai. The Jiang family of South America fell. Most of the forces in the Dark World disappeared. The whole Dark World was in ruins. In the ruins, the dynasty belonging to Emperor Dong's palace was being built. It was clear and ferocious, with its claws and teeth unstoppable. That year, Li Tianlan was 24 years old. Qin Weibai was 29 years old. In more than 5 years, Li Tianlan had matured, become powerful and invincible in a flash. Qin Weibai didn't change at all. Time didn't leave any trace on her, but it took away the sharpness that she had never exposed in front of others. Today she lived in the headquarters of the Lin clan and stood aloof from the world. Beside Li Tianlan she was gentle and charming. In a trance, it seemed that she no longer had the shadow that stirred up the whole Dark World. She was gradually being ignored and she was willing to do so. But Li Tianlan stood on the top of the world, invincible. The identity and status between the two seemed to have changed a long time ago. But only at this time, when the young couple officially appeared in the hidden Dragon Sea and stood in front of Li Huaqing and Qin Fangqing, when the well-behaved Qin Weibai and the indifferent Li Tianlan stood together, the impact became particularly strong, like a huge wave, fiercely hitting the consciousness of Li Huaqing and Qin Fangqing. In a trance, Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai had come over. Ma Si coughed. Li Huaqing quickly came to his senses, touched Qin Fangqing, walked down the steps and reached out to shake hands with Li Tianlan. "Welcome, you too." Qin Weibai stood beside Li Tianlan, smiled gently and quietly and didn't say anything. "You're welcome, President." Li Tianlan smiled, turned his eyes and fell on Qin Fangqing. Qin Fangqing stood silently without reaching out or smiling, just looking at him expressionlessly. "What are you doing here?" Li Tianlan frowned and asked impolitely. "It's just a coincidence," Qin Fangqing said indifferently. The two sides had really shed all pretenses of cordiality, and they would really fight to the death. If it was in public for the sake of the overall situation, the two might pretend, but in this situation, there was no need for politeness between them. "I'm the Prime Minister of Zhou State. Isn't it normal to discuss work with the President? But Your Highness, as soon as you arrived in Yuzhou, you can't wait to come to the hidden Dragon Sea. Your manners are ugly and it's inevitable that you lose your demeanor. I asked Tianlan to bring me here." Qin Weibai smiled and said softly, "I'm a woman and I never care about demeanor. I'm just a little curious and I want to see what the Prime Minister who has been targeting my man for the past 2 years will look like now. If I hadn't met you here, I think we would have taken the initiative to visit later. Your current expression compared with your last expression should be very interesting." "You." Qin Fangqing's face turned livid. Qin Weibai's voice was too gentle and too straightforward, so straightforward that even Qin Fangqing felt a little powerless to refute. He was silent for a few seconds and then said with a gloomy face, "When men talk, when it's a woman's turn to interrupt?" He glanced at Li Tianlan and still called him with that somewhat harsh title. "Your Highness, you really have a good upbringing." Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed and he said gloomily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you judge my woman?" In the power center of Zhou State, looking at the Prime Minister of Zhou State and asking him what he was, this was simply the first time in the world and it was a humiliation that didn't need to be emphasized too much. Not to mention how Qin Fangqing felt, Even Li Huaqing, who was beside him, felt offended. He was a little unhappy, but he had completely understood Li Tianlan's attitude. Strong, tough. Such an attitude also meant that on the topic of the new group, there were many things that Li Tianlan was not going to leave any room for compromise at all. You two, enough is enough. We don't meet here to quarrel. Li Huaqing said slowly. You're right. Li Tianlan nodded. I just want him to recognize himself. At such an old age, how dare he talk about upbringing here shamelessly? His own precious daughter is nearly 50 years old, and she has 9 lovers outside, 5 of whom are students at school. I have all kinds of high-definition videos of all kinds of information here. How about it, Prime Minister? Do you want me to send you a copy? Or should I make it public on the internet? Upbringing. Do you also know what upbringing is? How dare you? Qin Fangqing growled, and his face was ferocious. A touch of blood and sweetness gushed out of his throat, and he swallowed it down. Tearing. The blood seemed to tear the blood vessels, and he felt cold all over. He had a splitting headache, and his whole head began to become numb in the severe pain. I will do that, Li Tianlan said lightly, but after you get out of this position, I will give you an absolutely satisfactory explanation for the 62 people in your Qin family. Tianlan. Li Huaqing's tone suddenly became a little heavier. This is Hidden Dragon Sea. His eyes were quiet and dignified, with an obvious warning. Li Tianlan sneered and walked directly up the steps with Qin Weibai. Ma Si bowed slightly and opened the office door respectfully. Li Huaqing took a deep breath, patted Qin Fangqing on the shoulder, and turned back into the office without saying a word. The office door was closed. Qin Fangqing stood silently in the deep cold snow for a long time. The smoke in the office had not dissipated. Li Huaqing turned on the ventilation system, made a new pot of tea and said with a smile, It's understandable that the Prime Minister is in a bad mood. Tianlan, there are many times and things that I can't stop you even if I want to. I think the Prime Minister has enough psychological preparation for some results. I'm not going to comment on this, I just want to say, pay attention to the way. Li Tianlan looked down at the gradually boiling tea in front of him and said in a flat voice, The way I choose is the most appropriate, and it is what he deserves. Li Huaqing quickly frowned. What are you going to do? Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked a little surprised. Didn't I just say? When we were outside. Li Huaqing's movement suddenly stiffened, and even his expression became a little stiff. What Li Tianlan just said. Put the video of Qin Li Juan on the internet? Let all the members of the Qin family die? Li Huaqing pondered and did not speak for a long time. Winner takes all, no matter where it is, this is the truth. As a loser, Qin Fangqing had nothing to say. His life and death were already destined. Li Huaqing could accept it, and he could also accept the disappearance of some core members of the Qin family. But Li Tianlan's meaning was very clear. He was not going to let Qin Fangqing, the whole Qin family, and he was not going to leave any leeway. If the Qin family ended up extremely miserable, it would cause extremely strong turbulence in the whole Zhongzhou state, and others would inevitably feel sad. What Li Huaqing wanted was stability, and such a situation was not what he wanted to see. Tianlan, the Prime Minister did do something wrong, but after all, the others are innocent. Li Huaqing looked at Li Tianlan and said slowly, Everyone is qualified to say that they are innocent, but Qin Fangqing is not. Li Tianlan said faintly, The termination plan? Oh, she has already left Beihai and me, and now no one knows where she is. When Qin Fangqing started the termination plan, did he not consider the innocent? According to his style, if the battle in Beihai fails, or if we don't stand the pressure in the past 2 years, what will happen to Beihai? What will happen to Emperor Dong's palace? Li Tianlan looked at Qin Fangqing and said faintly, It's all the same. I can be sure that if we lose, no one will say that they are innocent, including you. Li Huaqing looked away a little awkwardly. It was undeniable that even in Li Huaqing's heart, he also hoped that Qin Fangqing could completely break up the Wang family of Beihai and then completely suppress Emperor Dong's palace. None of them wanted to see Beihai continue to develop, and no one was willing to see the rise of a new group. Qin Fangqing was like this, and so was Li Huaqing. Li Tianlan could have power, but in their expectations, absorbing Emperor Dong's palace before the Flourishing Age Fund was already the limit of their tolerance. Completely suppressing Emperor Dong's palace and maximizing his personal strength and future was the most correct way of governing a country. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. From the perspective of the overall interests of Zhongzhou state, this was the position that a ruler must have. Qin Fangqing did so. So did Li Huaqing. The only difference between the two was that Qin Fangqing didn't believe in evil when he found that things couldn't be done. He stubbornly insisted on doing it. He used unorthodox methods and unconventional methods, and even joined hands with East Island to start the battle in Beihai. But in the end he still failed. Li Huaqing was much smarter and calmer than Qin Fangqing. After finding that things couldn't be done, he quickly adjusted his mentality and accepted the reality. He was still trying to control the situation within the scope of his control. Now the academics were cooperating with Li Tianlan and the new group, and they were also competing with the new group. At this level, friends and enemies were no longer pure. The relationship between them had been changing subtly, but one thing was certain. Li Huaqing wouldn't have a good impression of Li Tianlan, and Li Tianlan would have the same impression of Li Huaqing. If we lose, what will happen? Li Tianlan asked softly. He didn't wait for Li Huaqing to speak and continued. I will die, Wang Xingxiao will die, the Wang family of Beihai and Emperor Dong's palace will be shattered, my women, my brothers, my supporters, none of them will have a good end and neither will their families. They will die in all kinds of accidents, in prison, in hospitals, and more people will die. The Southeast Group, the Giant Group, the North Group, the Flourishing Age Fund. How many people are there? Have you counted? There is such a time. Li Tianlan looked at Li Huaqing and his eyes were as sharp as knives. Will someone stand in your position and say that they are innocent? First of all, will you? Li Huaqing opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Li Tianlan had already said directly, it doesn't matter whether I will or not. His voice was cold with a kind of extreme confidence and strength. Because I will not lose. All those who touch the bottom line of Emperor Dong's palace should think about Qin Fangqing's end in the future. Li Huaqing was silent. Dead silence. After a long time he took a deep breath and said slowly, do you know how many years the Prime Minister has worked in Zhongzhou State and what he has done for Zhongzhou State? I know and I can even understand. Li Tianlan said lightly, but this is not a reason to be forgiven. Families and countries are never completely consistent. I recognize his contribution to Zhongzhou State, and I recognize everyone, every director and every member of parliament. Even Gu Xingyun from the perspective of Zhongzhou State, is not a bad person. He has also made a lot of contributions to Zhongzhou State over the years. They all deserve respect and so does Qin Fangqing. Li Tianlan said calmly, but this can't be a reason for them to hurt Emperor Dong's palace, nor a reason for me to forgive them. I can do what they can do in the future. I don't have such a long-term vision and I don't have your so-called overall situation. I only know one thing. Whoever dares to hurt the people around me, Emperor Dong's palace will kill his whole family. He is a meritorious minister, a hero, and he can be anyone. But in my eyes he is an enemy. Li Huaqing sighed, feeling a little helpless. It was not until this time that he understood why Li Tianlan came directly to Hidden Dragon Sea after arriving in Yuzhou. To discuss some problems of the new group? Maybe there was a reason for this. But the most important thing was that Li Tianlan came here to give him a notice. A notice on how to deal with Qin Fangqing. It was not a discussion but a notice. So no one could stop Li Tianlan. Qin Fangqing's position was very high and he had done a lot of hard work. But he chose to become Li Tianlan's enemy. The termination plan was against Wang Yuetong. The battle in North Sea seemed to be against North Sea, but in fact, it was also against Emperor Dong's palace. Li Tianlan could not tolerate all of this. So Li Tianlan wanted to retaliate against Qin Fangqing in the cruelest, coldest and most gloomy way. He wanted everyone to see what would happen to those who went against Emperor Dong's palace. Since the rise of Emperor Dong's palace, Qin Fangqing was the first opponent with enough qualifications and status. Li Tianlan needed to build the deterrent force of Emperor Dong's palace with his and his family's blood and lives. Put it down gently? It seemed reasonable, but it was not in line with the future of Emperor Dong's palace. What Li Tianlan wanted to do in Yuzhou this time was to be unreasonable. Li Tianlan took out a cigarette and suddenly said, I'm hungry. Order something to eat. Shall I order something? Qin Weibai, who was sitting next to Li Tianlan, stood up with a smile. The food and drink in Hidden Dragon Sea was very rich, but if they only ordered according to the specifications of working meals, everything would be simple. No need. Li Huaqing smiled and said, let Ma Si go. He reached out to touch the call button beside him, but suddenly there was a gentle knock on the door. Ma Si walked in and reported softly, "President, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has left." Li Huaqing glanced at Ma Si with some doubts. Qin Fangqing did not follow in, so he would not stand outside all the time. It was natural for him to leave. Ma Si glanced at Li Tianlan and hesitated. "Say it. Don't be so hesitant." Li Huaqing shook his head. Well, the Prime Minister returned to his office, sorted out a lot of documents and then left the office. "Look at the direction." After a pause, Ma Si looked at Li Huaqing's face and whispered, "Look at the direction. The Prime Minister should be going to the office of the Vice Minister Hua Xingyang." Li Tianlan lowered his head and his eyes suddenly became a little fierce. Li Huaqing narrowed his eyes. He nodded and said, "I see. You inform the canteen to make a few dishes for dinner." Ma Si nodded and closed the door again. At the same time in the Hidden Dragon Sea, Qin Fangqing came to the door of the Winter Pavilion with a big box full of documents. The Winter Pavilion was the residence and office of Hua Xingyang, the Vice Minister of Zhou State. Perhaps for the sake of convenient communication, it was very close to the Green Flower Hall where Qin Fangqing lived. When Qin Fangqing walked over, he just paused outside the door and then walked straight in. "Prime Minister." The secretary, who had obviously noticed Qin Fangqing, stood up and smiled respectfully. Qin Fangqing nodded and asked directly, "Is Comrade Xingyang here?" The secretary would have noticed him on his way here. In the past, Hua Xingyang should have come out to greet him. But now, Qin Fangqing laughed at himself and didn't bother to care about it. But what he didn't expect was the secretary's answer. The secretary's voice was still respectful with an obvious apology. "Prime Minister, I'm sorry. Vice Minister Hua is not feeling well today. He went to the backyard to sleep an hour ago." Qin Fangqing was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked at the door behind the secretary. A little light came through the crack in the door. It was quiet inside the door. Qin Fangqing was silent for a long time. There was obviously someone in the office behind the secretary. This was the office of the Vice Minister of Zhou State. If he was not inside, who could go in? Who dared to go in? And the secretary was sitting here at this time. If Hua Xingyang was already resting, why was he sitting here? Everyone could figure out what was going on, and they would also understand Hua Xingyang's subtext. That was, he didn't want to see him. The reason for the other party's refusal was not clever, but it was very clear. Qin Fangqing spoke slowly and emphasized again, "It's a very important matter." "I'm sorry, Prime Minister. Vice Minister Hua is really not feeling well today. How about another day?" The apology on the secretary's face became more obvious. Qin Fangqing glanced at the closed door again, nodded and said, "Got it." Then he turned and left the Winter Pavilion without looking back. The secretary saw him out and watched his figure go away in the night and snow. He took out his mobile phone and made a call, seemingly to call the driver. The secretary let out a sigh of relief, turned back and gently pushed the office door open. "Vice Minister, the Prime Minister has left," the secretary said softly. Hua Xingyang stood in the office and was practicing calligraphy. When he heard the words, he paused for a moment. A drop of ink fell from the tip of the brush onto the snow-white rice paper, leaving a dark stain. "I see." The brush fell. Hua Xingyang said calmly. Qin Fangqing walked back to Qinghua Hall again. The black Hongqi car was parked in front of the door. The driver stood in front of the door, watched Qin Fangqing come over with a box and gently opened the door for him. Qin Fangqing sat in the car, patted the box and closed his eyes. "Prime Minister, where to?" the driver asked as he started the car. After a moment of silence, Qin Fangqing said lightly, "To Building 11 of Dragon Lake Park." Building 11 of Dragon Lake Park. The driver was obviously stunned for a moment. He seemed to be a little suspicious and repeated again, "Building 11? Qin Fangqing closed his eyes and said softly, "Yes." Chapter 1076. The black-red flag slowly drove out of the Hidden Dragon Sea in the night. Yuzhou City was brightly lit. The gorgeous light shone in the closed car, which was a little hazy and psychedelic. The driver, Old Gao, drove the car steadily. From time to time he quickly glanced at Qin Fangqing, who was sitting in the back row with his eyes closed. Old Gao's heart was in turmoil. He was a little uneasy, a little excited and a little hesitant. No matter what, the chauffeur of the leader could see the situation better than most people. who the leader was talking to, how the mood was after the conversation, and even what they were talking about. From these, it was easy for the chauffeur to infer some things and roughly understand the invisible but distinct barriers between the major groups. Qin Fangqing was in a very difficult situation these days. Old Gao saw all of this. It was not easy to be a leader, and all aspects would also affect the people around him. Old Gao also suffered a lot during this time. Because of this, he felt a little incredible about the destination of Qin Fangqing's trip. Building number 11 in Dragon Lake Park. In Old Gao's mind, Qin Fangqing might go anywhere now, but he would not go to building number 11 in any case, and he should not go there. Dragon Lake Park was not too far from the hidden Dragon Sea, and it was not open to the public. In the huge park, dozens of villas were sporadically dotted among the green mountains and rivers. They were the residences specially built by Zhou State for the sitting MPs, retired MPs, state advisors, and other leaders of Zhou State. Building number 11 was Villa number 11. The owner of this place was not close to Qin Fangqing at all. In the current situation, he could even be said to be an enemy. This was the residence of Wu Jingmin, a member of Zhou State and the deputy prime minister of the cabinet. It was said that he was the firmest supporter of the young emperor of Tianan. Many policies implemented in recent years were obviously taken care of Tianan. Most of the support in funds and resources was handled by him. It was said that the young emperor of Tianan had already established a new group. After the election, Wu Jingmin, who should have retired due to his age, would continue to wield even more power. He might even become a director. If that was the case, he would become the supreme leader and flag bearer of the new group. In any case, the leader sitting in the back row would not be a friend of Wu Jingmin. What is the prime minister doing here so late? Old Gao thought silently. The red flag passed through the brilliant lights and gradually approached the heavily guarded Dragon Lake Park. After passing the checkpoint and showing their identification, the car went up the winding and smooth road. In the back of the car, Qin Fangqing opened his eyes and wound down the window. The chilly night wind poured into the car, blowing up Qin Fangqing's grizzled hair. The persistent headache began to subside, and his consciousness also became clearer. Wu Jingmin. He silently thought about this person, and the memories in his mind were more than most of the others. Scenes after scenes flashed through his mind. Qin Fangqing grabbed the box beside him and took a deep breath. The headache became more and more intense. However, he had completely calmed down. The car stopped in front of Villa 11. The villa was lit up. Wu Jingmin, who was older than Qin Fangqing but looked more energetic, was already standing at the door, welcoming them with a smile. The most praiseworthy thing about Wu Jingmin was that he abided by the rules, but it was also the most troublesome thing about him. The Li family had been desolate for more than 20 years, and he had defended Xianxia alone until Li Tianlan appeared. Xianxia could be regarded as the base camp of the Li family. Such persistence had an absolute relationship with his absolutely stable style of doing things and excellent personal integrity. For so many years, Wu Jingmin was either radical or conservative, strong or conciliatory. Every time he was reasonable and well-founded. He and Li Tianlan were of different ages and styles of doing things. Li Tianlan could point to Qin Fangqing and ask him what he was, which was young and aggressive. However, no matter what kind of opponent Wu Jingmin faced, he would correct his attitude and be calm. The car stopped beside the street lamp in front of the door. Wu Jingmin, who was ready to rest, had changed his clothes. He took the initiative to take 2 steps and shook hands with Qin Fangqing, who got out of the car. There was no contempt or sarcasm in his smile, and he said in a gentle voice, "Hello, Prime Minister." Qin Fangqing shook Wu Jingmin's hand hard and did not respond to the somewhat condescending comrade Wu Jingmin. He looked at the old man in front of him, who was 6 years older than him, and his eyes were a little dazed. Perhaps there was no hope of looking forward, so at this moment his mind was flashing with all kinds of past. "Speaker Wu, you are old," Qin Fangqing said softly and then smiled. "I am also old." Wu Jingmin was stunned. Mayor Wu. This title with the power of time seemed to pull him back to decades ago. Yes, decades ago, when Wu Jingmin had just emerged, he used to be the mayor of a city in Qinzhou province. And at that time Qin Fangqing was the deputy mayor of that city. To a certain extent, many years ago the two of them had worked together. At that time, Qin Fangqing was still Wu Jingmin's direct subordinate. Just like now, the two of them were both in the cabinet, but their positions had been swapped and Qin Fangqing was walking in front. Wu Jingmin's eyes were obviously filled with memories. Decades ago, about 40 years ago, although he had already emerged at that time, he had not really received the attention of the Southeast group. At that time, Qin Fangqing did not have any obvious traces of the group. At that time it was the time when Wu Jingmin was in high spirits. Qin Fangqing was young, capable, bold, far-sighted and down-to-earth in doing things. Soon he attracted Wu Jingmin's attention and he was recommended to the provincial council, and he was appointed as the deputy mayor of that city. At that time the two of them could be said to work together extremely well. However, in private the two of them were obviously not slick people, so their personal relationship was not good. With the assistance of Qin Fangqing, Wu Jingmin's work was very smooth. He sorted out the work of the municipal government, and then began the bold construction reform. It was from that time that Wu Jingmin officially came into the sight of the Southeast group. Shortly after Li Honghe came down for an inspection, Wu Jingmin became the speaker from the mayor, and Qin Fangqing directly became the mayor from the deputy mayor of the council. The usual phenomenon that the first and second leaders had their own thoughts did not happen. The two of them still worked together and shone in their respective fields. At that time, Qinzhou province was different from what it was now. Today, Qinzhou was already the backyard of the giant group, but at that time Qinzhou was in the intertwined situation of the giant group, the Southeast group and the Prince group. In such a complicated political environment, the rapid development of the small city in Qinzhou attracted the attention of countless people. Wu Jingmin began to become important in the Southeast group. At the same time, many people began to contact Qin Fangqing. People from the Southeast group, the giant group and the Prince group all contacted him. However, there was an unspoken rule that could not be regarded as a rule. It had always existed in Zhongzhou state, from the country to the provinces and from the cities and counties. The focus of this election was Wen Xiyuan and Hua Jingyang. Hua Jingyang's biggest disadvantage was Li Huaqing. Li Huaqing was the president and came from the academics, so many people did not want to see Hua Jingyang, who also came from the academics, become the prime minister of Zhongzhou state. This was a good thing for the academy, but for others, it was a real scruple. The first and second leaders were completely in the same position and were highly consistent. Most people did not want to see such a strong force. As for each province, except for those like Northeast, Beihai, Jiangxia, Tianfu and Zhongyuan, which were the backyard of the major groups to cultivate their own talents, in most provinces, the speaker and the governor would not come from the same group. Each of the major groups had their own forces in different provinces. Some groups had a great advantage in terms of power, so that province would become their backyard in the conventional sense. However, there would always be different voices and different standpoints. Other than some core foundational provinces, there was no province that truly only had one kind of power. It was the same for the provinces and the cities and counties. In those days, the three major groups had contact with Qin Fangqing. At that time, the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai were still in the same boat. It was no exaggeration to say that the Southeast group was Qin Fangqing's best choice at that time. Further, the olive branch of the Southeast group was what Qin Fangqing desired the most. But he finally chose the Prince group. The reason? The main reason was for the hidden rule. Or, it was for more than 6 million people in the 3 districts and 11 counties of that city. If he had chosen the Southeast group, then Wu Jingmin and himself, who were also from the Southeast group, would inevitably be transferred away in the near future. Judging from the situation in Qinzhou at that time, those who could go to that city to partner with him or Wu Jingmin did not agree with their idea of developing the city. But the foundation of that city had been laid. The curve of the city finance was like a roller coaster with big profits and big profits. All kinds of investments bloomed everywhere. At the same time, the various mortgages in the city and the funds raised by the people also reached an extremely terrifying number. That period was the most critical period for that city. Wu Jingmin and Qin Fangqing cooperated best. If either of them were to leave, it would cause turmoil in the situation. If another person who did not agree with their concept of development came, it would affect the whole situation. In the end, there might be unimaginable chaos, which would then lead to an incomparably huge social problem. At that time, the future of that city would be destroyed and the future of the two would also be destroyed. So Qin Fangqing chose the Prince group, which was second only to the Southeast group at that time, and successfully stayed. Such a choice, no matter whether it was right or wrong, at least bought nearly 4 years for him and Wu Jingmin. In those 4 years, that city quickly established everything and walked on the most correct path. 4 years later, Wu Jingmin was transferred from Qinzhou to Minnan. In the following years, Qin Fangqing was transferred from Qinzhou to Tianfu. Then Wu Jingmin went from Minnan to Xianxia, and Qin Fangqing went from Tianfu to the southwest. The two dazzling stars of that era gradually drifted away and never worked together again. Wu Jingmin rose from Xianxia and became the speaker of Xianxia. The Li family collapsed and he was firmly fixed on the position of the speaker of Xianxia. For decades he did not advance or retreat and he was as stable as a rock. Qin Fangqing rushed out of Tianan, entered Yuzhou, entered the cabinet and became the prime minister. The different trajectories were getting farther and farther away, and the tacit understanding between the two seemed to be fading. However, the city that they had once developed reasonably was left behind. The city located in the hinterland of Qinchuan, 800 miles away, was thriving. The two silently watched its development get better and better. The city, known as the first capital in the world, gradually became the new provincial capital of Qinzhou and a dazzling pearl in the central area of Zhongzhou state, blooming the light that the two of them had condensed for several years. That was an extremely beautiful memory. Wu Jingmin was silent for a long time before he patted Qin Fangqing's arm hard and said with some emotion, "Yes, I'm old and my hair is white." At this moment, looking at the prime minister who was at the end of his rope, he was reminded of the young man who excitedly talked about the country with him decades ago. He was full of energy, high-spirited and ambitious as he planned the city. The past was like smoke, vivid in his mind. Once again he thought of the question that he had thought about countless times. If Qin Fangqing had chosen the southeast group with his ability, he would have been highly valued by Li Honghe. If Qin Fangqing had chosen the southeast group in that era, the Li family would have had two incomparably brilliant stars. The Li family's Gemini stars. Maybe the treason case would not have happened. Maybe, there were too many maybes, too many ifs. But they all became the reality. There were no ifs. No one would have thought that the choice back then would bring Qin Fangqing to the present situation. Similarly, no one would have thought that when Qin Fangqing, who had surpassed the old leader one step ahead, was in a hopeless situation, his old leader came back from the dead and returned to the power center and was still thriving. Life was like a drama with ups and downs. Every rise and fall was fate. Wu Jingmin smiled and reached out sideways. "Please come in." Qin Fangqing's eyes seemed to become warm quietly. He held the suitcase tightly in one hand and walked into the villa with Wu Jingmin. Wu Jingmin made a pot of Yuzhou-scented tea for him, and the fragrance was overflowing. He sat opposite Qin Fangqing, pushed the cigarette in front of him to him and said with a smile, "Catching up." Naturally, casually and straightforwardly. Everything felt like it was yesterday. The tacit understanding that they thought had faded did not fade, but the two of them deliberately hid it. Now, with the change of mentality, everything Wu Jingmin did was no different from what he did decades ago. In the living room, the figures of the two old men seemed to go back in time and return to the office decades ago, which was far less luxurious than it was now. Qin Fangqing's headache seemed to have eased a lot. He smiled, took out a cigarette, lit it and whispered, "Business." Wu Jingmin nodded and continued to wait for Qin Fangqing to speak. Qin Fangqing opened the suitcase. Inside the box were stacks upon stacks of documents. "I've sorted them out in recent years." Qin Fangqing smiled and said, "I've put forward some bills at the cabinet meeting. Well, you should know about them in the past 2 years." Qin Fangqing said with a wider smile. This might be the reason why he came here without hesitation after not seeing Hua Xingyang. Wu Jingmin had been in the cabinet for more than 2 years. Others might not have noticed it, but Qin Fangqing remembered it clearly. Because of their different positions, the contradiction between the two would become very sharp. However, Wu Jingmin had never opposed the proposals that Qin Fangqing put forward at the cabinet meeting. Instead, he would try his best to support them. The development of the two was really consistent to some extent. "I still remember." Wu Jingmin nodded and said, "In fact, even if the bill was rejected, I don't think you're wrong. It's just that the time is not right. It takes time." "Yes." Qin Fangqing said softly, "Sometimes I'm a little impatient. 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute." Wu Jingmin said with a smile. Qin Fangqing raised the corner of his mouth in self-mockery and said with some regret, "Unfortunately, I don't have time. So I brought all these here today and I can only ask you to help me." Wu Jingmin did not speak. He knew that Qin Fangqing did not mean to ask him to plead for Li Tianlan. And it was impossible for Wu Jingmin to plead for Qin Fangqing. In fact, if he spoke, Li Tianlan might be unhappy, but he would give Wu Jingmin face after all. But the biggest degree of this face was to spare Qin Fangqing's life. This life meant nothing to Qin Fangqing now. These are some proposals about new energy. This is about the reform of the cabinet system. The reform of education and health care. This is a detailed plan for the real estate industry. These are some measures to reduce the burden on farmers. Qin Fangqing took out one document after another and placed them in front of Wu Jingmin like a hill. Many of the documents were never taken out by Qin Fangqing at the cabinet meeting, but they were extremely precious. They were the condensation of all his wisdom and efforts. Qin Fangqing introduced them tirelessly. Time gradually passed in his voice. The night was getting darker. Wu Jingmin was in high spirits. Qin Fangqing's voice was calm and peaceful with trust. He knew Wu Jingmin. Maybe it was Wu Jingmin decades ago. But he believed that there were always some characteristics that time could not wash away. He could work hard for the Li family for decades. Then he could also do his best for Xianxia state. It was not until nearly 4 o'clock in the night that Qin Fangqing finished saying everything he wanted to say. He put all the materials back into the box, took away 2 proposals that were really not very mature, and then handed the whole box to Wu Jingmin. Wu Jingmin took it with both hands with a solemn face. The 2 of them shook hands tightly. Want to have some supper? Wu Jingmin smiled and looked at his watch again. It should be breakfast now. Forget it. Qin Fangqing shook his head. I'll go back now. I'll go around the Hidden Dragon Sea and eat something by the way. I like the tofu pudding in the Hidden Dragon Sea. It's better than here. Wu Jingmin laughed and looked at Qin Fangqing. He saw relaxation and endless calmness in his eyes. Until now, I can say that I have really done everything I can for Xianxia state. Qin Fangqing laughed. Whether it's merits or demerits, let the later generations judge. He let go of Wu Jingmin's palm. Go. You don't have to see me off. Wu Jingmin insisted on seeing him out of the villa. Qin Fangqing walked to his car in the night without looking back. He casually waved his hand behind him and then walked forward calmly. He walked to his own doomsday. Chapter 1077. It was early morning in the Hidden Dragon Sea and everything was quiet. When the car passed the first checkpoint in the Hidden Dragon Sea, snowflakes fell over Yuzhou again. The snowflakes were like stars getting bigger and bigger. When the car officially entered the gate of the Hidden Dragon Sea, there was a faint layer of white on the main road that had been cleaned. His head began to hurt again. Qin Fangqing rubbed his forehead hard and his body trembled a little. He had had a headache for several years. The most advice his private doctor gave him was that he should rest more, pay attention to his diet and lifestyle and smoke less. However, in his position he couldn't do these seemingly reasonable and common suggestions at all. As the business became more and more heavy recently, he began to take painkillers. However, the pain kept getting worse and it seemed that even painkillers had lost their effect. Stop the car. Qin Fangqing ordered in a low voice. The black red flag stopped on the main road of the Hidden Dragon Sea, which was covered with snow. Qin Fangqing opened the door. The cold wind blew in and his headache was slightly relieved. He felt much better. Xiao Gao, thank you for your hard work tonight. Qin Fangqing glanced at the driver. Go back. I'll take a walk outside and wake up. His voice was a little weak. The driver, Old Gao, glanced at him worriedly. Qin Fangqing got out of the car and waved at Old Gao again. He was very persistent. Old Gao nodded and didn't say anything. The red flag slowly moved away from Qin Fangqing. The boundless cold and the messy snow completely surrounded Qin Fangqing. In the winter morning of Yuzhou, it was very late. As the car left, there were only cold street lights and flying snow in front of Qin Fangqing. He stood in the faint light for a long time before he walked slowly on the snow, looking a little bleak and lonely. Qin Fangqing wandered aimlessly. Qin Fangqing chatted with Wu Jingmin for nearly a night and talked about a lot of things. He talked about the macroscopic general direction, the subtle regulation and various fields of Xianxia state. Qin Fangqing told him everything he knew. The fields he thought about were the fields that Xianxia state needed to change at present. In other words, after he handed those things over to Wu Jingmin, some of them would soon come in handy. There were a few new policies that needed to be implemented urgently. However, the situation before the election was chaotic, and Qin Fangqing was in an extremely passive situation, so he had no choice but to suppress it. Now that those things were handed over to Wu Jingmin, He believed that Wu Jingmin would be able to use them very soon. His position was basically set in stone and there was not much competitive pressure. Naturally, no one would deliberately become enemies with him. There was no need to wait for the election. At the next cabinet meeting he would have a high chance of passing if he proposed it. By the time those policies were truly effective, Qin Fangqing would have long been deliberately forgotten. Those things would naturally become Wu Jingmin's resources and achievements, and then reputation. He originally planned to give this reputation to Hua Xingyang to help him, but now, Qin Fangqing shook his head. His heart seemed to have truly relaxed. The cold wind whistled around him, and the speed at which his headache subsided was increasing. All the burdens had been completely removed overnight. He began to face his own fate with an incomparably calm attitude, facing his own life and death. Really, there was nothing else that he needed to do. He told himself this with certainty. In the last years of his political life, this chapter is not over, please turn the page. He mobilized countless resources and paid most of the chips to do one more thing for Zhou State, but he reaped an extremely tragic failure. He was unwilling, confused, disappointed, angry and even afraid. But everything was a foregone conclusion. He handed over the future plan of Zhou State, which was his last political wealth. The coordination between the academics and the prince group in the future would mainly be done by Guo Wentian. The only thing he needed to do was to find a suitable opportunity to express his attitude in the next few days. It was an attitude that was better than silence, but it wasn't that much better. It was dispensable. Next, it was time for him to retire early. Retirement, then waiting for the butcher's knife of Emperor Dong's palace and then death. Qin Fangqing walked silently in the hidden Dragon Sea at night, bathed in the wind and snow. This place was called Hidden Dragon Sea. However, the so-called Hidden Dragon Sea and Dragon Sea were just a lake. The lake water had been frozen in the winter of Yuzhou province and was covered with snow, which looked as soft as a piece of snow-white silk. Most of the trees around the lake had withered, and the dry branches were swaying in the wind and snow. The still lush pines and cypresses were covered with snow, which looked a little unreal. Qin Fangqing walked almost all over the Hidden Dragon Sea along the shore of the lake. The conference room, the big conference room, the golden autumn garden, the cold winter pavilion, the purple light platform. For 10 years, to be exact 15 years, every inch of land here had his memories. Qin Fangqing walked very slowly, as if he was carefully measuring the power center of Zhou State. His footsteps crunched in the thicker and thicker snow. His eyes were calm, with a touch of faint but extremely dignified affection. The footprints on the shore of the lake were connected. The sky of Yuzhou was still dark. The cold lights were shining and the world was silent. Qin Fangqing's figure walked into the small restaurant that was open 24 hours a day in the Hidden Dragon Sea. His face was a little pale because of walking outside for a long time. Sitting in the chair, he trembled slightly. It took him 3 or 4 minutes to dispel the chill on his body. "Good morning, Prime Minister." The young staff trotted over with real respect and said with a smile, "What would you like to eat?" "Still the same?" Qin Fangqing replied with a and said with a smile, "One more." "The Prime Minister is hungry. Please wait a moment." The staff nodded with a smile and walked into the backstage. In the face of the Prime Minister of Zhou State, he was obviously not very formal. In fact, outside of work his character had always been extremely gentle. Among all the directors of Zhou State, those who came to the restaurant in the middle of the night or came to the restaurant to order food were basically Qin Fangqing or the people in Qin Fangqing's office. Gradually, the night staff in the restaurant might be a small group of people who were most familiar with him except for the secretary. The tofu pudding and youtiao were soon served. Facing the breakfast that he had not been tired of for many years, Qin Fangqing didn't know why he suddenly felt that this meal was particularly delicious. His headache seemed to be completely relieved when he ate. It might also be the painkillers played a role. Qin Fangqing had a good appetite. After drinking 2 bowls of tofu pudding and eating 3 youtiao, he stood up contentedly and wrapped the remaining youtiao in a paper bag. He planned to eat it casually after getting up at noon. After saying goodbye to the staff, Qin Fangqing slowly walked out of the restaurant with the youtiao in the paper bag. The increasing snowstorm quickly drowned Qin Fangqing's figure. In the incomparably wide field of view of the Hidden Dragon Sea, the lights were cold, the wind and snow were all over the sky. "This chapter is not over, please turn the page." Stumbling. After seeing them off, Li Huaqing, who had not slept all night, stood in front of his window and quietly looked at the extremely blurred figure in the wind and snow. There was no light in the warm room. His body was motionless like a statue standing in front of the window. The room was quiet. Until Li Huaqing took the initiative to break the silence. The last time I saw a similar figure was more than 20 years ago, also in this place, also in a snowstorm, also in the early morning. Li Huaqing suddenly said. More than 20 years ago? Beside Li Huaqing stood a man who looked less than 40 years old, between a young man and a middle-aged man. His appearance was blurred in the darkness, but his posture was extremely straight. He was also looking at the figure, then quickly glanced at Li Huaqing and said with a smile, "Dad, more than 20 years ago you were still in Liaodong, weren't you?" Li Huaqing also smiled and looked at his son. His son was called Li Xiuqi. He did not engage in politics, but was a major general in the Zhongzhou Navy. It was rare for him to have a holiday. Soon after Li Tianlong left, he returned to the Hidden Dragon Sea. The father and son talked all night and happened to see Chen Fangqing at this time. "Maybe it's a coincidence," Li Huaqing whispered. "More than 20 years ago I was the deputy governor of Liaodong. At that time I had a meeting in Yuzhou. Prime Minister Chen was very interested in some of my views and asked me to stay in the Hidden Dragon Sea to talk all night. About this time I saw the picture of Senior Li leaving the Hidden Dragon Sea in Qinghua Hall. I still remember that at that time Chen bowed deeply to Senior Li's back and then he told me that an era was over." Li Xiuqi was in a daze. He knew who the Xiang his father was talking about was. Although the old man was from the Southeast group, to a certain extent, Li Huaqing was indebted to him. Before Xiang died, Li Huaqing would basically visit him on New Year's Eve, even after he became the president. And Senior Li. He was probably Li Honghe, the war god of Zhongzhou state more than 20 years ago. In the past 15 years, from the vice president to the president, I've seen a lot of people leave and seen a lot of people's backs. Some were lonely, some were reluctant, some were regretful, some were guilty, some were relaxed. Li Huaqing shook his head. But the thing that left the deepest impression on me was still old Li's back that year. The unprecedented failure that caught him off guard, the end of the road, the end of the road. He had some regrets, but he still had the freedom to let go of everything. There was an obvious light of memory in his eyes. That back, I want to call it wisdom. Li Huaqing laughed at himself and said, "I thought I couldn't see it, but today." Chen Fangqing's back became more and more blurred in the wind and snow. "I saw it again," Li Huaqing murmured to himself. Li Xiuqi hesitated and whispered, "I heard that the Prime Minister had the opportunity to join the Southeast group. And even Senior Li met the Prime Minister in person. If, how can there be so many if?" Li Huaqing shook his head slightly. "He and Wu Jingmin didn't let Qinzhou down." Sounded like half a sentence. But it was the most complete sentence. Because there was no need to say the second half of the sentence. Chen Fangqing's back completely disappeared from sight. Li Huaqing looked at his watch, walked behind his desk, picked up the phone and dialed Hua Xingyang's number. While waiting for the phone to be connected, he looked at the wind and snow sweeping the world outside the window again and whispered, "It's all over." End of this chapter. Chapter 1078. By the time Hua Xingyang arrived at the Golden Autumn Pavilion, there was already a faint light in the sky. He carried 2 portions of breakfast, shook off the snow on his body and laughed heartily. "President, these are freshly cooked buns. Do you want to try them?" Li Huaqing smiled and nodded. He put down the internal reference document in his hand and went to the dining room. Hua Xingyang hurriedly poured some vinegar and began to make soup. His movements were natural. Li Huaqing smiled as he watched Hua Xingyang busy himself. "Are you in a good mood?" "I like snow." Hua Xingyang laughed and said, "Every time it snows, it reminds me of my hometown. I haven't been back for many years. Some time ago someone from my hometown came to visit me and gave me 2 ginseng. I made 2 bottles of wine. I'll bring you a bottle later." Li Huaqing nodded and took a bite of the bun. It was different from Chen Fangqing and Guo Wentian of the Prince Group. He was also different from Wan Qingyun and Ji Wenzhang of the Southeast Group. The relationship between Li Huaqing and Hua Xingyang was even different from that between Dongqing Wudi and Zhou Mulin in the Giant Group. In front of Li Huaqing, Zhuang Huayang's carefree attitude always carried a clear hint of respect and deference, which included deep gratitude, admiration, awe, and intimacy. The leaders of the other corporations might have different positions, but they treated each other equally. Only Hua Xingyang was like a subordinate in front of Li Huaqing. In fact, the two of them had a clear relationship of superior and subordinate in their political careers. When Li Huaqing was the governor of Liaodong, Hua Xingyang was the deputy governor. When Li Huaqing was the speaker of Liaodong, Hua Xingyang was the deputy speaker. After entering Yuzhou, Li Huaqing was the vice president, and Hua Xingyang was transferred to the Ministry of Personnel as the second leader. 5 years later, Li Huaqing successfully ascended to the top, and Hua Xingyang entered the parliament and became the minister of the Ministry of Personnel of Zhongzhou State. When Li Huaqing was re-elected for the second time, Hua Xingyang entered the cabinet and became the second prime minister until now. The academics was the youngest group in Zhongzhou State except for the Special Warfare Group. Unlike the Special Warfare Group, which had an inherently flawed structure, their structure was extremely rigorous and complete. They grew from a large regional group to a ruling group that influenced the entire Zhongzhou State. Any word could be used without reservation to describe Li Huaqing, and it was no exaggeration at all. His contributions were undeniable, and he was a man of great talent and bold vision. Li Huaqing completely deserved such an evaluation. The development trajectory of the academic faction was almost the same as Li Huaqing's rise. The entire academic faction was almost carried on his shoulders by his own strength and continued to grow. His ideals influenced everyone in the academics, which made the entire academics the most energetic group among the 6 major groups. It was full of vitality. However, the short rise time also meant that the academics had shortcomings in all aspects. For example, it did not have a close enough relationship with many retired but influential old people, which was a huge disadvantage that the academics had not been able to reverse so far. Another example was that there was not enough talent reserve in too short a time, let alone a perfect promotion framework, which the academics had not completely perfected so far. When the academics transferred by Xianxia, who was born in the giant group, to its backyard, Liaodong, to serve as the speaker, it was a second move that Li Huaqing planned to perfect the promotion framework of the academics. Bai Qingqian had outstanding ability and connections, and there was no need to doubt the strength of the giant group. The two groups could cooperate at the beginning, and the academics just wanted to use Bai Qingqian to get the support of the giant group. In their original plan in this election, they wanted to push Bai Qingqian to the position of a member of parliament of Zhongzhou State and promote in Liaodong province. In the next few years they would work hard to stabilize this concept so that Liaodong could get a political status similar to Wuyue, Nanyue, Beijiang, or Huading, the north, the southwest, and Yuzhou. Simply put, it was to make it a practice for the speaker of Liaodong to enter the parliament, so as to completely perfect their promotion framework. This was the goal that any group had to work hard to perfect. The so-called promotion framework, to put it bluntly, was a stable internal promotion path from an ordinary staff member to a member of parliament of Zhongzhou State. This also guaranteed that in every election at least one member of the group would be in their own hands. His position was completely in the hands of the group, it was decided internally and other groups could not take action. Only by establishing this position could the people in this position be guaranteed to be promoted when the group encountered a major crisis, and then ensure that the voice of the group in the top class of Zhongzhou State could be heard by others. Among the 6, only the academics did not have such a position at present. The Prince Group's southwest city was held by a member of parliament, and other groups could not intervene. In addition to the southwest, the Prince Group also owned Beijiang. The southeast group was even more excessive before. It held Beihai, Huating, and Wuyue, and the leaders of these 3 places were bound to be members of parliament. Wuyue had fallen more than a decade ago, and Wuyue was now controlled by Wang Qinglei. Even so, Beihai still had Beihai province as the top of its promotion framework. The declining North Group also had Northern City in its hands. The giant group had Yuzhou and several fixed positions in the army headquarters. Even the new group had already locked in Nanyue. Only the academics' efforts in this regard in recent years had hit a wall everywhere. All the major groups were quietly squeezing the development space of the academics. Li Huaqing's initial goal was Jiangshan and Beijiang province, which seemed to be in harmony with the Prince Group but was actually alienated. However, Jiangshan's mind was deep and unpredictable, and he had never expressed his position directly. After a few years, the academics set their eyes on Tibet. However, the situation in Tibet was complicated, and it was also difficult to be the backyard of the academics for a long time. After 10 years of games, The academics could only choose the place where it started, Liaodong. 5 years ago Xianxia was transferred to Liaodong, and then the council made a lot of big moves that were beneficial to Liaodong. A large amount of funds poured into the northeast, and Liaodong changed with each passing day. If it were not for the sudden rise of the new group, Xianxia was likely to be elected as a member of parliament of Zhou state in this election, and the promotion framework of the academics would have taken shape. And it would take the following time to stabilize. However, Li Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace broke the plan of the academics, and Li Huaqing's plan was undoubtedly ruined again. Fortunately, he would continue to be re-elected after this election, and there were still 5 years to operate. Otherwise, once he retired, although Hua Xingyang was still in power, it was really difficult for him to come up with a good solution in 5 years. At that time, the future of the academics was really a little worrying. All kinds of disadvantages always gave the emerging group the impression that although the academics was very powerful, it always lacked something. Until now, their structure was not perfect, and it could be imagined how difficult it was for Li Huaqing to rise in the beginning. Under such circumstances, it could be said that Hua Xingyang was forced by Li Huaqing to make an exception and promote him. For Hua Xingyang himself, Li Huaqing had an incomparable position in his heart. He was like a brother, a mentor, a guide, and even a father-like role. Although the age difference between the two was less than 10 years. From the original Liaodong to the current Hidden Dragon Sea, no matter where Hua Xingyang was, he always regarded Li Huaqing as the most respected leader. He regarded Li Huaqing as the most respectable leader, and he was always respectful. Last night the Prime Minister talked to me about his idea. Li Huaqing ate a bun and said slowly, "For him the situation is now out of control, and he is ready to accept the current situation." Hua Xingyang looked at Li Huaqing in surprise. Accept the current situation? He was not familiar with Li Tianlan, but now the whole world knew Li Tianlan's character. How sensitive the election of Zhou state was and how crucial the emergence of the new group was, had now become the focus of attention of all countries in the world. Under such circumstances, Qin Fangqing was ready to accept the situation, which meant that he accepted death, and it was not only his death. Li Huaqing saw Hua Xingyang's surprised look, and he was also a little surprised. "You don't know?" Hua Xingyang shook his head in confusion and said with a smile, "Although the Prime Minister doesn't have many chances now, there is always room for struggle. At the very least he should be able to negotiate terms. Judging from his past behavior, he shouldn't give up so easily." "Simple giving up," Li Huaqing murmured to himself and then shook his head. It's not simple at all." He held the bun and it was a little tasteless. From a personal point of view, Qin Fangqing did have the possibility to struggle, but from the overall situation, accepting this outcome was the most stable way. Qin Fangqing's giving up was not simple, not at all. He thought silently and suddenly asked, "Didn't he tell you his plan last night? He and Guo Wentian have reached a consensus, and the Prince Group has decided to fully support you in controlling the cabinet. What did you talk about last night?" Hua Xingyang's hand holding the soybean milk suddenly froze in place. His expression completely froze in an instant. His thoughts seemed to go back to a few hours ago. At that time he was practicing handwriting in his office. And Qin Fangqing was standing outside wanting to meet him. How did he get the secretary to respond? There was a clear trace of embarrassment on Hua Xingyang's face. He finally realized that something was wrong. "What's wrong?" Li Huaqing looked at him and asked. He received the news last night that Qin Fangqing went to see Hua Xingyang, but at that time, Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai were still there. Li Huaqing had no time to care about the conversation over there and subconsciously ignored the question. "Didn't he go to see you last night? What did you talk about?" Li Huaqing asked again. Hua Xingyang opened his mouth and finally couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I didn't see him last night." Silence. Li Huaqing was completely silent. He looked at Hua Xingyang and didn't speak for a long time. He knew what kind of person Hua Xingyang was, so he didn't need to ask the reason to know why Hua Xingyang didn't want to see him. Qin Fangqing didn't appear in the Hidden Dragon Sea until morning, which meant that after not seeing Hua Xingyang, Qin Fangqing went to see someone else. Who else could he find? The cabinet was now the top structure with 1 prime minister, 1 deputy prime minister and 3 deputy prime ministers. After this election, Qin Fangqing would not stay, and 2 of the 3 deputy prime ministers would also retire. Hua Xingyang didn't see Qin Fangqing, So there was only one person Chen Fangqing had to see. Deputy Prime Minister Wu Jingmin. Li Huaqing put down the steamed bun in his hand and said softly, "Did he go to Jingmin's place last night?" Hua Xingyang also thought of this problem. His face changed and he looked a little embarrassed. "Xingyang, don't be silly." Li Huaqing shook his head in disappointment. "No matter what, there will always be a boundary between you and him, but why?" He shook his head halfway and said, "What are you worried about?" Hua Xingyang became more and more embarrassed and he didn't say anything. After a long silence, his face suddenly changed slightly and he said softly, "President, he went to see Deputy Prime Minister Wu Jingmin." "Is it you?" Li Huaqing shook his head slightly. "Don't worry about this. He's a little old. In this election he already has the support of the new group, so he won't be a threat to you. The Prime Minister won't choose to support him and he doesn't have that position. However, I believe that since they have met, there must be some meaning to this meeting. I'm not worried about Deputy Prime Minister Wu," Hua Xingyang said with a wry smile. Li Huaqing still looked calm and he said quietly, "If he chooses to support Wen Xiyuan, then he should go to Wang Qingyun, Ji Wenzhang or Yi Dongxing. He shouldn't go to Wu Jingmin." Hua Xingyang thought about it and his face softened a little. He took a sip of soy milk, hesitated and said softly, "Should I go to visit him now?" Li Huaqing glanced at him and nodded. "You have to go, but now," he shook his head. "He should be resting now. You can go and have a look in the afternoon. You don't have to explain anything, just go there." Hua Xingyang was a little relieved and he nodded with a smile. In the blue flower hall that the two of them couldn't see, Chen Fangqing didn't rest, but he didn't work either. He didn't return to his office. Instead he went to the backyard of the blue flower hall and sat down on his bed. He just sat there silent and through the opened curtains he stared blankly at the hazy light outside the window. He began to recall his life, which had lasted for 71 years. He was born in a family that wasn't very prominent. He was from the north but he grew up in the south. When he was born, his father was the deputy director of a small county in the south. It wasn't a big position but he still had some power in his hands. Therefore Chen Fangqing's childhood was very stable. He didn't wander from place to place, had no hardships and had never been bullied. When he was a teenager, his father, who was very ambitious but also tried his best to protect the family, became the director of that small county. His rank was from the deputy section to the deputy director. Chen Fangqing walked out of the county and was admitted to the best middle school in their city with his own grades. At that time and age, a father of a deputy county was obviously not a status worth showing off in the eyes of an inexperienced teenager. Chen Fangqing didn't show off, nor did he seem to be rebellious. Until now he still felt that he was most fortunate to have met the best and most understanding teachers in middle school, so that he always had excellent grades in the 3 years of middle school. When he was in high school, Chen Fangqing's father was transferred from the county to the city as the deputy mayor and barely became a director of the city. It seemed like a promotion, but in fact, it was the result of a compromise after losing the competition. Chen Fangqing was admitted to the best high school in their province and left the city. His parents took out all their savings and bought a house in that city, which was ridiculously expensive because of education. His mother also moved there just to take care of him in school. He learned to grow. His father's career didn't make any progress in high school. When he graduated from high school, he was admitted to one of the best universities in Zhengzhou at that time with excellent grades. At that time, his father was in a semi-retired state because of a serious liver disease. In his memory, his father's face was weathered and his sideburns were white. He spent most of his life in an official career. Chen Fangqing seemed to have never seen him in high spirits. All he saw was his father's increasingly haggard body and his stooped body. Chen Fangqing was 19 years old that year. On the day he got the university admission notice, Chen Fangqing swore in his heart that after graduation he would buy a house for his parents in Beihai and let them live in the best environment. He applied to Beihai University in Zhengzhou. Yes, Beihai University. The Wang family of Beihai. Beihai of Beihai Province. Perhaps because of his father's influence, Chen Fangqing had decided on his future path since he was in high school. He wanted to follow his father's path and reach a high position. He wanted to use his own thoughts to change many people and many things. So he chose Beihai University. This was one of the best universities in Zhengzhou State. It might not be as popular as Huaqing University and Yuzhou University, but in the international ranking, Yuzhou University was slightly higher than Beihai University. But in the field of politics, even in the whole Zhongzhou state, no university could beat Beihai University. The philosophy of Beihai University focused on ideas, humanities and politics. In the more than 500 years since the founding of Zhongzhou state, Beihai University had produced 3 presidents of Zhongzhou state, 11 prime ministers of Zhongzhou state, more than 20 vice ministers of Zhongzhou state, and hundreds of Zhongzhou state parliamentarians. This was a prominent university, a university that influenced the political trend of the whole Zhongzhou state. It was known as the Oxford of the East. The current directors of Zhongzhou state, Dongqing Wudi, Hua Xingyang, Wan Qingyun, and Bai Qingqian, who was about to become a parliamentarian, all graduated from Beihai University. Many years ago, it was Qin Fangqing's dream school. He entered Beihai as he wished and successfully completed the examination for civil servants of Beihai. The civil servants of Beihai had the best welfare in the world. Every civil servant would be assigned a house of at least 80 square meters in Beihai. But Qin Fangqing finally chose to return to his hometown. His parents refused Qin Fangqing's request to settle down in Beihai. In his father's words, Beihai was good but home was better. That was the first time he passed by Beihai. He entered the municipal government under his father's recommendation, served as a secretary in the county, went to the provincial government, and then was transferred to Qinzhou, where he met Wu Jingmin. Qin Fangqing was 30 years old that year. At the age of 32, his father died of illness. 3 years later, he was met by Li Honghe in person and sent an invitation. He received invitations from the Giant Group, the Prince Group, and the Southeast Group. In the face of the city he was in charge of, he made a choice that he didn't know if he should regret or not. That was the second time he passed by Beihai. Then it was a meteoric rise, a meteoric rise. Councillor of Qinzhou Province. Councillor of Talent Province. Deputy Speaker. Governor of Tianfu Province. Mayor of Sinan City. Councillor of Zhongzhou State. Speaker of Sinan City. Deputy Prime Minister of Zhongzhou State. Prime Minister of Zhongzhou State. He sang all the way. But he still didn't feel that kind of high-spirited feeling. Others had seen him working himself to the bone along the way, but he only felt that he was being cautious. He used his power and resources carefully to plan his hometown, the city he was in charge of, the province he controlled, and the country he represented. He was cautious, like walking on thin ice. 71 years of life had come to this day. Scenes flashed in front of him very clearly. Qin Fangqing sat on the bed in a daze, looking out of the window at the sky without the morning sun. The snowflakes all over the sky were dancing in the sky with cold, messy and beautiful. It was quiet. Just like every day in the past many years. He asked about his yesterday. Then he asked about his life. The first question. He felt that he had a clear conscience. He couldn't answer the second question. His heart might be extremely calm, but as he said to Wu Jingmin, whether it was merits or demerits, only future generations could judge. Qin Fangqing stood up slowly. He drew the curtains to cover the flying snow outside the window. He took a shower casually, changed out of his pajamas, slowly lay on the bed and closed his eyes. The headache had been relieved and he didn't need to toss and turn. Soon Qin Fangqing fell asleep. The world in the dream was a sunset. Qin Fangqing, who seemed to be many years younger, felt that he was standing by the lake of the hidden Dragon Sea and looking at the west. The splendid glow filled the world. The setting sun, which was slowly sinking in the sea of clouds, seemed to be melting bit by bit. The blood of the sun permeated the sea of clouds and the sky, turning it into an incomparably magnificent blood red. The blood red quietly occupied all the fields of vision. Finally, it turned into a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes occupied the sky in the dream and covered the sea of clouds. A pair of eyes that were cold and quiet but extremely majestic. Those eyes were bright and calm. She looked down at the earth and the hidden Dragon Sea, reflecting the magnificent scene of the whole world, beautiful like a dream. Looking at those eyes, Qin Fangqing was suddenly filled with fear. His consciousness was torn apart by fear, and his complete consciousness was torn to pieces in an instant. Messy thoughts danced randomly in the dream where darkness and light intertwined. Some of them were warm, some were even scorching. The hot feeling boiled at the highest point of his consciousness. Like a speech without much warmth, it slowly slid down to the unknown. The dream was completely broken. Darkness occupied everything. In the front direction, there was a cliff of tens of thousands of feet and an endless abyss. Qin Fangqing suddenly opened his eyes. Everything familiar in the bedroom did not appear in his sight. There was darkness and nothingness in his sight. The seemingly endless darkness and nothingness filled the bedroom and filled the world. It was quiet and silent. Qin Fangqing opened his eyes quietly. The darkness and nothingness were getting closer and closer to him, like a piece of gauze, covering his body. It was also like the endless floating dust had found a home, accumulating more and more on his body. The darkness fell completely. Qin Fangqing, who was motionless, looked ahead quietly. The darkness that fell completely surged and finally drowned his body in the seemingly endless darkness and nothingness. Until eternity. Chapter 1079. Li Tianlan was still busy when the phone rang in a hurry. In the early morning of Yuzhou, the wind and snow danced wildly. It was as warm as spring in the luxurious suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Spring was in full bloom in every corner. Li Tianlan had been busy and his day was rich. For some reason, Li Tianlan did not choose to live in the Bai family after coming to Yuzhou. He just called Dongqing Wudi by Zhanfang and Wu Jingmin respectively, and then booked a room in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the night when he returned to the hotel from the Hidden Dragon Sea. He simply had a midnight snack with Qin Weibai and took a shower. It was nearly 4 o'clock. The battle or one-sided conquest began in the bathroom. The water in the bathroom splashed out of the fish tank, and 2 delicate fingerprints were left on the bathroom mirror full of steam. The torn bathrobe was thrown out of the bathroom and the water drops on the sofa rolled slightly. Li Tianlan gently put on high heels for Qin Weibai. The crystal lamp in the living room was soft and hazy. A faint fragrance floated. In Li Tianlan's sight was the delicate, cold and perfect face without any flaws. However, this face that he could not get enough of was obviously flushed at this time. Her eyes were blurred and her red lips were slightly open. With some rapid breathing, there was a kind of almost fatal charm and temptation in the ethereal coldness. It was a kind of enchanting and soul-stirring after the extreme bloom. Her character made her try to maintain a reserved image after she calmed down a little. But when she saw Li Tianlan put on high heels for her with a serious face, her face became redder. Her legs were a little weak and she was pulled into the bedroom by Li Tianlan. Her soft legs and slender high heels stepped on the floor like clouds and cotton. The bedroom echoed with a soft song that was enough to make anyone crazy. It was soft, sweet and greasy. The voice was like melted cold water with a little reserve and delicate, melodious. Li Tianlan felt like a tiger chasing a butterfly, and every time he had a desire to eat the goddess under him. It was no exaggeration to say that Qin Weibai's existence completely satisfied all the best and most exaggerated fantasies of Li Tianlan about the opposite sex. He was so deeply involved that he could not even extricate himself. The big soft bed seemed to be covered with snow. The snow melted on the sheets. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Li Tianlan pulled Qin Weibai out of bed. In the space on the top floor of the tallest building nearby, a streak of sword energy blocked all possible sights from the outside world. Qin Weibai held onto the window, her cheeks burning. Outside the window was the increasingly messy flying snow. It was pure white like the best human world. From 4 o'clock until 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Tianlan's military exploits were outstanding. When the phone rang, Li Tianlan was in the most critical state and didn't even pay attention to it. When the slightly hoarse but sexier singing stopped, the two casually took a shower and put away the bedsheets. Then the phone rang again. Li Tianlan, who had made great contributions, felt refreshed. However, he was too lazy to move at the moment. Qin Weibai was held in his arms in an extremely domineering manner, and his palm carelessly played with her hair. Qin Weibai, with her big misty eyes, gently rubbed against Li Tianlan's chest and murmured something that Li Tianlan could not understand. In the spacious bedroom, the smell of ambiguity mixed with the more intense fragrance of Qin Weibai, forming a smell that gradually made one's heart beat faster. Li Tianlan was tempted again. Qin Weibai shrank in Li Tianlan's arms, covered with the quilt, and pressed one leg on him. Li Tianlan looked down at her and chuckled. "What are you doing?" Qin Weibai looked at him with her watery and bright eyes, and then gave him a hard look. "It's still early," Li Tianlan said. "Gluttony," Qin Weibai said bitterly. "You're so annoying. You only know how to bully me." Qin Weibai's palm slid down. Just as she was about to say something, the phone rang again. Li Tianlan felt a little helpless. He reached out and took the phone, only to find that it was a call from Dongqing Wudi. And the previous 2 calls were from Dongqing Wudi. Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed slightly and he answered the phone. Tianlan, you just got up? On the other end of the phone, Dongqing Wudi asked with a smile. His voice sounded relaxed, but in fact there was a well-hidden heaviness in it. Li Tianlan was a little embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to say that he had not slept all night, and it was even more inappropriate to brag that he had made great achievements last night. He subconsciously looked down at Qin Weibai. The goddess, whose face was still ruddy, glared at him weakly and gently bit his chest. Well, I just got up. Li Tianlan responded. His palm grabbed at random on the bed and grabbed a pair of soft and delicate silk underwear. Qin Weibai, with rosy cheeks, reached out to grab it. Li Tianlan's palm shook and moved further and further away from her. Qin Weibai gradually left the quilt, and the spring scenery bloomed again. Dongqing Wudi was silent on the phone for a while. When Li Tianlan realized something, he found that Dongqing Wudi had been silent for nearly 2 minutes. Minister. Li Tianlan called out with some confusion. The thing in his hand was snatched away. Li Tianlan didn't mind. His arm grasped a mountain and in a trance he felt like he could cover the sky with one hand. Then a bomb seemed to explode directly next to his ear. Dongqing Wudi's voice sounded. Qin Fangqing is dead. The smile on Li Tianlan's face suddenly froze. He didn't seem to hear Dongqing Wudi's words clearly. He asked again, what did you say? Qin Fangqing is dead. Dongqing Wudi repeated it again. Li Tianlan was completely silent. This news had a huge impact, drowning out all other thoughts of Li Tianlan and fiercely attacking his will. Qin Fangqing, whom he had just met last night. Qin Fangqing, whom he was bound to kill. Qin Fangqing, who seemed to have reached some consensus with the academics. Dead. Li Tianlan wanted to say that it was impossible. But he also knew that Dongqing Wudi had no need to deceive him. But how could it be? Li Tianlan was silent for a full 5 minutes. Dongqing Wudi held the phone and waited for him for a full 5 minutes. Obviously, not only Li Tianlan and Dongqing Wudi, but also everyone needed to digest the sudden news for a while. Li Tianlan frowned tightly and said in a low voice, when? About 3 hours ago. The body was found 90 minutes ago. An hour ago, all the counselors were notified. We had an emergency discussion and decided to spread the news to the counselors. I called you before but no one answered. I just finished the meeting. Dongqing Wudi's voice was low. The previous call was also about an hour ago. That was to say, the council wanted to inform him as soon as they found out that Qin Fangqing was dead, but he didn't answer at that time. Li Tianlan frowned tightly and unconsciously stroked Qin Weibai's snow-white shoulder. He said in a low voice, what's the cause of death? Cerebral hemorrhage. Dongqing Wudi said, the forensic doctor has made a simple identification. The brainstem hemorrhage was very large and the death was sudden. For the time being, we can't be sure of any external factors. According to the forensic doctor's estimation, even if he were to be resuscitated, there was basically no hope. He wanted to say something but stopped for a moment. He suddenly asked, did you and Boss Qin go to the Hidden Dragon Sea last night? Li Tianlan reacted immediately. His face was a little gloomy, but it had nothing to do with Dongqing Wudi. He was thinking about the situation after that. Department head Ai Xiaobai and I are not stupid. Yesterday was his first day in Yuzhou, and both he and Qin Weibai had seen Qin Fangqing. Less than a few hours after they met, Qin Fangqing died mysteriously. Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai both had alibis. But for someone like Li Tianlan who stood at the peak of martial arts apart from himself, there was probably no one else in the world who could understand him in detail. He struck without batting an eyelid, causing a person to die a few hours later. Moreover, it was diagnosed as a cerebral hemorrhage. It seemed a little unbelievable. Normal martial arts couldn't do it. Even an expert at the peak of the invincible realm couldn't do it. But no one knew if Li Tianlan could do it. Wang Tianzong was missing. In the current dark world, Li Tianlan's height was almost unique and could even be said to be supreme. Moreover, Qin Weibai. Perhaps other high-level officials in Zhongzhou state didn't know. But Li Tianlan and Dongqing Wudi knew very well that in the spiritual field Qin Weibai was the real master. There were too many mysteries and weirdness in this field. Hypnosis couldn't be explained clearly. Compared with Li Tianlan's sudden strike, Qin Weibai was more likely to give Qin Fangqing some hints without anyone noticing. Hypnosis could indeed kill a person who was not strong-willed. Qin Fangqing had been in a passive situation recently and was getting more and more desperate. His will was likely to have relaxed. It was just that most people who were killed by hypnosis committed suicide. This kind of sudden cerebral hemorrhage. How could hypnosis do it? Li Tianlan thought for a moment and said softly, "Department head, I need to think about it. I'll call you later." Dongqing Wudi replied with a and seemed to be relieved. To be honest, he really didn't worry about Qin Weibai. No one thought that the goddess, who was devastatingly beautiful, was just a vase, even if she was the most expensive and priceless vase. Her maturity and calmness in dealing with things could be described as wisdom. In the current situation, Li Tianlan was the one who made Dongqing Wudi most uneasy. Qin Fangqing's death was inevitable, but his death now was a great trouble. Qin Weibai couldn't hurt him now. But it was hard to say for Li Tianlan. He might not see those troubles, but he might not care. If it wasn't for Li Tianlan, then was Qin Fangqing's death really natural? No external factors? He silently hung up the phone. Li Tianlan thought silently for a while and lifted the quilt. Qin Weibai straightened up and still kept her kneeling position. Her moist red lips slightly pouted and she said pitifully, "My knees are uncomfortable." Li Tianlan smiled and held her in his arms. After a moment of silence he whispered, "Qin Fangqing is dead." So fast. Qin Weibai was shocked. Her reaction also surprised Li Tianlan. The first thing Li Tianlan thought about when he got the news was how Qin Fangqing died. However, Qin Weibai's reaction was tantamount to asking why Qin Fangqing would die now. Li Tianlan frowned and asked softly, "What happened?" Qin Weibai seemed a little hesitant and confused. With some uncertainty she said, "I don't know. After seeing him yesterday, his mental state was very unstable. I gave him a hint. Under normal circumstances, it would be very effective in stabilizing his mental state. However, that hint, to a certain extent, is equivalent to a spiritual imprint. He will slowly change in Qin Fangqing's mind." Qin Weibai frowned. To put it simply, Qin Fangqing's mental state was very bad yesterday. Could even be said that he was on the verge of a breakdown. The hint I gave him was not to restore stability, but to overdraw stability. His spirit would be stabilized under the suggestion, but it would also be equivalent to overdrawing his mental strength. As time passed, when the validity of the suggestion passed, he would show different tendencies. At first, it would be self-harm and then it would develop into suicide. The deadline should be around half a year. "Did you decide on the spur of the moment?" Li Tianlan asked. Said, "I already had plans." Qin Weibai shook her head. Her somewhat misty and watery eyes became clear. "We can deal with the Qin family, but if we directly attack Qin Fangqing and kill him directly, even if he retreats, it will cause a very bad impact. My way is very covert. Even if others suspect something, they can't find full evidence. That spiritual hint is indeed to stabilize Qin Fangqing's spirit. Originally, the time of the hint would be up to a year shortly after the election, but yesterday Qin Fangqing and Li Huaqing appeared together. We can't underestimate Qin Fangqing too much. He has been the prime minister for 10 years. Even if he is at the end of his rope, he is still very powerful. If he plans something with the academics, the election is likely to be variable. So I strengthened the spiritual hint and shortened it to half a year. But why did he commit suicide in one day?" "Suicide?" Li Tianlan was stunned and then shook his head. "No, this should have nothing to do with your spiritual hint. Qin Fangqing had a cerebral hemorrhage. It was a natural death caused by massive bleeding of the brain stem." Natural death. Natural death. Qin Weibai and Li Tianlan's thoughts were synchronized and they both said the word at the same time. Then they looked at each other again. Is it really a natural death? For the time being, no one could answer this question. Li Tianlan's face was a little gloomy. Qin Fangqing's death was too sudden. He already knew what he would face next. "Let's go and have a look." Qin Weibai turned over and wanted to grab the clothes that Li Tianlan had thrown under the bed last night. "No need." Li Tianlan touched her hair. "You rest, I'll go and have a look." After a pause he chuckled. "I guess you don't have much strength left, do you?" Qin Weibai's face turned red. She and Li Tianlan had a deep understanding of each other. Although they were not married, there was no difference between them and a real husband and wife. But in some aspects, Qin Weibai was still very reserved, the kind of reserve that Li Tianlan could not stop. Gluttony. Qin Weibai rolled her eyes at Li Tianlan and said with hatred. Then she put the clothes that she had grabbed on the bed. Li Tianlan got out of bed and put on his clothes. Qin Weibai had already shrunk under the quilt. Her body was curled up and only her face was exposed. The curtains were still open and the flying snow was like goose feathers. Ruthless landed lightly on Li Tianlan's body. I'm leaving. Li Tianlan bent down and kissed Qin Weibai's face, saying softly. The goddess, who had been gluttonous all night, tried to open her eyes and nodded in a daze. Li Tianlan turned and walked out. The sound of the door closing rang out. In a trance, it was very close and very far. Qin Weibai closed her eyes. In a trance, her consciousness seemed to enter a garden. The bright sunshine was warm and cozy. The beautiful snowflakes were dancing in the air with a soft temperature, but they did not fall to the ground. She found herself wearing a gorgeous and complicated long dress. The color and pattern of the long dress were constantly changing in the sunshine, and it was perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment. At the edge of the garden was a twisted tree. The tree seemed to be extremely old and it was ridiculously thick. The huge canopy seemed to occupy the whole sky, leaving a large area of shade. Above the sky, the snowflakes danced with the sun with the same temperature. The snowflakes fell slowly, but they always turned into nothingness the moment they fell to the ground. However, the snowflakes that did not fall to the ground passed through the dense canopy, leaving a large area of white under the tree, which looked a little gloomy. Under the gloomy tree sat a child who was dressed in shabby clothes. He wore a small suit full of patches and looked 8 or 9 years old. He curled up in the snow on the tree trunk and his whole body was slowly submerged by the snow. The child held his shoulders and his body trembled. But his eyes were extremely calm from beginning to end. Qin Weibai frowned and walked out of the garden. The garden disappeared. The child looked up and glanced at her. The calm eyes were replaced by amazement in an instant. He stared blankly without saying a word, as if he had forgotten to speak. You are? Qin Weibai asked in a low voice. She was a master of spirit. Even if she was very tired now, her spirit was not weak, and she could even be said to be somewhat satisfied and excited. In such a state, even if she had a dream, she could also control her dream. The garden was something that should appear in her dream. But the tree in front of her, the dirty child, was a picture that should not have appeared. I'm a little cold. The child whispered. Qin Weibai looked at him seriously. His face was very clear, but the perception in the dream seemed to be blocked, making the face a little blurred in her sight. When she got closer, Qin Weibai noticed that there was a wooden sword that was almost completely buried in the snow beside the child. He leaned against the thick trunk behind him and his small body blocked the sword marks on the trunk. If she looked closely, she would find that the trunk, which was at least 500 or 600 years old, was densely covered with cracks. It seemed that there were countless sword qi, which was not strong but always repeated, piercing into the trunk so that the trunk was always in a situation where it could collapse at any time. Qin Weibai's heart moved slightly. She seemed to understand something at this moment, but she could not believe it. Looking at the increasingly blurred face of the child, Qin Weibai breathed softly and said softly, "What's your name?" The child looked at her quietly and pursed his lips. His voice was clear and light, but the content was in line with Qin Weibai's guess. My name is Li Tianlan. The wind and snow were dancing wildly. Above the tree. Outside the hotel. On the big bed in the hotel, Qin Weibai suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 1080. When he walked out of the hotel room, Li Tianlan had an idea and pressed the doorbell of the opposite suite. It was Xianyuan Wuxiang's room. To be honest, Li Tianlan didn't know what Xianyuan Wuxiang could do in Yuzhou, but Li Tianlan instinctively took this mysterious but intimate person with him. Qin Fangqing's death made Li Tianlan instinctively feel that Xianyuan Wuxiang would be useful. After all, he claimed to be an excellent doctor and Li Tianlan had seen his means. Although his means of treatment were incredible, it could be regarded as a medical category that was temporarily incomprehensible. Qin Fangqing's death was sudden and strange. If Xianyuan Wuxiang could get some information from his body, it might be of great use. Xianyuan Wuxiang quickly opened the door. He was dressed neatly and had a kind and harmless smile. "Good morning, big brother." Li Tianlan nodded and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Xianyuan Wuxiang shook his head and said with a smile, "I went online last night and looked up information all night. It was very interesting." "Let's go together." Li Tianlan turned to the elevator. "Come with me to a place later." "Okay." Xianyuan Wuxiang took the room card and closed the door without asking any questions. "What information?" "I can ask someone to find it for you," Li Tianlan asked casually as he entered the elevator. Xianyuan Wuxiang laughed and said, "I need to know more about this world in many aspects. There are all kinds of information including history, writing, international society and even language. I can slowly look it up on the internet. Anyway, I have nothing to do." Li Tianlan took a deep look at him. For a moment he couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Xianyuan Wuxiang spoke as if it was the first time he came into contact with this society. He hesitated and still didn't ask anything. If it was something that could be said, there was no need for him to deliberately not say it. The elevator went all the way down. When it was about to reach the restaurant, Li Tianlan suddenly said, "Qin Fangqing is dead." Xianyuan Wuxiang nodded casually. This news, which was enough to shock the whole Zhongzhou state and even cause a lot of repercussions around the world, was not as important to him as breakfast. "How did he die?" he asked casually. "Sudden death due to cerebral hemorrhage," Li Tianlan said. The news began to spin in his mind the moment Dongqing Wudi told him, which made him a little upset. He's really unlucky. If he had met me earlier." Xianyuan Wuxiang sighed and shook his head. "On the surface, it is indeed a cerebral hemorrhage. In a while you will come with me to the Qin family. I need you to help me take a look and see if there is any other reason. Even if there is a trace of possibility, I want to know." Li Tianlan said slowly. Qin Fangqing's death indeed had a great influence on the new group. It seemed to be a coincidence that Qin Fangqing died less than 12 hours after Zhang Tai arrived at Yuzhou province. But things that were too coincidental always carried the color of a conspiracy. Li Tianlan didn't have to think about it to know that he was now the most suspicious target. To be honest, Li Tianlan didn't want to kill Qin Fangqing now. Although he wished Qin Fangqing could die right away, the more sensitive a matter was, the more it needed to be accepted by people. Li Tianlan's plan was to suppress Qin Fangqing's influence little by little, which would take a few months. A few months later, when everything was ready, he would force Qin Fangqing to retire due to illness and handle this matter in a high-profile manner to plant a cause. When everyone knew that he was ill, he would kill Qin Fangqing in a few months, so that he would be unable to influence the election at the most critical time and eliminate the last variable. At that time, the Prince group would have been impatient because of the pressure from the major groups and had enough psychological preparation for Qin Fangqing's death. His death would not cause too much reaction. But now Qin Fangqing suddenly died. Li Tianlan was very clear that he had never been a calm person who was good at forbearance in the impression of the high-level officials of Zhongzhou state. They would even think that he was a lunatic in some aspects. Zhongzhou state had seen his madness more than 2 years ago. Under such a preconceived impression, Qin Fangqing's sudden death, under everyone's instinct, the first suspect must be himself. Regardless of the fact, once such a suspicion appeared, it would first arouse the disgust of all the groups. The disgust of Emperor Dong's palace. Yes, all the groups. Including the academics that were cooperating, the North group that the two sides were trying to integrate, the giant group that could be said to be one of their own, the Prince group that had become an enemy, the Southeast group whose relationship was still unclear for the time being, and the Special Warfare group that was struggling to protect itself. The reason? It was very simple. Because Qin Fangqing was the Prime Minister. This was a completely different concept from 2 years ago when Li Tianlan slaughtered Qi Mulin's family. Qi Mulin was at the level of deputy governor and he was not the head of a department. The shock caused by the destruction of his family made Li Tianlan stay in the desert prison for 2 years even with the support of the Giant Group and the Southeast Group. What about Qin Fangqing? He was the prime minister of a country, the real spokesperson of Zhongzhou state and the number 2 figure. His end might be miserable or he might not be worthy of sympathy. Maybe, there were many maybes. But anyway, Qin Fangqing was the legitimate prime minister of Zhongzhou state now. If the murderer didn't pay any price when such a person was killed, then what was the meaning of the existence of Zhongzhou state? What was the meaning of the stability of Zhongzhou state? What was the meaning of the existence of high-level officials? If Qin Fangqing's death had something to do with Li Tianlan, then on the surface, no one in the whole Zhongzhou state would say a word for Li Tianlan. Even Dongqing Wudi couldn't say anything in public. This was a challenge to the cornerstone of a country and a complete subversion of all the orders. Li Tianlan ate breakfast slowly, but his eyes became more and more gloomy. There were a lot of thoughts in his mind. Qin Weibai imprinted the spiritual imprint on Qin Fangqing and stabilized his spirit. This should have nothing to do with Qin Fangqing's death, but from the perspective of the spiritual imprint, it was a coincidence. Li Tianlan didn't know much about some of the cutting-edge technologies of Zhongzhou state today. Although he knew it was impossible to tell whether a person had been hypnotized from a dead person, he couldn't be completely at ease, so he chose to take Xianyuan Wuxiang with him. If Xianyuan Wuxiang could find the traces of Qin Fangqing being hypnotized, it might mean that Zhongzhou state might also know. This matter must be eliminated quickly so as not to arouse any unnecessary suspicion. After clearing the suspicion on Qin Weibai, it was Li Tianlan's turn. He always knew his own affairs best. Li Tianlan's breakthrough this time left a lot of doubts in martial arts, which he couldn't figure out for a while, but he roughly knew what he could do. His sword energy could make Qin Fangqing's death look like a normal cerebral hemorrhage. But it was impossible to control the time for so long and so perfect. He couldn't do it, but the key was how to explain it and whether others would believe it or not. Seriously speaking, the possibility that others would believe it was really not very big. If they didn't believe it, it meant that the prince group, which was caught off guard and faced with Qin Fangqing's death, would quickly react after a short period of panic and bewilderment. They should have been panicky and wavering, but they would break out a great unity because of Li Tianlan's violence and gloominess. They might even stabilize the prince group again with the full support of Guo Wentian. This meant that in the process of the rise of the new group, the benefits from the prince group would be greatly reduced. The same problem applied to the major groups. When all the suspicions pointed to Li Tianlan, the giant group, which had originally planned to join the new group to wave the flag for Emperor Dong's palace under the persuasion of Dongqing Wudi and Bai Zhanfeng, was likely to hesitate. The North group, which was merging with the new group, would have even more scruples about Li Tianlan's cruelty. Military Counselor did have great influence in the North group, but such influence didn't mean that Military Counselor had any chips in his hands that could threaten the whole North group. Such influence was slowly accumulated in the long-term secret cooperation between the two sides. It was tacit understanding, sincerity, and both sides were very satisfied with the future prospects. And such a prospect would also be cast over with Qin Fangqing's death. The academics would also terminate cooperation with the new group to some extent. As for the Special Warfare Group, it was originally Li Tianlan's personal main area of influence in the future. He originally wanted to completely break up the Special Warfare Group after killing Qin Fangqing. But with Qin Fangqing's death, Li Tianlan's existence would only make them more frightened. Even if the Special Warfare Group completely fell apart and the people in the Special Warfare Group changed their allegiance, there would not be too many people who would choose Emperor Dong's palace. Li Tianlan ate breakfast and sorted out his thoughts. Then he was shocked to find that with Qin Fangqing's death, the future of the new group and Emperor Dong's palace were cast over a very heavy shadow. People in other groups would be afraid of him. However, this fear was not pure. Instead, it was mixed with disgust and rejection. Even if a new corporation were to appear under such emotions, its scale would probably be greatly limited. At most, it would only be 2/3 of the expected size, and this was under the premise that they were lucky enough. Qin Fangqing's death is very troublesome, Li Tianlan said all of a sudden. Xianyuan Wuxiang nodded. As a prince, he usually studied more than medicine. It was hard to say how old he was, but objectively speaking, it was almost an eternity. He had played many roles and studied many different things. Although he did not know whether it was him or not, his consciousness had never deviated too much. Based on his experience, unless there was a new variable, Li Tianlan would face more than just trouble. Let's wait and see, Xianyuan Wuxiang said softly. He thought for a moment and continued, Big brother, in your current situation, the only choice is to compromise. Even if it's a temporary compromise after all, there is still nearly a year to operate. It's not a big deal to compromise temporarily. Li Tianlan did not say anything. After a long while he suddenly asked, What can you see? I don't know. Xianyuan Wuxiang smiled and said, I have to see it first. Hopefully I can find something interesting. Li Tianlong took a deep look at him and said slowly, "Your abilities are very strange. You don't seem to be very old, so I don't know what kind of group you are. I think you can't tell me about this. However, it is obvious that you are not the strongest, and the Lin Shi you mentioned is also not the strongest. You can even be regarded as the younger generation, which means that in your group, there are people who are stronger and more comprehensive than you. So, do you have the ability to see clearly what Qin Fangqing experienced before he died?" Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a moment. "Comprehensive," he muttered to himself and shook his head slightly. "No one is comprehensive. Different people are involved in different fields. Big brother, your request involves time, which is the most basic. The requirement is very high, but it's not impossible. But from another point of view, it's also impossible." Li Tianlong felt a pain in the ass. The most critical words became a bunch of messy notes in his ears again. "What do you mean?" he asked patiently. "My father can do it," Xianyuan Wushang said slowly. "That's one of our most powerful abilities. In theory, it's equivalent to imprinting Qin Fangqing into a painting. Through it we can see everything that happened before he died. This so-called everything was not only what he had experienced but also what he had thought and even what he had imagined in his consciousness. This ability will only fail for a few people, but Qin Fangqing is not one of them. My father has this ability, but the place is not right. He can't do it here." Li Tianlong was shocked. He didn't understand many things Xianyuan Wushang said, but he understood the most important sentence very clearly. Xianyuan Wushang said that his request involved time and his father could do it. Could it be understood that Xianyuan Wushang's father could control time? Supernatural ability? The term flashed through Li Tianlong's mind, and then he asked directly. Xianyuan Wushang shook his head. "It's not supernatural ability, it's just..." He scratched his head and looked a little cautious. "It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that he can't do it here." "Then where can he do it?" Li Tianlong asked immediately. If there really was such an ability, even if there were great restrictions, it would be almost heaven-defying. Li Tianlong couldn't believe it. "I can't tell." Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a moment and said softly. If Li Tianlong had felt that Xianyuan Wushang's origin was mysterious before, then this time as Xianyuan Wushang mentioned his father, Li Tianlong began to be really curious about this group of people. "That is to say, your father's generation is much stronger than yours. Maybe not only you, but also Lin Shi's father's generation. How strong is the strongest person in your group?" Xianyuan Wushang gave Li Tianlong a strange look. He saw strong interest in Li Tianlong's eyes as well as strong suspicion. At the same time he also saw a very obvious fear. Xianyuan Wushang smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. "Big brother, you think too highly of us. In fact, as far as I know, including Lin Shi's father, even Lin Shi's grandfather, among all the people I've seen and heard of, my father is the strongest one. I don't know, but now I'm basically sure that it's the end, so my understanding should be correct. My father is a martial artist as well as a calligrapher. He's really strong, but when facing you here, even if he's at his peak, he won't be much stronger than you. I paid attention to the state you used to be ruthless on Mount Dibbing. That state in our place is called the law of swordsmanship. To be exact, it's the state when you made another breakthrough in the invincible realm and reached the peak of the so-called supreme realm, big brother. That's also the limit of my father's combat strength. From this point of view, if the current ruthless energy returns to its peak, your strength with ruthless is basically my father's combat strength at his peak. As for Lin Shi's father, he's also a very great figure, but the combat strength he can exert is not as good as my father's. At most he's a little stronger than Wang Tianzong a few years ago. So specifically in this era, big brother, you're invincible. When you break through again and reach the threshold of sword law, I can tell you a lot of things. I can't believe there's such a person in the world." Li Tianlong was lost in thought. "Is there?" Xianyuan Wushang smiled bitterly. "Some people exist, but do they really exist? The sword Dao's law that you speak of is the limit of combat power that you know?" Li Tianlong suddenly asked. "Yes." Xianyuan Wushang hesitated and slowly said, "Not really. It depends on where it is." After a moment of silence, Li Tianlong lowered his head and drank the last spoonful of soup in front of him. He stood up and said, "Let's go." Xianyuan Wushang followed him, following his every step. "Have you ever thought about what position in Emperor Dong's palace?" Li Tianlong suddenly asked. Xianyuan Wushang obviously didn't know much about the outside world. He could already understand the special nature of Qin Fangqing's case after just one night of searching. He could even infer the plan of Emperor Dong's palace from some aspects and then tell himself that the best way now was to compromise. This kind of keenness was enough to prove his ability in some aspects. After all, the existence of new groups and the Six was always very hidden, which was not something that could be found by searching on the internet. Military counselor had been talking to him about retirement. Li Tianlong thought that he could put Xianyuan Wushang with military counselor. Maybe after a few years of training, Xianyuan Wushang would become the second CEO of Emperor Dong's palace. I'll open a small clinic in Xianyuan City and be a doctor. Xianyuan Wushang smiled and said, I've already found a security guard. Xingtian will do. Li Tianlong looked at Xianyuan Wushang and didn't speak for a while. Xingtian was equivalent to an expert of the invincible realm, and he was an expert who was close to the peak of the invincible realm. Security guard? Who could be so extravagant? We're all a little tired and really don't want to get involved in the specific affairs of Emperor Dong's palace. If our speculation is right, I won't stay in Emperor Dong's palace for long, and this precious time may be our last time to rest. He looked at Li Tianlong and said seriously, Big brother, I really want to be free. Got it. Li Tianlong was silent for a while and nodded.
Chapter 4092. When Yi Xian finished his closed-door training and walked out of the secret chamber in the mayor's residence of Triumph City, half a day had passed. 90% of the starships of Triumph City had entered the Shinnong Cauldron, including the combatants. They stayed in the starships and didn't move around because time was too short. Once they arrived at their destination, they had to rush out of the Shinnong Cauldron immediately. Then it would take another half a day. After leaving Triumph City, Yi Xian rushed into the void. Apart from the Shinnong Cauldron, there were only Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples in his sight. Swish! Putting the Shinnong Cauldron into his undying world, Yi Xian took out the void-breaking shuttle again and stepped into the cabin with Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples. Half a day has passed, and there is only 1.5 days left. That is to say, we must return to the edge of the Skyriver sector within a day, because it will take half a day to activate the Shinnong Cauldron and let the starships rush out. After entering the void-breaking shuttle, Yi Xian turned to look at Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, shrugged, and said, It seems that we can make it in time, but it will take half a day for the starships to enter the Skyriver sector from the edge of the Skyriver sector and spread out in the void. With my current strength, I can't squeeze out half a day, so you'd better control the void-breaking shuttle. After all, you are an Immortal realm expert. I need a whole day, but you should be able to reach the edge of the Skyriver sector in half a day. That was true. Although it was weird to have an Immortal realm expert as a driver, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was not an outsider, and the situation was urgent, so he had no choice. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher nodded and immediately took over the control of the void-breaking shuttle from Yi Xian. With all his strength, the void-breaking shuttle turned into a streak of purple and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye at an unprecedented speed. Just as expected, under the full control of an Immortal realm expert, the void-breaking shuttle arrived at the edge of the Skyriver sector from the Death sector in half a day. Of course, with the cultivation of the late-stage sempiternal realm, if necessary, he could directly tear through the void and arrive at the Skyriver star area in an instant. However, if he were to bring along Yi Xian, it would be much harder. He would have to pay a certain price, and only an official level Undying could do so easily. In any case, there was still time, and there was going to be a big battle soon, so there was no need to make such a choice. After arriving at the edge of the Skyriver sector, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher chose an extremely remote space to stop. Then, the three of them stepped out of the cabin. All right, there's no one in this vast void. I guess they've all gone to the Heavenly River planet. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher scanned the area with his powerful Immortal realm consciousness before signaling to Yi Xian. The latter brought out the farmer god cauldron from his undying world with a wave of his hand. It was still in its complete form, but it was in a concealed state. Otherwise, if a supermassive cauldron the size of a gigantic star suddenly appeared, it would be visible even in the distant starry skies. At his command, the tens of millions of starships that had just rushed into the farmer god cauldron half a day ago rushed out in an instant, like carps crossing the river. However, these battleships had already activated their concealment systems before they charged out. Therefore, although this scene could be said to be majestic and grand to the outside world, there was nothing. The void was completely empty. Nearly half a day later, the tens of millions of starships had all rushed out of the farmer god cauldron. At this time, there was only half a day left before the scheduled date of the press conference. This matter could not be delayed, lest it aroused the suspicion of Tuoba Linfeng. Therefore, after Zhou Xian put away the farmer god cauldron, he entered the void-breaking shuttle at once. Driving it alone, he sped toward the heavenly river planet in the concealed state. After he left, Naples, an old ghost mosquito butcher, once again took over the command of the entire Victor's Legion. With an order from the Victor's Legion, Naples' flagship fortress, the tens of millions of starships that had already lined up in formation in the void all removed the concealment system. In the blink of an eye, the tens of millions of starships all revealed their shapes. This vast and remote star area was originally empty, except for some abandoned mineral stars in the distance. But at this moment, in an instant, tens of millions of starships appeared together, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was like a miracle, spectacular. Subsequently, the entire army of tens of millions of starships that had already undergone systematic training on the Victor's Legion activated the starship power system at the same time after the second order from Commander-in-Chief Naples. With a loud roar, they set off in an orderly manner toward the heavenly river planet in the distance. 2 hours later, in the vast void of the universe in the direction of the heavenly river planet in front of them, an almost endless number of starships of all kinds came into sight. In this 1 day and a half, the starships that had been crowded in the nearby void outside the atmosphere of the heavenly river planet had all retreated millions of miles. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xian nodded immediately. In the empty void of the universe millions of miles in front of this continuous fleet of starships, a huge void platform was built. This was obviously the main venue for the prince's press conference. On both sides of this void platform, the immortal legions from the 2 camps of the human clan, the Heavenly Palace's battleship army, and a fleet from the Wan Luo Federation. A total of about millions of starships guarded the left and right sides. Among them, there were also some patrol ships and military warships painted with the heavenly river planet's star emblem shuttling through the void. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Xian's face. He stepped into the void from a long distance away, waved his hand, and stored the void-shattering shuttle into his body. Then, he directly concealed himself and crossed the void with his physical body, rushing toward a star passage in the atmosphere of the heavenly river planet in front of him. At this time, the fans of the prince, the people of the Federation who liked to join in the fun, and the starry sky masters who had flocked to the heavenly river planet early in the morning had all come out of the heavenly river planet. After all, the venue of the press conference was in the void of the universe outside. What was the point of staying inside to watch? Therefore, the more than 20 star passages in the atmosphere of the heavenly river planet were not restricted for now. However, in order to avoid being detected when passing through and causing unnecessary trouble, Zhou Xian activated the secret technique Perfect Oscillation. In an instant, all his aura was perfectly concealed. With his current cultivation base and strength, even an immortal realm-old monster would not be able to detect his existence if they deliberately probed, let alone the normal superbrain that was the central intelligence of Skyriver Planet. Chapter 4093. Rumble. Boom. The roar of the engine compartment came from the cosmic void to the right, attracting the gazes of all the Princess fans, Federation citizens, and Starry Sky powerhouses who had been waiting in front of the venue for a long time. An army of 10 million battleships was rumbling over. Their aura was majestic and mighty, and it was frightening. However, someone soon saw the logo painted on these battleships. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately exclaimed softly, the logo painted on the hull of this army of battleships is so familiar. I remember Triumph City. This is the logo of Triumph City. Is this the prince's private army? This old man was scared to death. I thought that a large army was coming to suppress Prince Xian, or that some empire was going to rebel. After so much fuss, it turns out to be the prince's private army of Triumph City. They must have come to participate in this press conference to witness the return of Prince Xian. TSK. Impressive. When he was sent to... when he started this royal family's ultimate trial, Prince Xian didn't even bring 10,000 battleships into the Death Star region. How long has it been? He actually has an army of 10 million battleships. He really knows how to build. As these soft exclamations and sighs rang out like a tide, some people seemed to have thought of something. After all, in less than a year, there was suddenly an army of 10 million battleships. This was too inconceivable. However, these thoughts only flashed through their minds. Faced with such a scene, even if some people's hearts were suddenly stirred, they didn't have the mood to immediately think deeply about it. At this time, on the left and right sides of the press conference venue, a small fleet of the dynasty's Immortal army had already set off to welcome the incoming Triumph fleet. The voice of the Triumph fleet's commander-in-chief, Naples, also rang out at this moment, resounding through the void. I am Naples, former general of the Federation of the dynasty's Immortal army. Now, I am the commander-in-chief of the Triumph Star Cluster on Prince Xian's territory, Triumph Planet. This time, we are here to participate in the press conference for the return of Your Royal Highness. We have brought the entire victorious return army for Your Royal Highness to review. Very quickly, the small dynasty Immortal army fleet that was preparing to welcome them stopped and quickly returned. This was because the dynasty Immortal elder Long Shantang had given the order to let the 10 million Triumph fleet enter the venue, right in front of the main stage of the conference, this empty space 1,000,000 miles away. They formed a formation in the air for Prince Xian's inspection, although Long Shantang was also wondering where Prince Xian had suddenly obtained a powerful starship army with a scale of 10 million. This was a good thing to begin with. With the help of this victorious return army, Prince Xian's reputation would be even greater, and the fate of the human race would be even more influential. Since he was happy to see it happen, even though there was something strange about it, with the press conference around the corner, Long Shantang naturally wouldn't think too much about it. Very quickly, with the order to let them pass, this huge victorious return army with a scale of 10 million smoothly entered the venue of the press conference. They directly formed a formation in the void in front of the main stage of the press conference. Moreover, since they were here to be reviewed by Prince Xian, it was naturally impossible to show their backs. Therefore, the 10 million battleships all faced the main stage of the press conference, which was the side of the Heavenly River planet. Vaguely, they had roughly formed a situation of surrounding the Heavenly River planet. This scene, through the eyes of the Heavenly River planet's garrison troops who were actually corpse slaves outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet, was seen by Tuoba Linfeng, who was still hibernating in the military base in the depths of the Heavenly River Sea. He immediately let out a soft cry of surprise and began to mutter suspiciously. The arrival of this victorious return army, with a scale of 10 million, is strange. Moreover, they have formed a formation in the void, faintly forming a situation of surrounding the Heavenly River planet. This matter, could it be that there is some kind of conspiracy? It shouldn't be. Everything makes sense, and there is nothing far-fetched about it. It seems that I am overthinking it. Thinking about Long Xian's character again. He has always been so sensationalist. This is not the first time. This time, he must be putting on a show. On the surface, he is easygoing and approachable, but in fact, he is fond of grandiose achievements. Getting this huge fleet is proof. Putting on a show, showing off his muscles, and showing his true colors. His real face. It must be like this. Speaking of this, the suspicion that had just surfaced into Oba Linfeng's heart quickly dissipated. However, he still did not let his guard down. He still closely watched everything through the corpse slaves stationed outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet. In the Heavenly River planet, Heavenly River City, Star-Lord's mansion. At this time, there was only half an hour left before the scheduled time of the prince's press conference. Now, the interior of the Heavenly River planet was almost empty. All the starry sky masters who had recently heard the news, the prince's fans, and the people of the Federation were all waiting in the void outside the atmosphere. Inside the ship, those who stayed in the Heavenly River planet were some of the local military forces, officials, and some residents of the Heavenly River planet. In half an hour, the prince's press conference would begin. This was definitely a grand event that the three major planes were paying attention to. Therefore, the protagonist was naturally especially important, since entering the room specially arranged by the Star-Lord's mansion to rest 2 days ago, Prince Xian had not come out again. Today, the time of the press conference was approaching. The three immortal old monsters, including the elephant fox Martin, Long Tang, and Gong Huaji, were nervous. They came together and waited outside Prince Xian's room. Behind them, they followed the Star-Lord and the garrison commander of the Heavenly River planet like little followers. Fortunately, the door was finally opened. The three immortal old monsters waiting outside the door heaved a sigh of relief at the same time and welcomed them with smiles. Yi Xian nodded and did not say much. He immediately walked out of the Star-Lord's mansion, followed by the three immortal old monsters and the Star-Lord of the Heavenly River planet, the garrison commander. However, Yi Xian knew that these two fellows were no longer humans, but universe zombies. To be precise, they were the lowest kind of zombies. Wait for the corpse slaves. After boarding the patrol ship, the group quickly passed through a star passage in the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere and arrived at the main platform of the press conference in the universe outside the atmosphere. There was a row of seats on the rostrum. The three immortal old monsters sat down, with Yi Xian. Then, they each gave a brief opening speech. However, they did not say much, because everyone knew in their hearts that the main character of this press conference was Prince Xian. If anyone else dominated the microphone, even if he was an immortal old monster, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. He would even be ridiculed by public opinion. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn to speak. At this moment, the gazes of countless fans of the prince, the people of the Federation, and the experts of the starry sky all gathered on him. Chapter 4094. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. Hello, everyone. I am Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian, which means I am not Prince Xian. When these words came out of Yi Xian's mouth and into the ears of the crowd, everyone in the venue, near and far, opened their mouths wide and looked stunned. In fact, the three main planes of the starry skies seemed to have stopped time at this moment, strangely suffocating for a moment. Everyone who heard this thought that there was something wrong with their ears. However, they quickly recovered. Roaring laughter rang out in an instant, and some even said light-hearted words. Even the three immortal realm old monsters sitting on the rostrum, with Yi Xian, the elephant fox Martin, Long Shantang, and Gong Huaji, who were stunned for a moment, also started laughing. Ha! His Highness is really humorous. Yes, yes. Considering the heavy atmosphere in the venue, His Highness actually made such a joke. This also shows that His Highness is an approachable person. With just a few words of self-amusement, he immediately relaxed everyone's tense mood. Unfortunately, before the three Immortal Realm old monsters could finish their chuckles, Zhou Xian, who was sitting in the middle of the three of them, spoke again. With a serious expression, he directly interrupted the three Immortal Realm old monsters. This is my press conference. Can the three of you please not interrupt? Are all Immortal Realm old monsters like this? That one sentence almost made the three Immortal Realm old monsters bite their tongues. When they turned to look at Zhou Xian, their eyes were already wide open, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. What happened to being approachable and approachable? What happened to being amiable and amiable? What happened to having a sense of humor? He had not even turned around, and he had already become so sarcastic. They were Immortal Realm old monsters, and three of them at that, but he did not give them any face at all. Stunned, the three Immortal Realm old monsters felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. Suddenly, they had a bad feeling because things were not going as they had originally imagined. The script shouldn't have played out like this. At this moment, the minds of the three Immortal Realm old monsters were in a mess. Their minds were buzzing, and they didn't know what to say for a while. However, Zhou Xian, who was sitting in the middle of the three, spoke again. His face was full of seriousness, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. On an occasion like this, it can be said that countless eyes are watching from the three main planes of the starry skies. No matter how unreliable this Yi is, I wouldn't make such a joke at such a time. I'll say it again. I'm Zhou Xian. However, I am not Long Xian. In other words, I am not Prince Xian. This isn't a joke. This is what this Zhou Xian wanted to say the most when he held this press conference. To be precise, the purpose of this press conference wasn't to announce the return of the king, but rather to clarify a fact. This is the truth. This Yi is emphasizing it for the third time. I am Zhou Xian. However, I am not Long Xian. In other words, I am not Prince Xian. Of course, Zhou Xian didn't deliberately pretend to be Long Xian or deliberately hide it. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xian had never publicly admitted that Zhou Xian am Long Xian, am Prince Xian. Everything that happened back then was just a beautiful misunderstanding. This Yi registered as an interstellar mercenary on the Sky River planet. After that, due to a chance encounter, I went to the Demon Star region in the first universe alone. After that, the rumor that Zhou Xian was Prince Xian spread from the Sky River planet. However, Zhou Xian was in the first universe and didn't know about all this. When this Zhou Xian was brought back from the Demon Star region in the first universe by the Immortal army sent by the Imperial Court before I had a chance to explain, all kinds of rumors about Prince Xian's return swept over like a tide. At that time, this Zhou Xian was terrified and uneasy. However, at that time, my cultivation was still weak and my knowledge was shallow. In the face of such a situation, I was completely flustered, so I couldn't immediately clarify the truth. In fact, Zhou Xian didn't even have the chance at that time. After the Imperial Court sent a fleet to bring Zhou Xian back to the third universe, they directly asked Zhou Xian to return to the Imperial capital's Immortal Star. The Immortal army that brought Zhou Xian back followed closely behind him. Zhou Xian's cultivation was still weak, so it was impossible for him to escape, so he could only go with the flow. When he returned to the Imperial Court, his identity should have been seen through by some of the higher-ups, which led to the matter of being sent to the Death Star region. this misunderstanding was not something that even the imperial court felt it was inappropriate to point out and cause even more pressure from public opinion, then it was even more understandable that Yi Xian, a weak cultivator, couldn't clarify it at that time. Originally, Yi Xian thought that after being put under house arrest in the Death Star region, this misunderstanding would slowly fade with time. The misunderstanding of Prince Xian's identity would also gradually be forgotten because this Yi Xian faded out of the public eye. However, later on, everything was out of my control. Now, the three main planes of the starry sky are gradually in chaos, and a great calamity is about to come. This Yi Xian couldn't just sit still and wait for death, so he quietly left the Death Star region and worked hard outside. However, he gave up the identity of Prince Xian, not wanting the misunderstanding to deepen. Unfortunately, the identity of Yi Xian had already been tacitly bound to Prince Xian by the public. Therefore, this time, when this Yi Xian returned to the third universe from another plane, the first thing this Yi Xian did was to trigger a change in the Federation's contribution ranking list. This time, when the Federation announced that Prince Xian had returned, this Yi Xian didn't even have a chance to explain. The Sky River planet was already full of people. In the face of all this, Yi Xian thought about it for a long time and finally decided to stand up and bravely explain everything, including the misunderstanding of this return and the karmic reason why this Yi Xian's identity was bound to this Yi Xian in the beginning. The above is what this Yi Xian wanted to say the most at this press conference. Every word is true, and there are no lies. Finally, I want to emphasize, I am Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian, which means I am not Prince Xian. Therefore, in the future, please don't call this Yi Xian Prince Xian. I am me, Yi Xian. At this point, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. These words could be said to be a long speech. He explained the reason for the misunderstanding of this identity of Prince Xian in the beginning, as well as the various reasons why this return to the third universe had caused such a commotion. Everything was revealed to the heavens. These words had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. Today, he released them all. The only feeling he felt was relief. All this time, there had been a small knot in his heart. But now, after he confessed everything, this knot in his heart was finally completely untied. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if his state of mind had suddenly improved. The cultivation strength in his body, which had just broken through not long ago, seemed to show signs of breaking through again because of the great leap in his state of mind. Just as he was stunned because of this, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind as expected. Chapter 4095. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Domshu arts. Current state, peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. As the familiar system notification sounded out in his mind, a trace of astonishment appeared on Yi Xian's face due to his surprise. But soon after, an enormous sense of ecstasy surged into his heart. The improvement in his state of mind was unexpected, but it was indeed a great surprise. Peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. He was one level away from breaking through to the state of Domain Lord. How could he not be excited? That was only the strength of his original body in its normal state. He would be even stronger once the demonic ape bloodline in his body was activated. When his original body was at the 8th rank Star Lord state, his true form of the ancient ape bloodline was at the 4th rank of the state of Domain Lord. Once he performed the 9 demonic ape transformations and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 9th rank of the state of Domain Lord. Every transformation would increase his strength by 1 level. now that his original body's cultivation had broken through again and reached the 9th level of the Star-Lord realm. According to convention, Yi Xian should be able to reach the 5th level of the Domain Lord realm in his 3-headed and 6-armed ancient devil ape state after activating the devil ape's bloodline. Once he entered the 5th transformation, he would be able to reach the 1st rank of the Realm Lord state. He had finally reached the Realm Lord state and could feel the power of the Realm Lords in advance. At this moment, after Yi Xian finished speaking, the press conference venue outside, Heavenly River Planet, once again fell into a deathly silence. The elephant fox ferret, Gong Huaji, and Long Shan Tang, who had been sitting on the rostrum with Yi Xian, could only be described as shocked and appalled. Everything they heard just now was truly too shocking, and they still couldn't believe and accept it until now. It wasn't just that they couldn't believe or accept it, they couldn't understand or figure it out. How big and tempting a pie was that? The domineering Prince Xian's title now represented the fate of the current world. His reputation was so high that it even surpassed that of Emo Jinfeng, the demon's royal younger brother, who was known as the #1 monstrous genius, who had caused a commotion in the past half a year. He was definitely the only idol-level existence in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. Moreover, the Undying Empire had already officially expressed their stance. They said that they had sent Prince Xian to the Death Star region to undergo an ultimate trial within the royal family. Furthermore, they had already confirmed that he had passed the trial. If nothing unexpected happened, the future position of the Eternal Dynasty's greatest treasure was basically set in stone, and it belonged to Prince Xian. Such an identity was the dream of countless people in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. Unfortunately, they did not expect that even Long Xiang and the other princes of the imperial empires would be envious of Prince Xian, who was so popular that no one dared to challenge him. You, on the other hand, wiped the slate clean and put on a look of disdain. You actually revealed this fact yourself, and even emphasized it again and again. It was as if you were afraid that others wouldn't believe you and insisted on framing you as Prince Xian. Could it be that he would be able to create a wider world by working with nothing? Could it be, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the mind of the immortal elder from the Immortal Empire, Long Shantang. At this moment, his pupils abruptly constricted as he stared blankly at Yi Xian. The shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He suddenly remembered something. Previously, when he was in the demonic starry sky, Long Shantang had been captured by Emo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demonic starry sky. Although the latter did not make things difficult for him, he suggested that they form an alliance with the human race to integrate their forces and face the upcoming chaos together. However, this suggestion was rejected by Long Shantang on the spot, saying that it was impossible. The latter then asked a very strange question. Compared to the status of a current prince, the life of an undying elder of the Undying Empire is light and heavy. Long Shantang was baffled at that time. After answering, he was released. Now that he thought about it, that sentence seemed to be related to what was happening today. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Thinking of this, his gaze swept towards the 10 million battleships in front of the press conference platform, and his body suddenly trembled. At this moment, he finally understood. The Third Universe's human race had not had a large-scale interstellar war recently. It was impossible for Triumph City in the Death Starry Sky to build so many interstellar battleships within a year. The only possibility was that these battleships were all brought back from the first universe. This was something that others could not do, but the younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jinfeng, could. He had the Medicine King Shinong Cauldron and quietly brought it back. In addition, how could Prince Xian's 8 trillion Federation contribution points be earned under normal circumstances? only the younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jinfeng, who had been causing a commotion in the three main starry sky planes in the past half a year, could have this kind of extravagance. Even the Tianji clan seemed to have been driven away by him. What was one? 8 trillion Federation contribution points. In other words, if this conjecture was true, then this person in front of them was not just a combination of two great monsters. The so-called younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jinfeng, who was a combination of 5 great monsters, was also not the true body. Just like Prince Xian, it was just another identity of someone else. And this person was Yi Xian in front of them. 7 great monsters in one body. No wonder he dared to say such words back then. He said that since the Immortal dynasty had no intention of forming an alliance, and the human race had no intention of forming an alliance, then he would replace them himself. He would bypass the Immortal dynasty and the Tenju celestial palaces and directly integrate the power of the human race. Such arrogant words, anyone who said it would be scoffed at. There was only one exception. At most, it could only cause shock and horror, and that was the 7 great monsters in one body. Thinking of this, Long Shantang's body trembled uncontrollably again. He looked at Yi Xian with a face full of shock and stuttered. You are actually, what? Have you finally recognized me? Yi Xian lightly smiled and didn't deny it. However, he didn't reveal his identity on the spot. Instead, he blinked his eyes at the astonished Long Shantang and said, I don't owe the dynasty anything regarding this matter. Back then, you were the one who personally said that the identity of a prince wasn't the same as that of a prince. The life of a rotten old man is incomparable. It really is you. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Long Shantang's pupils constricted. He was completely sure and subconsciously turned his head to look at the 10 million warship army in front of him. An extremely bad feeling surfaced in his heart. Chapter 4096. Seeing that Long Shantang had guessed Yi Xian's other identities, the undying elder from the myriad Luo Federation, Elephant Fox Mink, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His expression became a little strange. He knew from the beginning that not long ago, in the first universe's Demonkin star field, he and the Blood WRM clan's undying great ancestor, the 3-clawed dragon, were captured by Yi Xian. Later on, they were subdued. At that time, Yi Xian had already revealed his identity. The outside world didn't know about this, and Yi Xian's order was for them to return to the myriad Luo Federation and the Blood WRM clan to not expose this matter. Therefore, this time, he was sent by the myriad Luo Federation to attend Prince Xian's press conference. Although he felt strange, after meeting Yi Xian, there was no other interaction between them. However, even he originally thought that Yi Xian's return this time was to use Prince Xian's identity to do something in the third universe. He didn't expect that the contents of the press conference would be so inconceivable. What was worse was that even Long Shantang had already guessed his true identity. What was the young master doing? Was he completely breaking off relations with the human race and directly starting a war with the Undying Dynasty to seize the imperial power? If that was really the case, just the 10 million battleships in the void ahead wouldn't be enough. Although his own methods were shocking and could suppress undying beings, this wasn't the Demonkin star field in the first universe. This was the headquarters of the human race. Just suppressing undying beings was far from enough. The second-generation ancestor of the Demonkin imperial family couldn't easily come here, because whether it was the Undying Dynasty, the 10 absolute sky palaces, or the Federation Senate, they all had undying emperors. If he really came, he probably wouldn't be able to go back. Even an official-level Undying's second-generation demon descendant was like that. How could he do it alone? If they really fell out and fought on the spot, the young master would be in danger this time. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the elephantine ferret suddenly became anxious. Unfortunately, he could not even send a voice transmission to warn him. There were still 2 Immortal Realm old monsters nearby. Once he sent a voice transmission, he would definitely be discovered. In an instant, the atmosphere on the rostrum became awkward and heavy. Of the 4 people, Zhou Xian had an indifferent expression, but Long Shantang was so angry that his body was trembling, and he was trying his best to restrain himself. The elephant fox Sable had a serious expression on his face, and was secretly anxious. Only the Immortal Realm old monster from the Tenju Heavenly Palace, Gong Huaji, looked at Zhou Xian and Long Shantang with a confused expression. It was obvious that he didn't understand the conversation between the 2 of them. At this moment, the many fans of the prince and the people of the Federation in the void in front of them finally regained their senses after a brief moment of shock. Exclamations after exclamations rang out like a tide once again. It seems like Xian. No, Zhou Xian is telling the truth. It's no wonder that his name has always been Zhou Xian on the Federation's contribution points list, not Long Xian. The identity of Prince Xian has always been forced on him by outsiders. It's really a pity that this matter is so complicated. It can be said to be the biggest blunder in history. However, the responsibility doesn't lie with Zhou Xian. At that time, his strength and cultivation were indeed weak. Facing the misunderstanding of almost the entire human race, anyone would be terrified. Everything that happened after that was just like what he said. He just went with the flow and couldn't help it. The key is that he actually dares to stand up and tell the truth now. This is a true idol. The imperial court has already internally decided that he will be the next immortal emperor. At this time, he actually dares to say such words and not be blinded by benefits. How many people can do this? These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that whether it's him conquering the demon territory of the first universe alone or the domineering return of the king this time, his battle results are unquestionable. Even if he's not Prince Xian, he's worthy of his identity as a national idol. Yes, we worship Prince Xian because of these impressive battle results, not because of the identity of Emperor Xian. As long as all the battle results are true, why does it matter if he's Prince Xian or not? I didn't expect that a commoner without any background or backing could achieve such shocking battle results in just over a year. His cultivation strength has also soared from a low-level cultivator to the current star, Lord level. Yes, all of this is too inspirational. Why do I have a feeling that after knowing the truth, not only am I not disappointed, but I worship him even more? He's a true grassroots superstar, the #1 in the world. Among them, there were even many acquaintances of Zhou Xian, such as Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. These 3 girls obviously couldn't miss the grand occasion of Prince Xian's return, so they had arrived a long time ago. The 3 of them also knew about Zhou Xian's true identity, but at this moment, their expressions were the same as those of a fox and a ferret, full of helplessness and anxiety. This was because even they didn't expect that after Zhou Xian returned, he would drop such a heavy bomb without saying anything. Not only did he look like he was going to completely reveal his identity, but he even seemed like he was going to start a war with the Immortal dynasty and even the entire human race. Has this guy been kicked in the head by a pig recently? He's infected. That's not right. This doesn't seem like his personality. Isn't this guy always the kind of person who doesn't pay with his life? Why did he suddenly turn around and screw himself over this time? A scheme. There must be a scheme behind this. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't do such a strenuous and unrewarding task, even if he was beaten to death. He must be up to something by doing this. Just as the 3 girls were whispering to each other, the suspicion on their faces gradually increasing on the rostrum of the press conference in the void outside Scarver Planet's atmosphere, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the three immortal old monsters sitting beside him, including the elephant fox Martin, Long Shantang, and Gong Huaji. After smiling slightly, he directly opened his mouth and dropped a super heavy bomb. The three of you are all immortal old monsters with astonishing battle strength. What you just said is only the first matter of this press conference. Next, this Yi has a second matter to do, but I will need the three of you to help me. Are the three of you willing? Upon hearing this, the three immortal old monsters looked at each other, suspicion and vigilance appearing on their faces. This was because, based on their current understanding of Yi Xian's character, this so-called second matter was probably also earth-shattering, and definitely not something good. After hesitating for a moment, the three old guys finally nodded, but they didn't express their opinion clearly. No matter what, they had to listen to what the other party had to say first before making a decision. Chapter 4097. What? You? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Long Shantang roared. No matter how big his imagination was, he didn't expect Yi Xian to make such a request at this moment. You don't want the position of future treasure that the dynasty gave you, and you have to do it alone. Moreover, since the dynasty didn't want to form an alliance, then you can just go around and come to the third universe to integrate the power of the human race. Now that he had guessed his true identity, it was good enough that he didn't fall out with him on the spot. How dare he make such a request, asking him to help him take down the Sky River planet? *CK. The Sky River planet is an administrative planet of the dynasty. Isn't this asking this old man to help you rebel? I've seen people with big hearts, but I've never heard of such a big heart. You'd better hold back your words. Otherwise, once the zombie emperor becomes vigilant, I won't be able to catch all of you in one fell swoop. I won't be responsible. In the face of Long Shantang's monstrous anger, Yi Xian curled his lips, lowered his voice, and said this lightly. Zombie Emperor? Catch all of them in one fell swoop. This time, not only was Long Shantang stunned, but even the elephant fox ferret and Gong Huaji trembled, although their reactions just now were not as big as Long Shantang's. After all, one was Yi Xian's little brother, and the other was a high-level member of the Tenju Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian said that he wanted to attack the Sky River planet, which was an administrative planet of a small country under the Immortal dynasty, was here. Gong Huaji's reaction was natural. There was no need to make a fuss. Seize the master. But this didn't mean that the shock in their hearts was less than Long Shantang's. In fact, after hearing Yi Xian's words just now, the shock in their hearts was almost the same as Long Shantang's. They almost thought that Yi Xian had lost his mind. But even so, it couldn't be compared to the shock now. It was no longer a secret that the zombies in the third universe were wreaking havoc. Regarding this matter, the two camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation were worried. Even the races of the second and first universes were worried because once the third universe of the human race fell, they would become the universe's zombies. In that case, it was only a matter of time before the second and first universes appeared. However, no matter how hard the two human factions and the myriad Luo Federation searched, there was no news about the whereabouts of the universe zombies. The more this was the case, the more worried the upper echelons of the two factions and the myriad Luo Federation were. Recently, they were unable to eat or sleep in peace. But now, he suddenly heard news about the whereabouts of the universe's zombies from Yi Xian's mouth. Judging by his actions, it seemed that they were still hiding in the Sky River planet behind him. It had to be said that this matter was too unexpected. Caught off guard, even Long Shantang, who was on the verge of going berserk, was completely stunned for a moment. Just like the elephant fox Sable and Gong Huaji, he stared blankly at Yi Xian with his mouth wide open, as if he was completely stunned by lightning. What? You don't believe me? Yi Xian shrugged and continued calmly, "If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you on the spot. The two guys over there, smiling like grandsons, should be the planet manager and the garrison commander of the Sky River planet, right? In a while, we'll start with them. However, once we make a move, this matter will be exposed. I can tell you responsibly that the entire Sky River planet has now become the nest of the universe's zombies. The official staff, the military garrison, and even the residents of the Sky River planet are all universe zombies. Some of these people are in the Sky River planet, but right now there are also some in the atmosphere of the Sky River planet. When I make a move later, you must immediately rush to the 3 directions of the Sky River planet and sit in the void. At the same time, order your subordinates to send this part of the universe outside the Sky River planet's atmosphere. The zombies will be dealt with. Otherwise, if one of them is let go, I don't need to say what the consequences will be. Everything that needed to be said had been said clearly and without any doubt. The 3 immortal old monsters on the left and right were completely stunned. Xian didn't hesitate too much. This was because the accident that had occurred since the start of the press conference had most likely aroused the suspicion of the zombie emperor Tuoba Linfeng. If this continued, there would definitely be unpredictable changes that would occur. Since they had to make a move sooner or later, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they would lose the initiative and let these universe zombies be prepared. The chances of some of them escaping would be higher. This kind of existence was too strange. Even if only one universe zombie escaped and lay dormant, in time, it would eventually grow into a huge tumor again. Back then, the Heavenly War Empire's imperial capital, Heavenly War Planet, was so clean that even Xian felt that there was nothing left out. But in the end, the facts proved that things were not as simple as he had imagined. In less than a year, Tuoba Linfeng led the remaining universe zombies under his command. And yet, they had already grown to such an extent. It was simply speechless. Therefore, this time, no matter what, any possibility of revival must be eliminated. Not even the slightest oversight can be left behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian turned his head and looked at a group of staff members in the distance on the side of the conference platform. His gaze fell on the star manager and the garrison commander of the Heavenly River planet. Although these 2 guys were the local emperors of the Heavenly River planet, they were not qualified to sit on the rostrum on today's occasion, not even on the side. Xian still had a slight impression of these 2 people in his memory. They were the descendants of 2 families on the capital planet of the small country that the Heavenly River planet belonged to. At that time, it was also because of the return of Prince Xian that they sat on the military and political leaders of the Heavenly River planet, respectively. Unfortunately, now they had become universe zombies, Tuoba Linfeng, corpse slaves. Since they were no longer human, Xian naturally would not be soft-hearted. The instant their gazes met, Xian grinned. These 2 fellows were clearly a little dazed. They didn't understand why Xian, who was on the main stage, suddenly looked at the 2 of them. Furthermore, he even grinned strangely. In the next moment, Xian flipped his hand and took out the latest model of antimatter light energy gun from the undying world in his body. At this moment, Long Shantang and the other 2 immortal old monsters sitting on his left and right also looked at these 2 guys with serious and nervous expressions. In fact, countless gazes in the void outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere all followed Xian's gaze and fell on these 2 guys at this moment. The reason why Xian used the antimatter light energy gun and not directly used his cultivation base was to avoid the next scene. After what happened next, Long Shantang and the others would think that he had used some special and strange magical method to cause this. There was no such concern when using a gun. Xiao, Xiao. Chapter 4098. Screech. Screech. The speed of the antimatter energy was too fast. Now that it had been condensed into light energy, it shot out like a bullet. There was no time for the two guys to react. In an instant, two holes were shot in the left side of their chests. This was where the heart was. Even if they were starry sky powerhouses, if their hearts were pierced, they would be injured even if they didn't die. But in fact, this was not the case. After the two guys' bodies shook violently, they didn't feel anything at all. Instead, they raised their heads and let out two shrill screams. This kind of screams was not something that could be made by humans. When it entered the ears, it made people tremble slightly. If they were caught off guard, they would be frightened. But an even more frightening scene followed. Along with the ruthless howl, a large number of tentacles extended from the bodies of these two fellows in an instant. They were stained with disgusting mucus. In just half a breath, their bodies expanded several times, reaching a height of 10 meters. Their previously intact limbs and torsos also became rotten with suspicious pus. Pus flowed out after suddenly being attacked. These two corpse slaves that had not evolved to a very high level were actually stimulated and directly revealed their true forms. The facts had proven everything. They were not human at all, but cosmic zombies. Even though they had been mentally prepared, when they suddenly saw such a scene, the three immortal old monsters next to Zhou Xian were still shocked. They suddenly stood up and exclaimed in horror, "Holy sh*T. It's actually true. These two guys are the leader and commander of the garrison of the Sky River Star. Even they are cosmic zombies. Doesn't that mean it's over? It's over. Big news. The entire Sky River Star is actually a super zombie nest." In the midst of the horrified exclamations, the three old guys subconsciously turned their heads to look at the Sky River Star behind them. The sudden change was too shocking. Even Long Shantang had no time to care about his dissatisfaction and anger towards Zhou Xian. At this moment, he was thinking about how to get rid of this malignant tumor and how to cut it down. Uprooting the roots, not even a single cosmic zombie could escape. It had to be said that this was indeed a very difficult thing to do. Even if Zhou Xian had been prepared for this for a long time, there was still a possibility of negligence. After all, in addition to the cosmic zombies in the atmosphere of Sky River Star, there were many in the void outside. Roar. Screech. Almost at the same time that the three old men turned their heads to look at the heavenly river star behind them, a large number of angry roars and howls suddenly rang out from all around them. Looking around, a large number of people who originally looked like officials of the heavenly river planet or humans stationed in the Federation had all changed in shape at this moment. From human beings, they had turned into ferocious cosmic zombies. Some of them were large in size, possessed great strength, or were good at spitting venom and other troublesome innate abilities. Some of them were smaller in size, but were extremely fast. At this moment, they waved the disgusting tentacles that drilled out of their bodies and directly charged at the nearby dumbfounded humans. Even more so, furious roars and shrieks were echoing from the abundant starships that were lined up in the void far ahead. The entire heavenly river star had fallen and turned into a zombie nest. In addition to the officials and the Federation garrison, a large number of ordinary people had walked out of the heavenly river star's atmosphere and boarded all kinds of battleships, mingling with the humans in the sea of starships. Now that everything had been exposed, these corpse slaves, who on the surface seemed to be ordinary people of the heavenly river star, finally revealed their ferocious faces. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it only took about a breath or so. The cosmic void outside the heavenly river star's atmosphere, near and far, had fallen into chaos. At this time, the fans of the prince, the people of the Federation, and the masters of the starry sky who were watching the prince's press conference in the distance, finally recovered from the shock brought on by the Great Shock. One by one, their bodies shook violently, and they looked around with dull eyes. When they saw that some of the familiar people of the Heavenly River Star, the officials, and so on, had now all turned into disgusting, ferocious monsters, they all trembled in fear. Then all kinds of screams and screams resounded through the void. Zombies! Cosmic zombies! Oh my God, is this a dream? Why are they all not human all of a sudden? Look, Old Man Wang has turned into a human-shaped 8-clawed monster, with pus all over his body. What the hell happened? God amen it. I've been with him for the past few days. We've had several meals together. It's disgusting. Bah, so what if you've had a meal with that pus monster? Look at that woman over there. The flesh on her cheeks is rotten, and it seems that there are maggots crawling on them. I just spent a good night with her last night. I don't feel this sad, even if I was ked by a dog. Run! Those who are not afraid of death, those with high cultivation, come forward. I don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. I'm just an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, the grand venue had completely turned into a place of zombies. In the midst of the horrifying cries of horror, the real tragic battle broke out. In an instant, everyone in the human race was aware of the danger of cosmic zombies. At this moment, the cosmic zombies suddenly appeared like a tide, except for those ordinary people who were not cultivators, who screamed and fled. The masters of the starry sky did not need to be mobilized at all. They started the battle immediately, besieging and killing, boom, boom. In less than 3 breaths, some of the ship's cannons had already opened fire. They aimed at the larger cosmic zombies in the void, and beams of energy shot out from the ship's cannons. In the void, scenes of slaughter could be seen everywhere. A large number of masters of the starry sky had all taken out their own magic treasures. While urging the power in their bodies to form a defensive light shield to protect them from the erosion of the zombie venom, they were also doing their best to besiege and kill the zombies. You 3 unreliable old guys, what are you still standing there for? Did you forget what you said just now? At this time, Zhou Xian also roared at the 3 immortal realm old monsters, Elephant Fox Ferret, Long Shan Tang, and Gong Huaji. They had clearly agreed that as long as he proved himself, they would immediately take action and guard the 3 directions outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet to prevent the more evolved zombies. The commander took the opportunity to escape, but now the old devil Mosquito Butcher, who was in charge of guarding the other direction, had already rushed out of the flagship fortress of the Triumphant Return and was guarding the cosmic void north of the Heavenly River planet, ready to take action at any time. The 3 of them were still standing there in a daze, staring blankly at the chaotic scene of the press conference, as if they had been struck by lightning. Chapter 4099, Sky River Star, inside the military base in the depths of the Sky River Sea. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy. Damn it, roar! The zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, had seen everything that had happened outside Sky River Star's atmosphere. He knew as soon as the matter was exposed. In fact, the 2 black antimatter rays of light that Zhou Xian shot out with his spear felt exactly the same as the ones that shot towards him. At that time, his vision switched between Sky River Star's Star Lord and the garrison commander. Through the eyes of these 2 guys, he was spying on everything in the outside world. Therefore, when Zhou Xian turned his head and looked at him before firing the gun and grinned strangely, Tuoba Linfeng was keenly aware that something was wrong. However, everything happened too fast. He didn't have time to react at all. The 2 black antimatter energy beams had already shot towards him. Everything had been decided in that instant, and there was no way to change it or reverse it. It was also at that moment that Tuoba Linfeng realized that Sky River Star's momentum was gone, and that this place could no longer be saved. He almost subconsciously issued an order. Using the unique connection between the zombie emperor and all the zombies and corpse slaves in the universe, he ordered all the corpse slaves to immediately transform into zombie form, including all the zombie elite soldiers, zombie generals, and zombie commanders. All of them were the same. It was because of this that in the next short moment, the corpse slaves in the void outside Sky River Star's atmosphere, who were originally in human form, all revealed their ferocious zombie form as if they had agreed to it beforehand. In fact, the scene inside Sky River Star was the same. On land, in the sea, all the corpse slaves and zombies in the universe, at this moment, all revealed their original ferocious appearance. Although the order was the same, the treatment of corpse slaves and real zombies in the universe was obviously different. Even real zombies in the universe, because of the difference in strength and evolution level after revealing their zombie form, the actions they immediately carried out were also different. The zombie army under Tuoba Linfeng's command now had an extremely strict hierarchy. At the lowest level were the corpse slaves. Strictly speaking, they were slaves. Their numbers were the greatest, and they couldn't even be considered true universe zombies. The door to life evolution for this special race had yet to truly open. On the surface, the large number of people on Sky River Planet who looked no different from humans, the official staff, and the Federation's garrison were all at this level. Right now, they were all in zombie form, and Tuoba Linfeng was only using them as cannon fodder. Their purpose was to stir up the water and cause chaos, giving the zombie generals and zombie commanders that he was preparing to take away more chances to escape. Above the corpse slaves were the elite zombie soldiers. The elite zombie soldiers were true cosmic zombies. The door to life evolution for this special species had been opened, but it had only just been opened. The degree of transformation and evolution was not deep, and their strength was only around the black hole realm. This elite zombie army was formed in the last few months, and there were over 1 million of them in the Sky River Star. In fact, besides the corpse slaves, Tuoba Linfeng was also using these over 1 million elite zombie soldiers as cannon fodder to cover the escape of his true subordinates. After all, there were too many of them, and it was difficult to take them all away. Above the elite zombie soldiers were the zombie generals. There were less than 10,000 of them, and their cultivation had surpassed the universe realm. They were the troops that followed Tuoba Linfeng before he seized the Sky River Star. They could be said to be the backbone of the zombie army under his command. They were the most important, and he had to take them away no matter what. He would take as many as he could. Above the zombie generals were the zombie commanders. They were the best of his original subordinates, and there were only a little over 100 of them. Now, all of them had the cultivation of the Domain Lord realm, and many of them had reached the Sector Lord realm. They could be said to be Tuoba Linfeng's generals. The above was the entire zombie army's level structure and current military strength. As for Tuoba Linfeng, the zombie emperor, his cultivation strength had already reached the immortal level. Although he had just broken through not long ago, this speed was definitely enough to frighten people. Zhou Xian's cultivation speed was already fast enough, but under normal circumstances, his original body was only at the 9th level of the Star Lord realm. Even if he activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and used the Devil Ape's 9 transformations to the 5th transformation, the cultivation he displayed would only be at the 1st level of the Realm Lord realm. Tuoba Linfeng, on the other hand, had stepped into the Immortal realm. In less than a year, the gap in cultivation between the two had actually increased by 2 whole realms. It was simply unbelievable. In fact, Zhou Xian had expected this. So this time, he spared no expense and wanted to kill Tuoba Linfeng no matter what. This fellow was too terrifying. Since he was a cosmic zombie and possessed the celestial devil physique, his path of transformation and evolution was as smooth as the Grand Tao. Moreover, his speed was extremely swift. Once he matured in the future, it would be utterly impossible to suppress him. Of course, even though Tuoba Linfeng had stepped into the immortal realm now, he only possessed the celestial devil blade. However, Yi Xian possessed various primordial treasures and supreme bloodline abilities. So, not only was Yi Xian's overall combat strength not inferior to Tuoba Linfeng at all, Yi Xian was even stronger. After all, more than one immortal realm expert had fallen at Yi Xian's hands during this period of time. Yet now, even though Tuoba Linfeng was furious when his base on Skyriver Planet had been discovered, he quickly calmed down. He didn't intend to take away the elite zombie army and corpse slaves that had just taken shape, and he intended to use them as cannon fodder for cover. However, he had to take away the close to 10,000 universe realm zombie generals and over 100 domain Lord Realm zombie commanders. Among them, there were around 3,000 zombie generals and 30 zombie commanders. They weren't on Skyriver Planet now, but were hiding in the void far away from Skyriver Planet. Because Skyriver Planet had been too lively these past few days, they couldn't return after their last hunt. However, it was precisely this 30% core combat strength that was left outside the encirclement that allowed Tuoba Linfeng to have the confidence to escape from the difficult situation of facing four immortal realm experts. Roar! 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 At this moment, the vast and boundless Skyriver Ocean was like boiling water, and huge waves were set off. Roars that caused one's soul to tremble resounded from the stormy waves. A terrifying cosmic zombie army charged out from the military base in the depths of Skyriver Ocean. 1,000,000 elite zombie soldiers, all at the Black Hole Realm, immediately spread out as soon as they charged out of the ocean, forming small groups that began to stir up trouble and create chaos. Chapter 40, 100. Every one of the 7,000 zombie generals had a cultivation base above the universe realm. Every single one of the 70 or so zombie commanders was at least at the Domain Lord realm. This was 70% of the core forces under Tuoba Linfeng's command. Now, this 70% of the core forces were following behind Tuoba Linfeng as they charged out of the Milky Way ocean. A murderous and ruthless aura gathered together, causing an invisible hurricane to sweep through the vast surface of the Milky Way ocean. Tuoba Linfeng didn't reveal his zombie form. In fact, he was already in the heavenly demon physique. Although he had the characteristics of a zombie, he was already different from a true cosmic zombie. He could be considered a special case in the evolution process of this species. At this moment, he revealed his original appearance. Since he was already exposed, there was no need to hide. This time, he would let the name of the former young master of the Heavenly War Empire's Tuoba family, Tuoba Linfeng, shake the three main dimensions in a single day. As for the 70% of his core subordinates around him, they were different now, on the path of evolution and transformation of the zombie species. Although they had already walked very far, and their generals were all-powerful beings of the universe, and their commanders had even reached the domain Lord-level old monsters. However, they still hadn't reached the critical point of evolution. Therefore, even though these zombie generals and zombie commanders were powerful, and because they walked different evolutionary paths, every single one of them had unique abilities and secret techniques. They were still cosmic zombies in the end. Their true forms, no matter how powerful they were still sinister and disgusting. Over 7,000 zombie generals and zombie commanders at the universe realm and above had revealed their true forms at this moment. Some of them didn't change much when compared to ordinary humans, but one could still tell that they weren't humans with a single glance. However, even more of them had walked different evolutionary paths. Their bodies had expanded explosively, and they were no longer human. The largest was like a mountain peak, and their bodies were filled with all sorts of non-human parts. Some even had the limbs and organs of various ferocious beasts. However, their heads were still human, but there were pustules and tentacles everywhere, more than 7,000 of them spread out across the Milky Way Sea. Such a scene was too terrifying. Even if it were a slightly timid starry sky powerhouse facing such a scene, they would be so scared that their legs would tremble. Screech. This battle is a matter of life and death. Children, for this emperor, kill. Raising his head, Tuoba Linfeng let out a mournful howl. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned out the heavenly demon blade, which had a sinister and terrifying demonic aura. However, the black blade was still full of cracks and was not completely repaired. His figure suddenly shot up and rushed toward the atmosphere of the heavenly river Star, high above his head. Behind him, more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders roared in unison, making different sounds as if they were demons dancing in a frenzy. Then they also rushed up to the sky, outside Skyriver Planet's atmosphere. In a short period of time, the vast and boundless Sky River domain was in complete chaos. There were quite a number of corpse slaves lingering outside the Skyriver Planet's atmosphere. On the surface, they seemed to be some Federation troops, officials, and citizens. Now, these corpse slaves had all taken on the form of ferocious zombies and were running amok everywhere. Everywhere in the void was a battlefield, and smoke rose from all directions. At this time, with the wretched mosquito butcher, elephant fox ferret, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji, the 4 immortal old monsters, all mobilized, guarding the 4 directions of the void outside Skyriver Planet. Yi Xian's heart, which was still hanging in his throat, finally settled down. No matter how high Tuoba Linfeng had grown now, with these 4 immortal old monsters guarding the 4 directions of Skyriver Planet, this time he absolutely could not escape. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the universe's zombies were too special, even if only a small low-level zombie escaped, in time, it would eventually grow into a huge malignant tumor. The spread of zombie poison was too strange and impossible to guard against. Yi Xian dealt with Tuoba Linfeng this time. There was no need to make such a big move. But now it seemed that everything was worth it. As long as he could destroy Tuoba Linfeng's zombie army, at least one of the biggest problems in his heart was removed. It was not in vain. Boom, 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 boom. Under Yi Xian's instructions, the commander of the victorious Return Legion, Naples, gave the order to bombard at this moment. In an instant, there was a loud roar in the void. Thousands of battleships of various types opened fire at the same time, aiming at Skyriver Planet's atmosphere and launching a salvo. This scene was too gorgeous, and the entire starry sky was illuminated. Kacha! As this wave of battleship cannon energy beams swept out like a rain of cannons, the Skyriver Planet's star defense array, which had just been fully activated under Tuoba Linfeng's command, was shattered in the blink of an eye. The majestic and chaotic energy surged everywhere, stirring up Skyriver Planet's atmosphere like waves in a raging sea set off by a hurricane. It was a spectacular sight. Screech! Roar! As the Skyriver Planet's star defense array was instantly shattered, a series of heart-shaking roars and howls of zombies came out in an instant. Immediately afterward, a number of zombies of different sizes, but all of them were disgusting and ferocious, passed through the tumbling atmosphere of Skyriver Planet and rushed into the void of the universe outside the planet. This was the first wave of cannon fodder, acting like a smoke bomb, thrown into the starry sky battlefield to disrupt the situation. More than 1 million elite zombie soldiers, all of whom had cultivation bases above the black hole realm, revealed their true forms at this moment. Each of them was ferocious, and their auras gathered together, attracting the attention of everyone. Immediately afterward, as more than 1 million elite zombie soldiers rushed out of Skyriver Planet's atmosphere, there were even more, at least hundreds of millions of zombie soldiers rushing out of Skyriver Planet's atmosphere into the void of the universe. The two zombie armies rushed out of the atmosphere one after another and soon mixed together, and like dye thrown into water, they quickly spread out in all directions. These low-level zombie soldiers and zombie soldiers were like locusts. Not only were there too many of them, but they were also extremely fast. After rushing out of Skyriver Planet, they spread out in an instant. In the face of such a situation, the volley of tens of millions of battleships was no longer meaningful. The second round of volley was not launched immediately. The commander of the Victor's Legion, Naples, was extremely experienced in interstellar warfare. He immediately changed the battle strategy. Half of the fleet of tens of millions of battleships retreated to the rear, forming a large net-like encirclement to prevent small groups of zombies from suddenly breaking through. The other half of the 5 million battleships were divided into 10 small combat teams in an orderly manner. They were flexible and mobile, each in charge of a direction, and launched a free regional bombardment. Chapter 4101. Boom. Rumble. In the void, beams of energy from the battleship cannons were intertwined, and the roar shook the sky. This scene continued until the end of the line of sight, covering the entire Skyriver sector. The battle was too tragic. The entire battlefield was divided into two areas, the outer area and the inner area. The outer area was where a large number of starships that had retreated to the distant void to watch the prince's press conference, as well as the starry powerhouses who had rushed out of the starships, were fighting against the corpse demons that had been lingering outside the atmosphere of the Skyriver Planet. It was a one-sided battle, and it was absolutely a merciless slaughter. Although there were many corpse demons, their cultivation and strength were generally not high. Although the ordinary people of the Federation were no match for them, there was no lack of powerful cultivators among the fans and cultivators who had come to watch the prince's press conference. Under their leadership, coupled with the bombardment of a large number of battleship cannons, the corpse demons in the outer area were almost all killed. But the situation was still grim, and no one dared to take it lightly, because the zombies in the universe were different from any other kind of living creatures, and it was not a big deal to kill them. Whether it was during the battle or after they were killed, they were a very troublesome tumor. Once they were infected with the slightest bit of zombie poison, they would probably end up in tragedy. In fact, this kind of situation was unavoidable. Although the starry powerhouses who were besieging these corpse demons basically had protective means, such as casting out magic treasures to form light curtains or directly putting on airtight armor. But accidents were inevitable in the battle. Some corpse demons even directly self-destructed, and poisonous corpse fluid scattered in all directions during the battle from time to time. Some starry powerhouses were infected by the zombie poison. Some were caught off guard and missed the best opportunity to kill the corpse demons. In the end, they were quickly turned into zombies. They were originally there to kill the corpse demons, but in the end, they became one of the zombies in the universe. They turned around and pounced on their comrades who were fighting side by side for a moment. But there were also some infected people who self-destructed in desperation to avoid becoming a zombie in the universe. That was too horrifying, and it was more terrible than death. There were also some infected people who were directly killed and dismembered by their companions. This was not infighting, but helplessness. Those who attacked all had tears in their eyes, and their eyes were bloodshot. The grief in their hearts eventually turned into motivation for revenge. They roared and charged towards the next corpse demon. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that the universe's zombie poison was too terrifying and difficult to defend against, these corpse slaves in the outer area would have been wiped out in a short period of time. But right now, the battle was progressing very slowly. However, it was comforting to know that at least all the starships in the periphery had formed a complete encirclement. So far, not a single corpse demon had escaped. It was only a matter of time before they were annihilated, and the price that they had to pay. That was all. The victorious return legion that Naples had brought and the 5 million battleships that surrounded Heavenly River Star were the dividing line between the two battlefields. Inside the encirclement of these 5 million battleships was the inner battlefield of the merciless strangulation that was unfolding in the Heavenly River Star sector. The two sides of the fierce battle were the other 5 million battleships of the victorious return legion and some powerhouses from the victorious return city. On the other side, there were hundreds of millions of corpse slaves that had just rushed out of Heavenly River Star not long ago, as well as millions of black, whole realm elite zombie soldiers. The battle in this area was also one-sided, and it was even more bloody and cruel than the battle in the periphery. After all, the periphery was not a well-disciplined military standard battleship. Although there were many starships, they were too large and varied, and there was no unified command. However, the 5 million battleships that launched the attack in the inner periphery were all military battleships of the victorious return legion. They cooperated well with each other, and all kinds of battleship battle tactics were used. It was a one-sided battle, although there were more corpse slaves in this area, and there were millions of black, whole realm elite zombie soldiers. In the face of 5 million well-trained, well-coordinated, and well-ordered troops, the tragic casualties were even more obvious. Based on the current situation, it would not be long before they were completely wiped out. They would be wiped out. Such a scene was obviously not what Tuoba Linfeng wanted to see. Although these corpse slaves and zombie elite soldiers were undoubtedly dead in his eyes, and he had no intention of taking them away. Even if they were dead, they could not be killed so worthlessly. At least, other than cannon fodder. They could not disrupt the battle. However, the role of creating chaos was still necessary. Unfortunately, the situation was stronger than the person. No matter how unwilling he was, he could not change anything. Now, nearly a quarter of the hundreds of millions of corpse slaves and the millions of black, whole realm elite zombie soldiers had been killed. If he did not make a move, it would be a complete waste. Roar! With a strong sense of unwillingness, Tuoba Linfeng let out a shocking roar. With a wave of his hand, his figure instantly rushed out of the atmosphere of Heavenly River Star. Behind him, more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders followed closely. The final breakthrough had finally arrived. It was also at this moment that the 4 immortal old monsters, including Mosquito Butcher, Elephant Fox Ferret, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji, who had not made a move until now, also made a move at the same time. Evil creature, you finally dare to show up, sending cannon fodder to disrupt the battle, and the core forces to wait for an opportunity to escape. What a good plan. Unfortunately, this road is blocked. No need to talk nonsense, such evil creatures. Just kill them. The 4 immortal old monsters, at the same time, suddenly made a move. Their figures were still in the distant void, in 4 different directions of the Heavenly River Star, motionless. But even from such a distance, they were still able to control the situation. Their divine senses had already locked onto Tuoba Linfeng and the more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders behind him. Boom! Rumble! A huge roar sounded, and 4 energy attacks of different forms rumbled from the distance. A palm, a claw, a punch, and a seal. Although the forms were different, they were all tens of thousands of feet long, and their speed was extremely fast, covering Tuoba Linfeng and others from head to toe. Screech! Spread out, split into 7 groups, and break out of the encirclement. This was the ability of an eternal realm old monster, and its might was too formidable. Even if all the zombie generals and commanders behind Tuoba Linfeng had attained a cultivation at the Region Lord realm, and there were even over 70 World Lord realm old monsters amongst them, they were still insufficient when facing an attack of this level. The possibility of the entire team escaping was almost impossible, so Tuoba Linfeng could only bear the pain and split the more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders behind him into 7 groups, and as many as they could escape, they would try their best. As he gave the order, the vast zombie army behind him quickly split into 7 groups in the blink of an eye. Each group had 7,000 generals and 10 commanders, and they roared as they charged in 7 different directions. Chapter 4102. Boom. 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 Similar scenes continued to appear one after another. In the void, a series of huge roars that made people's souls tremble constantly resounded, reverberating endlessly, just as Gong Huaji's energy palm blasted out and killed half of the zombie general squad. In an instant, the giant energy fists and claws of the other 3 immortal old monsters also blasted out. As for the other 6 zombie general squads, 3 of them had suffered a great calamity. A large number of zombie generals and commanders had been blasted apart. Not even a piece of meat could be seen. They had all been blasted into bloody mist in the air, making people feel disgusted and terrified, especially the squad that was blasted by the old devil Mosquito Butcher's fist. It was almost completely annihilated. The old devil was at the late stage of the immortal realm, and his strength was much stronger than that of Elephant Fox Martin, Gong Huaji, and Long Shan Tang. At this moment, when this fist blasted out, it directly wiped out an entire squad of 1,000 zombie generals. Even Elephant Fox Martin and the other 2 immortal old monsters looked sideways, their faces full of fear. Especially Long Shan Tang, who came from the Immortal Dynasty's Elder Pavilion. When he thought that this old monster, whose strength was higher than his, was invited by Zhou Xian, who had a grudge against him, it made him feel uncomfortable, his face twitching. In just one blow, nearly 1/4 of the zombie generals and elites that had been split into 7 teams had been killed in the blink of an eye. More than 1,000 of his trusted subordinates had been killed. This scene made Tuoba Linfeng furious, but there was nothing he could do. While suppressing his anger, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Screech! Along with this roar, Tuoba Linfeng, using his identity as a zombie emperor, sent out some kind of invisible and intangible signal. Even the immortal realm old monsters couldn't catch it. Only the universe's zombie race could sense the mysterious life frequency signal. The situation was too serious, although he had the immortal power. And even in a desperate situation, it was not impossible for him to resist 2 immortal old monsters by fully activating the heavenly demon blade in his hand, but it was obviously meaningless. There were 4 immortal realm old monsters guarding the heavenly river star. If this continued, even if he could break through, all the zombie generals and commanders under his command would be buried here. This price was too heavy. The zombie generals and commanders that he was preparing to bring with him were his trusted subordinates, who had followed him from the very beginning. He had spent a lot of energy to cultivate them, and only then did they reach the size they were today. No matter what, he absolutely could not give up like this. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a shrill howl. His purpose was to create new chaos and create a new opportunity for them to break out of the encirclement. Roar! Roar! Without waiting for Tuo Linfeng's roar to end, from the right side of the void, roars filled with incomparable ferocity resounded. It was also from the mouth of a universe zombie, and the aura was extremely strong, at least Sector Lord Advanced Stage. Zhou Xian's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad feeling arose. He had calculated and calculated, but he didn't expect that in addition to the universe zombies inside the heavenly river star, there were other universe zombies hibernating in the distant void at the edge of the heavenly river star. In this way, the victorious Return Legion's fleet of 10 million battleships and 4 immortal old monsters had formed a full-scale encirclement around the heavenly river star, and it was completely meaningless. This was originally done to prevent zombies from rushing out of the encirclement and escaping. This was to spread the highly infectious zombie virus that had a terrifying evolution speed. But now, there were universe zombies outside the encirclement. Even if all the universe zombies in the encirclement were killed, what was the point? In the end, it was a temporary solution. Rumble, boom. Just as his heart was beating wildly, and he turned his head to look, there was a terrifying roar coming from the direction of the void. At the end of the void, more than 100,000-meter-long fortresses were reflected in his line of sight, and they were rapidly approaching. These hundreds of fortresses looked obviously strange, like commercial starships, but the surface of the ships was damaged. At a glance, it was as if they had just been attacked by space pirates. But this was obviously just a disguise. Their true, ferocious appearance was soon revealed, shocking everyone. These hundreds of damaged starships were extremely fast and seemed to have activated a space jump, but there was no unique buzzing and trembling sound when starships launch space jumps. But in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the edge of the outer battle circle, close to the starships that were exterminating a large number of corpse slaves. Ka-cha-cha! Almost in the next moment, the sound of machinery grinding that made one's scalp go numb came out from the hundreds of Xianxia fortresses that jumped over strangely. In just a few breaths, they turned into ferocious behemoths that were tens of thousands of feet tall. Their bodies were green and black, and their shells were glowing with a cold metallic light. Say, it was about the same size as the giant star scorpion, and it looked like a giant star scorpion with a hard shell. It perfectly concealed the strange existence of metal and flesh. At least, no one would associate it with a giant star scorpion when they saw it. But these were clearly not the so-called starships. They were simply transformed from universe zombies. They were the hundreds of zombie fortresses under Tuoba Linfeng's command that were evolving in the direction of metal mutation, since occupying the Sky River Star. All the universe zombies under Tuoba Linfeng's command went out in batches to hunt. Every time they went out, these hundreds of zombie fortresses that were evolving in the direction of metal mutation would be dispatched. This was because the zombie squad needed them to transform into damaged commercial fortresses as bait and disguise. It was also because of this reason that these hundreds of zombie fortresses that were used as tools for hunting evolved extremely quickly. Today, they were all Sector Lord level cultivators. At this moment, as these hundreds of Sector Lord level zombie fortresses transformed into their true forms, their bodies appeared in the void. From the original fortress, large amounts of universe zombies fell out, appearing in the void. Other than the 3,000 Domain Lord level zombie generals and 30 Sector Lord level zombie commanders, there were also hundreds of thousands of universe zombies that had just evolved into elite zombie soldiers because of this hunt. A large amount of them, in the blink of an eye, occupied a large portion of the void. Furthermore, these elite zombie soldiers, generals, and commanders that fell out of the hundreds of zombie fortresses all activated the zombie blood in their bodies at the first moment, transforming into terrifying and ferocious giant universe zombies. Roar! Screech! Amidst the heaven-shocking roars and howls, all the zombie elite soldiers, generals, and commanders completed their zombie transformation in a short breath of time. Some transformed into 100,000 feet large rotting flesh bone dragon. Some transformed into a ferocious beast covered in pus and blood. Chapter 40:103. This scene was too shocking. A group of terrifying giant zombie beasts suddenly appeared in the void, without any warning. As soon as they arrived, they roared and roared. It was really too frightening. The huge motley crew was scared silly at first. After a short moment of silence, a tide of shocked cries rang out. "Oh my God, what did I just see? Is this still the third universe of the human race? The omnipresent universe zombies. Their auras are so powerful and terrifying. Zombies! Universe zombies. Oh my God, are we being surrounded?" Run! Along with these horrified exclamations, The miscellaneous troops in the periphery of the battle circle were in complete chaos, especially the border area closest to the universe zombies that had just arrived. It was a complete mess. However, this was obviously not the worst. Immediately after, before anyone could react, a new, unforeseen event occurred. Li, far in front of the outer circle, among the hundreds of thousands of universe zombies that had rushed in from the outer circle, hundreds of stronghold zombies that had just transformed into their giant zombie bodies from the damaged merchant ships all raised their heads and roared. Immediately after that, a hair-raising scene appeared, these hundreds of stronghold zombies that could transform into a huge stronghold. But now they had transformed into their giant beasts. Not only did they not directly rush into the outer circle of starships to wreak havoc, they instead began to devour each other, killing each other. Such a scene was too shocking. It was simply shocking. The hundreds of stronghold zombies all had Sector Lord level cultivation. And the direction of their evolution was special. They were all mutated metal types. Right now, their bodies looked like giant beasts and had a metallic luster. Obviously, they were extremely tough. Tough, it made people shudder. But right now, facing such a crazy devouring each other, their bodies were like paper. Often, they would open their mouths and tear off large chunks of flesh from their companions. Even when they chewed, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. This scene was strange. It made people scratch their heads. Hundreds of Sector Lord level giant zombie beasts. This was definitely a very powerful force. If they were to join the battle, it would definitely be a catastrophe. But now, they were devouring each other and killing each other. No one knew what was going on, but they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Something was amiss, and everyone knew this. Soon, the results were out. In less than a minute, the 100 Sector Lord zombie beasts had been devoured by each other, leaving only 60 to 70 of them, losing 2/3 of them. Unfortunately, the remaining 2/3 of the giant zombie beasts were all at the initial universe grade from the Sector Lord level. However, this wasn't the end, as the 60 to 70 universe-grade zombie beasts didn't stop. Instead, they continued to devour each other. Moreover, as the number of zombie beasts decreased, the remaining survivors emitted stronger and stronger auras. Half a minute later, there were only 30 or so zombie beasts left. However, the auras in their bodies had reached the late-stage universe grade. In less than half a minute, only 15 of them were left. However, the surviving ones had late-stage universe-grade auras. When there were only 8 zombie beasts left in this area, the auras in their bodies had broken through to the immortal grade. Finally, in just a dozen breaths, the 8 zombie beasts had turned into 4 fourth-level immortal grade existences. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the mid-stage of the immortal grade. Even the cultivation of the elephant, fox, marten, gong huaji, and long shantang were only at this level. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short 3 minutes. When everyone finally came back to their senses and realized what had happened, there were only 4 of the hundreds of huge zombie beasts left. Their cultivation strength had actually reached the level of an elephant fox. The elephant fox marten and the other 2 were in a stalemate. Even the 4 immortal grade old monsters guarding the Sky River, Star couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw such a terrifying scene. Goblet cultivation. It's actually the goblet cultivation. This kind of creature is too scary. It actually has such a terrifying effect when devouring each other. It's even more ferocious and overbearing than the goblet cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 Sector Lords have turned into 4 mid-stage, immortal grade old monsters. How are we supposed to live? Look, those 4 immortal grade zombie beasts seem to want to continue devouring each other. Are they still not satisfied after reaching the mid-stage of the immortal grade? Do they have to make 2 late-stage immortal grade beasts or 1 peak immortal grade beasts? F***CK. Stop them. Stop them immediately. Even old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was shocked when he saw the 4 mid-stage immortal grade beasts in the distance. They seemed to want to continue devouring each other. This kind of method was not only ferocious, but also too shocking. A mid-stage immortal grade old monster should be able to deal with more than 100 sector lord zombie beasts with some effort. However, after devouring each other, the 4 mid-stage immortal grade zombie beasts had turned into 4 mid-stage immortal grade beasts. Under such circumstances, a mid-stage immortal grade old monster would only be tortured if he rushed over. It was simply unscientific that such a terrifying change could happen after devouring each other. All of this was obviously related to some kind of evolved bloodline in these zombie beasts. It was too terrifying. According to this, as long as they could create enough zombie beasts, wouldn't they be able to create marquee-level immortals in a short time through this kind of ferocious devouring each other? Upon realizing this, even Zhou Xian couldn't help but show a look of horror on his face. No matter what, all the zombie beasts with the goblet cultivation bloodline had to be killed. If such a terrifying evolved bloodline wasn't killed, it would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. Boy, it should be enough for one person to stay here with you. The other 2, follow me. We'll deal with the situation over there first. It was also at this moment that old Ghost Mosquito Butcher suddenly let out an explosive shout. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. He had actually used teleportation to charge towards the periphery of the battlefield. Then Long Shantang and Gong Huaji also disappeared and followed him. Compared to the army of zombies that had already been surrounded, the army of zombies on the other side of the battlefield was obviously more dangerous, especially the 4 zombie behemoths that had already reached the middle stage of the sempiternal realm. If they were allowed to continue fighting each other, it would definitely be a disaster. Chapter 4104. Along with the departure of Wen Tu, Gong Huaji, and Long Shantang, the situation of the inner battlefield around Skyriver Planet instantly changed greatly. Disregarding the hundreds of millions of zombie slaves and the hundreds of thousands of black hole zombie elite soldiers, there were more than 5,000 universe realm zombie generals here. Besides that, there were over 50 region lord realm zombie commanders. Of course, there was a final boss, the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng. Even though his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the sempiternal realm, he possessed the heavenly devil physique and the formidable bloodline of the first-generation zombie progenitor. Originally, there were 4 eternal realm experts here, so there was naturally no problem at all when facing all of this. They simply didn't feel any pressure at all, and they even had the ability to crush the enemy. But now, the 3 eternal realm experts had left, and only Zhou Xian and the elephantine mink remained here. Even though there were still 10 million victorious return battleships, half of them were responsible for the encirclement and couldn't be rashly thrown into disorder. The other half were basically dealing with the 100 million corpse slaves and the hundreds of thousands of black hole realm zombies. Elite troops. In other words, the remaining 5,000 plus universe realm zombie generals, 40 plus region lord realm zombie commanders, and the initial stage sempiternal realm zombie emperor could only be dealt with by the elephantine mink and Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was obviously not suitable to deal with the former. Even though he had many abilities, the battlefield was too chaotic right now. Both sides were mixed together, so it wasn't suitable for him to utilize the Battle of the Stars. On the other hand, Tuoba Linfeng was a bastard that he'd unintentionally created, so Zhou Xian still felt that he had the responsibility to end Tuoba Linfeng's existence. I'll leave those zombie generals and zombie commanders for you to deal with. Make sure that not a single one escapes, and kill as many as you can under the precondition that Zhou Xian didn't hold back when facing the elephantine mink, and he directly spoke in a commanding tone. As he spoke, His gaze had already shot towards Tuoba Linfeng, who was at the other side of the battlefield, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As for that zombie leader, just leave it to me. He won't be able to escape. Right at this moment, Tuoba Linfeng's provocative gaze looked over here. He was also looking forward to this battle. This guy was quite arrogant. He smiled faintly and hooked his finger at Zhou Xian. Then he turned his head and looked to the side. He raised his head and let out a fierce whistle, as if he was demonstrating his power. Screech! As he howled, he flipped his right hand, and an incomparably sinister black demonic blade appeared in his hand. Zhang! Following a clanging sound that was filled with endless joy and ruthlessness, the demonic blade slashed out with a loud bang. The blade, which was originally only about 10 feet long, suddenly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade, and it was filled with ferocious gaps as it slashed forward. Boom! In an instant, the heavenly devil blade crossed the endless void and slashed the hull of a large fortress. A loud noise shook the sky, but the fortress did not explode. Instead, inside the ship, there was a tide of horrified screams, but after half a breath, everything stopped. In an instant, the sinister demonic blade gushed out endless demonic aura. It spread out in an instant like the thickest black fog, completely shrouding the entire fortress. This large fortress, with a diameter of 100,000 meters, and the dozens of fortresses around it, were completely invisible at the same time. Moreover, while the hull was wrapped in the black, fog-like demonic aura, there was a screeching sound of metal friction coming from inside. It was extremely horrifying. However, in just a short span of time, everything returned to silence. The dozens of starry sky fortresses completely disappeared. In the void, the demonic, baleful chi drifted like a black fog, but the figure of the great fortress could not be seen. These large fortresses that were enveloped by the heavenly devil blade's black, heavenly devil baleful chi and began to corrode and devour them seemed to have been completely devoured when the evil black, heavenly devil baleful mist once again entered the heavenly devil blade's body. The void where the dozens of fortresses were originally located was already empty. An incomparably ferocious black demonic blade lay across the void. With a whoosh, it returned to Tuoba Linfeng's hand. The black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura surged, shrouding his body, exuding endless demonic aura. Middle stage immortal realm? What a wonderful feeling. With the return of the demonic blade, the black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura that surged endlessly around it rushed into Tuoba Linfeng's body. This was the energy feedback. When the black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura gushed out of his body again, it had completed some kind of refining and completely turned into Tuoba Linfeng's own power. It made his cultivation realm break through from the early stage of the immortal realm to the middle stage of the immortal realm. Although this kind of breakthrough could not be achieved only because the dozens of starry sky fortresses and a large number of flesh and blood lives in them were devoured, it must be that Tuoba Linfeng had almost accumulated enough. The harvest just now was just a coincidence, and it just happened to make up for the last bit of demonic aura of the demonic aura needed for the breakthrough. However, this scene was still too shocking. Not only did Long Shantang's eyelids twitch, but even Zhou Xian gasped when he saw this. Then, even more intense killing intent burst out from his eyes. This guy's strength is too fast. It's simply outrageous. Today, I must kill him no matter what. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Screech, don't you want to kill me? Come on, I'll swallow all of you. Leave no one behind. Jia. Tuoba Linfeng's cultivation realm had suddenly broken through to the middle stage of the immortal realm. Now, his battle strength had greatly increased. He was ecstatic. After saying this, he raised his head and let out a roar. Then his body shook, and his original human form instantly changed into an almost illusory and ferocious heavenly demon. This ferocious heavenly demon's body was as big as 10,000 feet. Its whole body was like a black fog. In the blink of an eye, it drifted away, rushed into the encirclement, and shrouded one of the fortresses. It was going to start a crazier plundering and devouring. Clearly, this heavenly demon wanted to use this crazily devouring to break through to the middle stage of the immortal realm, the peak of the immortal realm, or even the marquee immortal realm. If this was really the case, no matter what, he would not be able to survive today. Boom! Rumble, the sound of explosions and miserable howls resounded in this corner of the void. Some of the battleships were firing, but the battleships were retreating. Obviously, the commanders in the battleships were extremely afraid and did not dare to let this ferocious heavenly demon get close to them. Seeing this, Zhou Xian finally made his move. He could not sit still and watch Tuoba Linfeng devour his troops in front of him as if they were resources to strengthen himself. Heavenly Demon Blade, I didn't expect it to fall into your hands after escaping from the back of the giant void tortoise. This is good. I have obtained the inheritance of the giant tortoise. It is my duty to suppress this heavenly demon blade. To you and me, this battle is like fate. It's time. Chapter 4105. The demonic blade was a primordial treasure. It belonged to the supreme level heavenly demon from the opposing camp in the primordial era. In the primordial war, the primordial supreme heavenly demon left this blade on the back of the void giant tortoise, a supreme level powerhouse on his side, in a sneak attack. Moreover, the heavenly demon seemed to have had a fierce battle with the void giant tortoise. No one knew whether he was dead or alive, but the void giant tortoise was severely injured. Perhaps the celestial demon had used some special method in that battle, resulting in the celestial demon blade remaining on the back of the spatial colossal tortoise in the long years that followed, as if it was a seal that suppressed the tortoise. However, the void giant tortoise was still a supreme level existence. Even if it was severely injured, even if the heavenly demon had used some other unknown means, even if the demonic blade had been left on its back and had never been forced out. However, the void giant tortoise did not die because of this, although the void giant tortoise's recovery was delayed because of the demonic blade, and it was in a bad state due to its serious injuries. The demonic blade, which was originally a primordial treasure, had actually been damaged in such a long time of stalemate. Even when it was in the hands of Tuoba Linfeng not long ago, the demonic blade had recovered slightly because of the repeated devouring and stripping. However, it was still far from being fully recovered. This could be seen from the gaps that covered its ferocious blade. After being refined by Zhou Xian several times, the withered demon blade was now a starry sky treasure. The magic treasures of the primordial era were different from the magic treasures refined in the current era. In the primordial era, the most powerful were the primordial treasures, and the second most powerful were the primordial treasures. Of course, there was also the primordial treasures of the primordial era, such as the Shinnon Cauldron and the Netherworld Cauldron. This level of existence was rare even among the primordial treasures. In the current era, the most powerful were the starry sky treasures, and the second most powerful were the primordial treasures. Basically, the most powerful starry sky treasures of the current era were at most on par with the second most powerful primordial treasures of the primordial era. After all, one was refined in the current era, while the other had existed since the distant primordial era. The former lacked the accumulation of time, while the latter had the baptism of a long period of time. It was normal for contemporary treasures to be one grade lower than the desolate era treasures of the same grade. In other words, if the withered demon blade that Yi Xian refined in his hands was compared to the sky demon blade that was passed down from the primordial era in Tuoba Linfeng's hands, the power of the two was roughly equal. It could be said that the battle between Tuoba Linfeng and Yi Xian was a fated battle between the two of them, as well as a battle between the withered demon blade and the heavenly demon blade, the two supreme fierce blades that belonged to the current era and the primordial era. At this moment, following Tuoba Linfeng's provocative actions, destroying dozens of starry sky fortresses in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was enraged. With a flip of his hand, the withered demon blood blade was already in his hand. Screech! With a sneer, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly waved his right hand. The sky demon blade that was originally in his right hand instantly shot out, and a ferocious roar filled with endless ferocity rang out. In the next moment, from the heavenly devil blade, a huge blade spirit roared out. It was pitch black all over and stood on its hind legs. However, its body looked like that of a bull. There were two horns on its huge head and a pair of sharp black bone wings on its back. Behind its back was a pair of sharp black bone wings that glowed with a cold light, an extraterrestrial demonic beast. This extraterrestrial demonic beast was the ferocious spirit of the sky demon blade. In the past, it was killed by the sky demon, and its ferocious spirit was sealed in the sky demon blade. It had existed for an unknown number of years. A ferocious aura gushed out from its body, turning into a black sky demon evil chi that enveloped its body as if it was solid. At this moment, this sky demon ferocious spirit that was refined from the extraterrestrial demonic beast's ferocious spirit appeared above the blade of the sky demon blade. It shot out at a shocking speed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was calm and fearless. The corner of his mouth twitched, and there seemed to be a scornful light bursting out from his eyes. You want to compete with Yi Xian's battle weapon blade spirit? Come on. With a cold smile, his figure did not rush up. Like Tuoba Linfeng, he still stood there. The two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. In this battle, they would compete with the battle weapon first. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly flipped his right hand. The withered demon blood blade that had been trembling violently in his hand for a long time instantly rushed out like a monkey and shot out. Screech! As it rushed out, a ferocious roar rang out. Because of its extreme speed, the withered demon blood blade had turned into a blood-black light. Above the blade spirit, the withered demon also appeared. This was clearly an outer-realm ferocious devil that he'd never seen before. It similarly stood on two legs, and its entire body was covered in fine blood-green scales. There was even a long tail behind its thighs that was streamlined and very thick, and the numerous barbed spikes on it looked extremely shocking. As for its head, it looked like a wolf or tiger. It had a pair of ferocious blood-red fangs. There was a single horn on its head that was as red as blood. Although there were no wings on its back, it was covered with sharp bone spurs that were slightly curved. It made people feel cold just by looking at it. The two extraterrestrial beasts were both in the state of energy. Moreover, they clearly did not belong to this world. At least, they had never been seen in the three main starry skies of this world. Even the indigenous ferocious beasts that Yi Xian brought out from the source of all evil Starfield, and the caged ferocious beasts that had now arrived in the first universe's demon territory, there was absolutely no existence of the same kind. Just by looking at their appearance, it was already shocking enough. They were even more terrifying than ferocious beasts. They could definitely be called extraterrestrial demons. The speed of these two extraterrestrial demons was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the distance of 1,000,000 li between Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng. With continuous rumbling sounds, they were engaged in close combat in the blink of an eye. On both sides of the battlefield, Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng both stopped. They were not in a hurry to participate in the battle. This battle belonged to the two supreme ferocious blades. From the beginning, it had risen to the height of a battle between blade spirits. It was extremely dangerous, but it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was because blade spirits were existences that could strengthen themselves by devouring each other, achieving the goal of evolution and transformation. No matter if it was Zhou Xian or Tuoba Linfeng, they both hoped that the blade spirit within their battle weapons would be able to win this battle. If the withered demon were to win this battle, then Zhou Xian's withered demon blood blades would greatly increase. If the heavenly demonic beast won and devoured the withered demon, then the heavenly demonic blade in Tuoba Linfeng's hand that had yet to be fully repaired would most likely be restored by a large portion. When that time comes, the power of the blade would definitely skyrocket. Roar! Screech! Roars and howls shook the heavens. As the battle between the two blade spirits escalated, the space of several 100,000 li in the central region was shrouded by the black demonic qi and the dark red, withered demon blood qi. Even Zhou Xian and Tuoba Linfeng could not see the details of the battle. Chapter 4106. Roar! Screech! An earth-shattering roar rang out. The black demonic qi that had originally enveloped hundreds of thousands of miles of space in the central territory suddenly went berserk. Then it quickly condensed inwards. In the blink of an eye, only the dark red demonic qi of the withered demonic qi that enveloped this space was left. But because of the existence of the withered demonic aura, everything in the central territory battlefield could not be seen clearly. It was impossible to know what was happening inside. At this moment, whether it was Zhou Xian or Tuoba Linfeng, their hearts were in their throats. They were quite nervous because they did not know what the sudden disappearance of the black demonic aura of the withered demonic aura meant. Did it mean that the demonic beast was defeated or that the withered demonic aura was devoured? In the midst of the slight uneasiness, the final result quickly appeared. Screech! Another screech sounded. This time, in the central territory battlefield void, the dark red demonic aura of the withered demonic aura that covered hundreds of thousands of miles began to condense inwards rapidly. The scene in the void was instantly revealed. The two demonic beasts appeared in the sight of Zhou Xian and Tuoba Linfeng almost at the same time. The only difference was that the withered demonic beast, with a single horn, was still standing in the void. Although its body was full of hideous wounds, its aura was still strong and fierce. On the other hand, the demonic beast had already lost its breath. Its huge body was torn into two halves. It was held by the withered demonic beast in its left and right hands. The withered demonic beast was stuffed into its ferocious, bloody mouth. After all, it was not a real body of flesh and blood. It was a blade spirit that existed in the form of energy. Therefore, although the demonic beast's body looked like it was 10,000 feet tall, it was completely devoured by the withered demonic beast in an instant. Not even a single black hair was left. Xiao! At this moment, the demonic blade that had been hovering in the sky above the battlefield of the two demonic beasts also shot towards the withered demonic beast. At the same moment, the demonic beast was devoured. It was directly swallowed into the withered demonic beast's stomach and disappeared. All of this happened too quickly. Tuoba Linfeng, who was standing 1,000,000 miles away, didn't even have time to react. The heavenly demon blade, which he regarded as a supreme ominous weapon, was no longer seen. Such a scene made Tuoba Linfeng's body tremble violently. His expression changed. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at the withered demonic blade spirit in the void. Evil beast, how dare you swallow this emperor's weapon? Can you digest it? This kind of result was unacceptable to Tuoba Linfeng. In a fit of anger, he roared on the spot, and with a flash of his figure, he shot towards the battlefield in the Central Territory. As he roared, a greedy glint flashed across his eyes. He actually wanted to personally take action to suppress the withered demon blade and seize Yi Xian's withered demon blood blade. Obviously, this guy was greedy. Seeing that Yi Xian's withered demonic blade could even swallow the ancient treasure, the demonic blade, he wanted to shamelessly steal it while Yi Xian was unprepared. Your opponent is this Yi. You can't fight, so you want to steal it. Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing? Yi Xian sneered. As he spoke, he urged the withered demonic blade spirit to return to its nest. The huge withered demonic blade spirit drilled into the withered demonic blade, hovering above his head. Then he waved his hand and took it into his undying world. At the same time, Yi Xian raised his left hand and pointed at Tuoba Linfeng, who was 1,000,000 miles away. He was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. Even if he activated the true form of the demonic ape and performed the 5th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline, he would only be able to reach the 1st rank of the Realm Lord state. There was still a big gap between him and Tuoba Linfeng, who was already an immortal being. Since that was the case, activating the demonic ape bloodline didn't make much sense. Instead, it would expose the identities of the other peerless geniuses, which was unwise. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use the ancient Yiksha's bloodline ability, the Heaven-Falling Bow. Even though he was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Star-Lord realm, the bloodline ability was too powerful. It consumed a lot of his cultivation, mental power, physical strength, and even vitality. If he condensed all of that into one attack, he could kill an immortal being even though he was only a peak Star-Lord. At this moment, as he raised his left hand, a golden light suddenly burst forth from Yi Xian's originally empty left palm. The golden bow in the form of energy appeared once again without any suspense. At both ends of the simple and ferocious bow, 2 humanoid creatures that formed a semi-arc bow opened their mouths wide in anger. A bowstring that was clearly made of countless fine golden threads twisted together extended from the wide mouths of the 2 roaring creatures at the same time. Very soon, it condensed into a bowstring. On it, there was a golden energy arrow quietly appearing. Tuoba Linfeng, you've been struggling at death's door for so long. Today, it's time for you to die. As the words came out of his mouth, strands of strange golden brilliance burst out from the depths of Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his right hand and pinched the tail of the energy arrow that was already on the bowstring. Suddenly, he pulled the bowstring to the fullest. Wang! A rapid trembling sound rang out as the energy bow in Yi Xian's hand instantly emitted a blazing golden light. In the blink of an eye, it quickly condensed and poured into the arrows on the bowstring without missing a single drop. It whistled through the air and instantly traversed the endless void, bringing with it a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Tuoba Linfeng. This is the Heaven-Falling Bow. Sure enough, it's all because of you. Screech. Boom. At this moment, Tuoba Linfeng's eyes widened in an instant. All the hairs on his body stood up. His figure stopped abruptly in the void as he let out a monstrous roar filled with unwillingness. At this moment, he was finally sure of Yi Xian's identity. He was both Prince Xian and young Masterling whom he had always hated, as well as a few other peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Along with Tuoba Linfeng's unwilling roar, a series of deafening booms suddenly exploded without warning. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be shaking slightly, as if doomsday was coming. The earth was shaking, and the mountains were shaking. Yi Xian's current strength was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. Chapter 4107. Boom. A huge rumble rang out. The vast expanse of space several 100,000 kilometers ahead was completely swept away by the terrifying energy that spread out. There were even a lot of fine cracks in the void, as if the void had been a calm pool of water, but then a huge rock had been thrown into it. Water splashed everywhere, and ripples spread out. A strong sense of weakness assaulted Yi Xian's heart. That attack, the energy arrow of the heaven-falling bow, instantly took away almost 70% of all the energy in his body except for his vitality. Even though he was at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Lord state, he still couldn't withstand such an attack. This kind of situation also made one's footsteps unsteady. Although the price he had to pay for the attack wasn't small, it was still bearable for Yi Xian. Of course, what was more important was the result of the arrow. Although Tuoba Linfeng had become an undying being and had a mysterious heavenly devil body, the fallen sky bow was the only bloodline ability of the desolate era Supreme Yiksha, which was extremely lethal. At this moment, Yi Xian recklessly shot out this arrow. When the golden-purple energy arrow exploded on Tuoba Linfeng's body, even his strange, heavenly demon body couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if it was unstoppable, carrying a strong sense of unwillingness and monstrous resentment as it completely melted. For flying ashes, after a breath of time, the surging energy in front of him quickly entered a period of calmness. However, Tuoba Linfeng's figure had completely disappeared, and not even the slightest trace of his aura could be found. Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat the entire time, finally settled down. He was indeed very concerned about the result of the arrow. This was because Tuoba Linfeng was too dangerous. In less than a year, the young master of the Tuoba family, who was casually beaten up by Yi Xian, had grown to break through to the immortal realm. According to Yi Xian's estimates, if he was allowed to continue growing at such a terrifying speed, it would only take him 2 to 3 years at most. This person's cultivation would probably reach the Undying Emperor level, or even stronger. That was absolutely shocking. Even Yi Xian was afraid of it. Every time he thought of it, he would feel a chill down his spine. After all, even the entire demon race, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, only one ancestor of the entire race had become an undying emperor. However, Tuoba Linfeng, because of his terrifying universe zombie bloodline, was very likely to become an undying emperor in just a few years. That was simply terrifying. In addition, this guy had a heavenly devil body, which was unpredictable. This time, it could only be considered a pleasant surprise. They had blocked him in the zombie lair and forced him out. If not for that, with Yi Xian's means, it was almost impossible to find him in the boundless space of the 3 main planes. It could be said that if he missed the opportunity to kill him today, Yi Xian would definitely regret it, because the next time he wanted to find Tuoba Linfeng, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but it would not be too far off. Since Yi Xian entered the space environment, he had encountered countless opponents in the past 2 or 3 years. He had even killed several undying old monsters. There was also Heaven's Eye, who had a transcendent status and was on the same level as the headless infant corpse. Yi Xian had indirectly fought with him several times. Even so, Tuoba Linfeng was still ranked in the top 3 in Yi Xian's heart. After all, when he was at the Heavenly War Empire's Heavenly War Star, he was clearly sure that he had killed Tuoba Linfeng. However, he never expected that so many unforeseen events would occur later on. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh endlessly. Fortunately, Tuoba Linfeng had been killed in the end. This time, Yi Xian was extremely confident. He'd always had strong confidence in the overbearing might of the Heavens Fall Bow because it had never disappointed him. Besides the headless infant corpse, this was absolutely Yi Xian's greatest trump card, and it even surpassed the Farmer God Cauldron. At this moment, with the death of the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, Yi Xian's heart that was hanging in his throat was completely confirmed. Although the interior and exterior of the heavenly river star were still not peaceful, even in the void of the universe outside the planet's atmosphere, the battlefield stretched for millions of miles. Even though the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, had perished, there were still a few 100 million low-level corpse slaves, over 1 million black hole realm elite zombie soldiers, over a few thousand universe realm zombie battleships, over 100 region lord realm zombie commanders, and 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombie beasts wreaking havoc. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, these zombies were nothing. There was no need to mention the other elite zombie soldiers, generals, and commanders. Even the 4 mid-stage Neverlife realm zombie beasts weren't taken seriously by him. At the very least, no matter how formidable these fellows were, they couldn't compare to Tuoba Linfeng, who possessed a true heavenly devil physique that was capable of a myriad of changes. Once they fled, then it was utterly impossible to follow them. So long as they continued to lie dormant, then it would be impossible to even find a trace of them. However, what he never expected was that Tuoba Linfeng's complete death, to him, was equivalent to resolving a knot in his heart, but at the same time, it also represented a true monstrous calamity. In an instant, without any warning, it suddenly descended. Roar, roar, screech. Almost at the same instant that Tuoba Linfeng's heavenly devil physique was blasted apart by the golden energy arrow of the fallen sky bow, and was completely annihilated, an incomparably mournful roar of zombies suddenly resounded from all over the distant void around Skyriver Star. Boom, 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 boom. Before Yi Xian could react to what had happened, along with the shocking roar of zombies, a large number of roars and explosions resounded like a tide. All of this happened so suddenly that even Yi Xian was stunned. Then a flash of insight flashed through his mind, and his expression instantly changed. When he turned his head to look, the scene that entered his eyes instantly confirmed the guess that had surfaced in his heart. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped his heart, causing him to not think too much about it. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, he directly waved his hand and activated the divine cauldron, the Shen cauldron that was stored in the undying world within his body. Body explosion, boundless body explosion. His gaze swept across, from near to far, almost covering the entire sky and earth. Chapter 4108. Screech, bang, 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 bang. Along with the frenzied screeches of the zombies in the universe, endless banging sounds swept over like a tide. In an instant, the cosmic void that was millions of kilometers away from Skyriver Planet's atmosphere had transformed into a land of evil and deadly poison. Such a scene was too horrifying. Even Yi Xian, who had experienced many large-scale battles in the past year, had never seen such a terrifying scene. In this cosmic void that was millions of kilometers in circumference, there were originally hundreds of millions of corpse slaves, over 1 million black hole realm zombie soldiers, over 10,000 universe realm zombie battleships, over 100 domain lord realm zombie commanders, and 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombies. Giant beasts. But at this moment, as the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, was completely annihilated, these corpse slaves, zombie elite soldiers, generals, commanders, and even the 4 sempiternal realm zombie beasts all exploded. Without exception, all of them exploded, and the zombie poison and pus in their bodies splattered out and spread throughout the entire void. This scene caused Yi Xian to instantly feel deep self-blame in his heart. He should have expected this scene, because the entire zombie army in the universe was actually born because of Tuoba Linfeng. If the zombie army in the universe was compared to a special race, then Tuoba Linfeng, as the zombie emperor, was clearly the blood of this race, the progenitor of the bloodline. Moreover, The zombie race in the universe clearly had some kind of extremely strict bloodline hierarchy, and this kind of hierarchy led to an unknown bloodline connection between the zombies in the universe. To put it simply, they were bound together for good or ill. Of course, there was absolutely only one existence that could affect the entire race's reputation, and it was Tuoba Linfeng, who had always been the bloodline of the zombie race in the universe. All the other zombies in the universe, including the 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombie beasts, the poison in their bodies came from Tuoba Linfeng. It could be said that the death of any other existence in this race would not have any effect on the existence and bloodline connection of the entire race, even if the 4 sempiternal realm zombie beasts suddenly died. But Tuoba Linfeng was different. Once he died and was completely annihilated, it was equivalent to a self-destruct device in the bloodline of this race being fully activated. It was precisely because of this reason that after Tuoba Linfeng, who was regarded as the bloodline source of the zombie race in the universe, was shot down by Zhou Xian with a single arrow and completely annihilated, the entire zombie race that had evolved because of the zombie poison in his body was completely cut off from the bloodline source. What happened next was that the self-destruct device in the bloodline was triggered. All the zombies in the universe did not even have the ability to resist, and they instantly exploded and died. This was originally a good thing. With all the universe zombies gone, this difficult intergalactic war could be said to have come to an end. In particular, the explosion and death of the 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombie beasts was of great significance. Otherwise, even if Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Gong Huaji, and Long Shantang took action, they would have to spend a lot of energy and even pay the huge price of losing an immortal realm old monster. But at the same time, such a scene was actually a disaster, a catastrophe whose consequences were almost impossible to predict. Although all the hundreds of millions of zombies in the universe had exploded and died, the large amount of zombie poison and pus that sputtered out of their bodies was a huge malignant tumor. Yes, the corpse emperor Tuoba Linfeng had indeed been annihilated, which meant that the bloodline of the zombie race in the universe had completely disappeared. Some kind of brand related to Tuoba Linfeng that remained in the poison in the bodies of all the zombies in the universe had disappeared. But the zombie poison did not disappear because of this. Once the poison infected other humans or other flesh and blood creatures, a new zombie race in the universe would soon be born again. There might even be more than one. Hundreds of millions of zombies in the universe had all exploded. A large amount of zombie poison and pus covered the universe void within a radius of millions of miles. In just a moment, it was unknown how many powerhouses in the universe who did not have protective measures were caught off guard and infected by the sputtering poison. The zombie poison had spread. Even Zhou Xian could not save these people. Soon, a horrible zombie transformation would occur. And if this situation was not stopped immediately, the final consequences would be unimaginable. The result of such a large amount of zombie poison and pus was that the entire human race in the third universe would face a life and death crisis because of the rapidly spreading zombie poison. Although Zhou Xian was not wrong, Tuoba Linfeng had to be killed, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Even the initial birth of him, the zombie emperor, was not the responsibility of Zhou Xian. It was the work of the real young master Linghu, who had fallen long ago. It was him who brought an immortal and imperishable bead from the Yin demon clan in the second universe and crushed it in the Shenong cauldron to poison it, leading to what happened later. All of this was born. But Zhou Xian always had a kind of self-blame in his heart. He thought that whether it was the real young master Linghu who had made a move to cause all of this, or now that he had killed the zombie emperor Tuoba Linfeng, it had inadvertently caused a new disaster. He might have made an unintentional mistake, but he had to bear some responsibility. But now was obviously not the time to blame himself. Time was too tight. He had to immediately find a way to solve all of this, and curb the spread of the zombie poison. In order to make up for his mistake and to stop the spread of the zombie poison, Yi Xian did not hesitate to directly wave his hand and summon the Shenong cauldron. In this way, his other identities would undoubtedly be exposed in an instant, but at this time, he had no time to care about it. Xiao. As the Shenong cauldron was summoned, it crossed the void and appeared in the form of a huge superstar. Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed, and he had already arrived at the mouth of the cauldron filled with 9-colored fog. His figure bobbed up and down in the dense fog. Then he waved his hand, and in an instant the Shenong 7-colored flame rushed out of the cauldron like a majestic river. In the blink of an eye, it divided into 4 and shot away in 4 different directions. This scene was like the 7-colored Milky Way hanging in the 9 heavens, and it was rapidly spreading in 4 directions to the surroundings. The root of the Shenong exotic flame was in the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the Shenong cauldron. As long as the source of the exotic flame in the flame pool was not extinguished, the 7-colored flame that gushed out of the cauldron would be endless. Chapter 40, 109. Bang bang! Roar. In the air, as all the zombie slaves, elite zombie soldiers, generals, and commanders exploded, a cloud of zombie toxins and disgusting, colorful liquid splashed out in all directions. Some people were affected immediately, whether it was in the inner or outer battle circles. At this moment, in addition to a large number of Starry Sky battleships fighting fiercely, there were also some Starry Sky powerhouses fighting with their cultivation base, exposing their bodies to the void. Some of these Starry Sky powerhouses had activated their defensive magic treasures, covering their bodies with a layer of light curtain, or were inside a nearly sealed defensive armor. These existences, like the Princess Fans, the Federation people, and the Starry Sky powerhouses inside the starships, were temporarily spared and weren't immediately infected by the zombie toxins. However, there were also some who didn't have such defensive measures at all. The result was obvious. When the zombies around them suddenly exploded, a large amount of zombie poison and pus spread out, and they were infected at the first moment. Miserable howls sounded almost instantly, and they could be heard everywhere in the void. Some of the Starry Sky powerhouses were contaminated with too much zombie toxins, and they were almost drenched like a rat in soup. The stench was overwhelming, and there was almost no way to deal with it, and they began to turn into zombies directly. Some of the infected didn't start to turn into zombies in a short time due to the small amount of zombie toxins on their bodies, but their bodies were obviously feeling it. When they saw their companions who were originally fighting side by side quickly turning into zombies, they couldn't bear it anymore. In desperation, they took advantage of the fact that the zombies hadn't completely turned into zombies, and they directly exploded. Tragic. It was too tragic. Although the Universe Zombie Army under Tuoba Linfeng's command had been completely annihilated, along with the Zombie Emperor, the source of this Universe zombie bloodline, he had also disappeared. But at this moment, with the outbreak of the zombie toxins, the new Universe zombies, in a short time, were discovered again. Moreover, these Universe zombies that had just appeared were different. They were all first-generation zombies, and each of them belonged to the source of their bloodline. This was because they were infected with a pure, undying, indestructible poison that didn't have the aura of any other creature. If these newly infected and zombified Universe zombies were to break out of the encirclement, a large number of Universe zombies would soon appear in the third universe of the human race. None of them had any bloodline inheritance relationship with each other. It was simply impossible to eliminate them through cleaning and annihilation. There were even a few Universe-grade Starry Sky powerhouses in the periphery of the battlefield. They were caught off guard by the overwhelming zombie toxins and immediately turned into zombies. In the blink of an eye, several Universe-grade first-generation Universe zombies appeared. they were definitely a few of the biggest tumors, because they were already so powerful when they were first infected with the corpse poison. They weren't far from the immortal realm. If they weren't killed immediately after this battle, they would probably evolve to the immortal realm very quickly. It wouldn't even be long before they became Marquis or Emperor Immortals. Seeing this scene and thinking of the terrifying consequences of such a situation, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He immediately shouted, "Old Man Mosquito Butcher, you guys immediately kill those universe-grade zombies. Once they break out, the next time we meet them, it might be a terrifying Marquis, undying corpse emperor." Hearing this, Old Man Mosquito Butcher didn't have much of a reaction. After all, his original body wasn't weak. A conservative estimate was that he was at least an emperor immortal. However, the three old men, Gong Huaji, Long Shantang, and Elephant Fox Martin, were so scared that they trembled all over. With their understanding of the universe's zombies, they naturally knew that Yi Xian wasn't exaggerating. The speed at which this kind of terrifying creature evolved was indeed so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The corpse emperor that was killed earlier was merely a descendant of the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War Empire. Not even. It had only been half a year, but it had already soared to the immortal realm. In addition, they had seen the 4 zombie beasts transform from sector lords to immortal beasts in the blink of an eye by devouring each other. There was absolutely no room for carelessness. If those zombies, who were at least universe-grade at the beginning, escaped, they would definitely become Marquis, immortals in a short time. With ferocious expressions, the 4 immortal realm-old monsters immediately took action. They spread out and began to hunt in the inner and outer circles of the battlefield. They specifically targeted those who were above the Star Lord level and had already been infected by the zombie poison. As long as they set their eyes on a target, they would show no mercy, no matter who they were or which force they came from, even if they were their own subordinates. They would definitely smash them into pieces and completely eliminate the potential threat they represented. Huff! On the other side, Yi Xian's figure stood at the mouth of the Shinnong cauldron that was like an enormous star. The power of the 9-colored fog floated up and down, and from time to time, his eyes would emit strands of light. He was completely focused on controlling the boundless 7-colored flames that poured out from the cauldron and shot them towards the edge of the entire void battlefield. Go. Faced with such a terrifying situation that was almost out of control, the only thing Yi Xian could rely on was the 7-colored flames in the Shinnong cauldron. Only the invincible Shinnong flames could refine all the zombie poison and burn away all evils in the world. Nothing else would work in such a situation. Such a calamitous situation was no longer something that could be controlled by the strength of one's cultivation. One had to rely on special treasures to activate the power of the field inside the cauldron in order to achieve a suppressive effect. Of course, if it was in existence at the level of the headless infant corpse, it would be a different story. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the Shinnong cauldron and directly waved his hand to roll out a large sea of 7-colored flames, like a sea of flames from the cauldron. The flames spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Around the battlefield, in a large number of Starry Sky warships, countless fans of the Prince, citizens of the Federation, and Starry Sky powerhouses from all over were stunned for a few moments. Soon they shuddered and then cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, what did I just see? Am I blind? That's the Medicine King's divine cauldron? What happened? Isn't that young Masterling Hu's thing? No, it should be the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng." He had already admitted the fact that the 5 great evildoers were one. I have a frightening guess that just popped up in my mind. I can't get rid of it, no matter how hard I try. Fellow cultivators, do you think I'm crazy? Chapter 41:10. As the Shenong cauldron was summoned by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand, the secret of his identity and all the details were completely and helplessly revealed at this moment. Among the younger generation of the current world, there were a total of 7 existences, known as peerless geniuses, that had appeared out of nowhere. Originally, everyone thought that these 7 peerless geniuses belonged to the human race and the demon race. The identities of Young Master Linghu, Young Master Netherworld, Mechanical War God Sha Baofeng, and Little Primordial Demon Ape were attributed to Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race, giving him the beautiful name of being one of the 5 peerless geniuses. On the human race side of the third universe, the 2 peerless geniuses, Prince Xian and Invincible War God, were added to Yi Xian as a commoner with no background. Although he only fought for the title of being one of the 2 peerless geniuses because of Prince Xian's 2 appearances, his battle results were too shocking. Yes, therefore, compared to the 5 great monstrous geniuses, the halo above Yi Xian's head was even more intense than that of the devil's royal brother, Mo Yufeng. Moreover, even the ownership of the current era's great destiny was believed by countless powerhouses in the 3 main planes of the starry skies to belong to the human race because of Yi Xian's existence. However, no one expected that the final truth would be so shocking. It turned out that even the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, who was known as one of the 5 peerless geniuses, was just another identity of Yi Xian, like Prince Xian and Invincible War God. What 5 peerless geniuses as one? What 2 peerless geniuses as one? None of them were complete. The final truth was only 6 words: 7 peerless geniuses as one. Young Master Linghu, Young Master Netherworld, Mechanical War God Sha Baofeng, Little Primordial Demon Ape, Mo Jinfeng, Invincible War God, Prince Xian. These 7 peerless monstrous geniuses were all just illusions. They only had one common original body, and that was Yi Xian. He was a commoner with no background behind him. Even his interstellar mercenary identity was only registered 2 or 3 years ago. At the time, Yi Xian had only been at the lowest level of the core realm, and yet he had become a peak 9th-rank star lord after only 1,000 days. He had also earned the reputation of being one of the 7 unparalleled geniuses with astounding achievements. He had wreaked havoc in almost all the 3 main planes of space. They were all pushing forward, sweeping, and invincible. All of this was so shocking that after the sudden discovery of this shocking truth, the countless people of the Heavenly River Star in the vast battlefield that spanned millions of kilometers in the void, as well as the countless people of the Heavenly River Star on countless starships, were in danger of being shrouded by the zombie poison for a moment, because they had all been temporarily forgotten. Everyone had sluggish expressions on their faces. It was as if their breathing had stopped, and all of them looked as if they had just been struck by lightning. In a certain space fortress, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were the same. However, they had already known the secret, and were only a little surprised at the moment. They didn't expect the matter to be fully exposed so soon. Sai, this guy is completely famous now. Everyone in the 3 universes knows him. Even the immortal state old monsters have to look up to him when they talk about him. Indeed, the 7 peerless geniuses are one. He's simply inhuman. Not only is this unprecedented, but there will also be no future generations. I really don't know how he did it. He's too good at causing trouble. Well, this guy won't be impetuous because of this, will he? Sister Ziying, we're all his people. Once this guy becomes famous, he won't abandon the 3 of us, right? The last sentence was said by Duanmu Xiaocha. Her face was full of worry, and coupled with these embarrassing words, it instantly made the purplish warbler and Zhao Qianru blush. After spitting in unison, they chased after her and hit her. On the other side, The three girls were playing around again. They were in a large fortress, and there was a sector lord guarding it. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the invasion of the zombie poison. At the same time, the countless Federation citizens and space warriors in the starships on the battlefield came back to their senses after a short moment of daze. In an instant, cries of surprise rose like a tide. Heavens, the 7 peerless geniuses are one. This is simply inhumane. It has never happened before, and it will never happen again. Zhou Xian is truly heaven-defying. Supreme peerless genius. He's definitely a supreme peerless genius. Since ancient times, he's the only one who's worthy of this title. I get it. I finally get it. No wonder he was able to instantly climb to the top of the Federation's contribution list as Prince Xian and even have more than 180 billion contribution points. Everything was done in the first universe. Young Master Ling Hu, young Master Hades, the primordial little devil ape, and the other identities, which one of them isn't infamous. Moreover, for the past year, he's spent almost all of his time outside the third universe of the human race. Even the Tianji clan was forced to migrate because of him. With such a battle record, if he can't get 8 trillion contribution points from the Federation, it would be strange if he gave up his contribution points. That's right. There's also the identity of the mechanical war god, Sha Baofeng. Back then, he was once conferred the title of Young Master of the Tianji clan by the patriarch of the Tianji clan, D.E. This slap in the face was too loud. D.E. didn't even have the face to meet people. Just this alone can be counted as at least 100 million Federation contribution points. In that case, 8 trillion isn't a lot. In fact, the contribution points he earned are far more than that. Don't forget that after he returned as the king, the data on the heavenly list went crazy. Zhou Xian's ranking fluctuated up and down countless times. In the end, when he was at the top of the list with 8 trillion contribution points, he had already lost his contribution points. I don't know how many points were deducted. You can be willful when you're rich, but there's no other way. He's really too good at causing trouble, although what he did was basically beneficial to the Federation, so he was counted as a contribution point. But there are also some that definitely harm the interests of the Federation. That's the reason for the deduction of contribution points. Don't forget, he even killed the immortal old monster of the Myriad Luo Federation. Not to mention extorting from the 2 camps of the human race. It's been more than once. Phew, at the same time that countless cries of surprise resounded like a tide from the surroundings of the battlefield, Zhou Xian waved his hand and summoned 4 boundless 7-colored seas of flames that poured out from the Xianxia cauldron beneath his feet. Finally, they rushed to the edge of the battlefield, which was millions of kilometers away. Moreover, they immediately spread out. In just a dozen breaths, these 4 7-colored flames once again gathered at the edge of the battlefield. At this point, the entire void battlefield with a radius of millions of miles was basically surrounded by the 7-colored flames in the Xianxia cauldron. Then, as Zhou Xian's mind turned, the sound of flames suddenly became louder. The mottled light shield formed by the Xianxia cauldron of 7-colored flames around the battlefield began to slowly and continuously shrink inward. Chapter 4111. The entire void battlefield had a radius of 3 to 4 million square kilometers. Even though Zhou Xian was a peak 9th-rank Star Lord and had the power of the Xianxia cauldron, the Xianxia flames had evolved into 7-colored flames. As a result, his power had long since increased greatly, and he was able to be activated even more thoroughly by Zhou Xian. However, such a vast area was already his limit. It was safe to say that if the void battlefield had been hundreds of thousands of square kilometers wider, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to completely surround it with the 7-colored flames leaking from the Shinong cauldron, even if he had fully activated the power of the Shinong cauldron. In fact, this void battlefield that spanned millions of kilometers was now surrounded by the 7-colored sea of flames that had suddenly leaked out from the Shinong cauldron. It was like a dumpling, forming a mottled screen of light that enveloped the entire area. But at this moment, as this huge light curtain slowly and continuously retracted, all the mutated zombies it touched along the way were not all suppressed without exception. This was understandable. After all, the scene was too big. The entire mottled light curtain covered millions of miles of the vast void, directly causing the power of the 7-colored flame sea to be greatly weakened. It was no pressure at all to deal with the zombie toxins and disgusting pus that had splashed everywhere due to the explosions of countless cosmic zombies. As the light screen of the sea of flames continued to shrink, the disgusting pus filled with zombie poison was squeezed out without any suspense. It was also slowly moving towards the center of the light screen, where the Shinong cauldron was located beneath Yi Xian's feet. However, the new batch of universe zombies that had just completed zombification because they were contaminated with zombie venom, and the weaker ones were immediately blown away by the approaching flame sea light screen. Their entire bodies turned into zombie venom and pus, and were pushed toward the light screen area. However, some of the more powerful universe zombies were immediately burned and melted by the slowly retracting flame sea light curtain. In the end, because the flame sea light curtain's power was greatly weakened, even if only one of these universe zombies was left alive, they would still be able to escape from the flame sea light curtain. Even one of their heads could survive. At this time, the light curtain of the sea of flames had already arrived in front of them. It was as if these surviving space zombies had already avoided the light curtain of the sea of flames and had unknowingly escaped outside of the light curtain. Seeing this, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Elephant Fox Martin, Gong Huaji, Long Shan Tang, and the other immortal old monsters changed their expressions instantly. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the light screen of the flame sea and appeared outside the light screen, guarding one side of the light screen. Then, each of them unleashed their great divine abilities and mercilessly pushed all the fish that had escaped the net forward. In the blink of an eye, they fell into the sea of flames again. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, whose heart was in his throat, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With these 4 immortal-level old monsters guarding the light screen of the flame sea, all the fish that escaped the net would be thrown back into the huge net formed by the Shinong 7-colored flame at the first possible moment. And these universe zombies were basically all seriously injured when the previous light curtain passed through their bodies. If similar injuries were to occur again, they would obviously not be able to withstand it. At most, they would be able to do it 3 or 4 times. In short, Yi Xian did not need to worry about this anymore. After retracting his gaze from the light curtain at the edge of the battlefield, Yi Xian was no longer distracted. He concentrated on controlling the power of the Shinong cauldron field under his feet. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. During this period of time, the light screen of the sea of flames that originally enveloped an area of 3 to 4 million kilometers was slowly but steadily shrinking. At present, the light screen of the sea of flames that looked like a giant ball of light had shrunk by less than half. It was only slightly more than 2 million kilometers wide. However, all the zombie toxins and disgusting pus were not missed. They were all covered in the light curtain and were still pushing toward the center of the Shinong cauldron. At this time, a large number of starships that were originally covered in the light curtain of the flame sea were now outside the light curtain. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, as well as his control over the power of the divine Nong cauldron domain, after the divine Nong's strange flame grew to a 7-colored flame, the current Yi Xian was able to freely control the 7-colored sea of flames to carry out different attacks and effects. It was exactly because of that almost none of the starships that had been thrown out of the light beam because of the constriction of the light beam had been affected by it. Even if they were damaged, they were all caused in the chaotic space battles earlier. Moreover, when the light curtain of the flame sea passed by the surface of these starships, all the pus and zombie toxins that were stuck on the starships were taken away and firmly confined inside the light curtain, unable to escape for the large number of Federation citizens and Starry Sky powerhouses who were inside the starships, but whose starships were outside the light curtain of the flame sea. Until now, they were truly safe. He could even step out of the starship without worrying that there were still remnants of the zombie virus in the universe of the Sea of Flames and Light Beams. In fact, there were indeed some Starry Sky powerhouses who walked out of the starships under their feet. At this moment, they were standing in the space of the universe outside the light curtain, staring blankly at the light curtain of the flame sea that was still shrinking inwards in front of them. Every one of them was in a daze. Everything that happened just now was just like a nightmare. When a huge number of cosmic zombies were born, when all the cosmic zombies, after the death of the zombie emperor Tuoba Linfeng, exploded without any warning, turning the entire space they were in into a hopeless situation full of disgusting pus and zombie toxins. They really never thought that they would be able to stand unscathed outside the light curtain of the flame sea that blocked all the zombie viruses, like a spectator, leisurely looking at the thrilling scene in front of them. Time continued to pass. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. As the light curtain of the flame sea continued to shrink, its power was obviously increasing. Therefore, the speed at which the light curtain of the flame sea was shrinking naturally became faster and faster. In just a little more than 2 hours, the light curtain of the flame sea that was originally more than 2 million miles in diameter was now only tens of thousands of miles in diameter. At this time, all the starships that were not damaged in the previous chaotic battle had basically been thrown outside the light curtain of the flame sea. They were spread out in the space of the flame sea, but they were all like spectators, quietly standing in the space of the distance, silently watching. Chapter 41:12. Immortal and indestructible biomass energy. Do you want to devour it immediately and start tempering your body? As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind without warning, Zhou Xian was stunned on the spot. Then, his gaze fell on the zombie poison that was enveloped in the huge light screen of the Shinong Flame Sea. It looked colorful, but because it was gathered together, its color was extremely dark. Just a glance at it gave people a chill down their backs. This thing was actually called immortal and indestructible biomass energy. It could actually be devoured and have the effect of tempering one's body. Wasn't this the F*King zombie poison and pus? What kind of joke was this? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhou Xian began to doubt the devouring system in his body for the first time. The content of the notification just now was really too strange. He was very familiar with the zombie poison and disgusting pus in front of him. Just now, he had seen with his own eyes how many Starry Sky powerhouses were infected by it. Infected and then directly turned into zombies? Under such circumstances, to make Zhou Xian choose to unconditionally believe it, grit his teeth, and give an affirmative answer, and let the system devour these disgusting things, the psychological barrier was really not small. With this hesitant mentality, Zhou Xian continued to control the field power of the Shinong cauldron to evolve and compress the zombie poison and disgusting pus in the surrounding void. Another 2 hours passed. The light screen of the Shinong Flame Sea, which was originally 10,000 miles in radius, had now shrunk to about 100 miles in diameter. In this 100 miles of void covered by the light screen of the Flame Sea, not a single starship could be seen at this moment. All the starships were pushed out of the light screen of the Flame Sea after being purified of the zombie poison on the starships by the light screen of the Flame Sea. The Federation citizens and Starry Sky powerhouses in the starships were completely safe. In fact, at this time, Yi Xian and the Shinong cauldron under his feet were actually already outside the light screen of the Flame Sea. The Shinong cauldron was now in its complete form, and its size was comparable to a superstar. As for the Flame Sea light screen that had shrunk to its current size, it was only 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was located in the void beside the Farmer God cauldron. Compared to the enormous Farmer God cauldron, it was simply an unremarkable little dot. On the surface of the sphere, which was only 100 miles in diameter, was a layer of colorful, translucent flame formed by a light screen. Inside the sphere, which was enveloped by this layer of flame, was a stagnant liquid that looked like a lake. It was all zombie venom and disgusting pus. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating on how to deal with this incomparably poisonous liquid ball, the system notification that had already appeared once before actually sounded out again without any warning. Ding! Congratulations to host. Discovered immortal indestructible bioenergy. Do you want to devour immediately to temper your body? F***CK. Again, Yi Xian froze for a moment and hesitated. He was very familiar with the nature of the devouring system. Although the system would automatically send out a system notification whenever it encountered a resource that was beneficial to the system or the host of the system, it would ask whether or not to devour it. However, under normal circumstances, this kind of notification sound would only appear once. If the host refused or did not give any response, a similar system notification sound would not appear again in a short period of time. But now, in just a short period of time, the system notification asking Yi Xian whether or not to immediately devour this so-called immortal indestructible bioenergy had already appeared twice in a row. This could only mean one thing, and that was that this opportunity was extremely important. Moreover, from the fact that the effect of this object was to be used to temper the body by devouring, this importance was clearly targeted at Yi Xian himself, and not at the devouring system in his body. Since this was the case, Yi Xian had no choice but to take this seriously. He immediately suppressed the rejection in his heart and directly started searching and inquiring about this so-called immortal indestructible bioenergy in the database of the system. There was no relevant data before, but now that the system had come into contact with this immortal indestructible bioenergy, the database of the system had obviously been updated. Yi Xian easily found it and started flipping through it. After a short while, he finally understood. In the void beside the Shinong cauldron, this rainbow fireball with a diameter of 100 miles contained a huge amount of liquid. It was indeed zombie poison and disgusting pus, but at the same time, it was also the semi-finished product of the immortal indestructible bioenergy mentioned by the system. If he directly devoured it into his body now, the result was obvious. He would die a horrible death. However, if some of the harmful substances, such as certain toxins, were refined, its attributes and essence would change. If he devoured it, it would be one of the best resources to temper the body. He dared not say that it could be compared to the all-evil origin liquid, but after all, it was superior in quantity. Therefore, this was definitely a huge opportunity. After all, although these disgusting green liquids contained terrifying zombie toxins, they were formed by a large number of cosmic zombies after all. From a certain point of view, they were actually a kind of energy just a little more special. Without a doubt, within the 7-colored flame sphere on the side of the Shinong cauldron, there was a large pool of undying and indestructible biomass energy that had a diameter of 100 miles. If he were to completely refine and devour it, then Yi Xian's own cultivation would definitely increase by a large margin this time. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately became excited. This fortune was simply destined to belong to him. Although the undying and indestructible biomass was a good thing, how could an ordinary being refine such a huge chunk with a diameter of 100 miles without a primordial treasure, such as the Shinong cauldron? However, this problem did not exist for Yi Xian at all. With a thought, he immediately activated the power of the Shenong cauldron under his feet. With a whoosh, an even more majestic rainbow fireball poured out from the mouth of the cauldron, shooting toward the liquid ball on the right that was completely enveloped by the light screen formed by the rainbow fireball, directly refining the harmful toxins. Now that the Shenong exotic flames had grown to the height of the rainbow fireball, its power was no longer what it used to be. It was extremely powerful. Even this sea of zombie liquid poison that was 100 miles in radius only took a dozen minutes to completely refine the harmful toxins within it. At this time, not only did this liquid ball, which was originally 100 miles in radius, shrink to about half its original size, its color was no longer as disgusting. Instead, it emitted a brilliant rainbow radiance like the Shenong exotic flames, looking like a dream. Chapter 41:13. It was not that Xian was generous and was willing to share such a rare resource with others. It was just that this so-called undying and indestructible biomass energy was too special and could not be stored for future use. Moreover, this brilliant sea of 7-colored liquid was dozens of kilometers in radius. According to Yi Xian's deduction using the devouring system, he could not use it all by himself. At most, he could only use 30% of it. The second reason, since that was the case, based on the principle of not wasting anything, he could only share this opportunity with the others. However, he was not in a hurry to persuade anyone to share such a good thing. Therefore, he simply waved his hand. Whoever wanted to come could come, and it did not matter if they did not. After saying this, Yi Xian did not pay any more attention to it. His entire body sank down and could no longer be seen. It looked as if he had been directly swallowed by this huge pool of 7-colored liquid. All of this happened too quickly. Among the large number of starships in the surrounding void, everyone thought that Yi Xian was refining the compressed zombie poison in the light curtain of the sea of flames. After all, the power of the 7-colored flame of the Shenong cauldron was obvious to all. If it were not for this flame, the zombie poison would have filled the entire void. It was a vast expanse of the void. However, the unforeseen event happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian, who was refining the zombie poison, jumped into the pool of zombie poison that was still dozens of kilometers in diameter. At the same time as he jumped, he even turned around and waved at the experts in the surrounding void. What did he say that they wanted to come together? F*CK. Come my ass. This is a pool of zombie venom that can poison people to death. Have you gone crazy? He suddenly jumped into the pool to soak himself in zombie poison, and he actually invited his companions? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the countless experts in the starships in the surrounding void were all dumbfounded, especially when they saw Yi Xian jump into the sea of zombie poison and did not pop up again. It seemed that he had been poisoned in an instant and sunk into the depths of the sea of zombie poison. Most people were shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning. Their minds were in a complete mess. However, what no one expected was that in the face of such a strange and terrifying situation, there were actually people who were not afraid of death, or to be more precise, they were rushing to their deaths. What was even more surprising was that it was not just one person rushing to their deaths, but 3 people, and they were actually 3 women. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. These 3 girls were originally in a large fortress from the heavenly underworld empire, but at this moment, they rushed out of the fortress at the same time. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the giant liquid sphere that drowned Yi Xian. The reason for this was that the 3 of them knew Yi Xian too well. If the liquid in this sphere that was dozens of miles in diameter was really disgusting pus and zombie poison, Yi Xian would definitely not jump into it. Moreover, he had waved and said those words at the end which made the three girls even more certain. Of course, the most important reason was that the liquid was constantly being condensed by the light screen of the sea of flames. The three of them had stayed in the Xianxia cauldron for a period of time, so they were more clear and confident about the magical effects of the Xianxia unusual flame than anyone else in the outside world. And the power of the Xianxia unusual flame at that time was obviously not just a little bit weaker than the current seven-colored flame. The Xianxia unusual flame at that time was already so powerful, it was needless to say that it was now. Even the highly toxic zombie toxins and disgusting pus could be neutralized in a short period of time. As a result, the colorful liquid had turned into a colorful liquid. It was definitely a different kind of substance. The toxins had been neutralized, and it had become a good thing. Even Zhou Xian, who had become a Star Lord, had jumped in without hesitation, not to mention the three of them. It had to be noted that they hadn't even reached the universe state yet. How could they miss such an opportunity? Plop, plop, three soft sounds were heard. The three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, jumped into the giant liquid sphere that was dozens of miles in diameter before anyone could react. Moreover, just like Zhou Xian, who had jumped in earlier, his entire body was covered by the rainbow-colored liquid. Devouring. This scene happened too suddenly. In the surrounding space, within the starry sky battleships, a large number of cries of alarm sounded out. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. This was because they didn't understand Zhou Xian, nor had they come into contact with the Xianxia cauldron's Xianxia strange flame. At this moment, seeing this scene, the only thought in his mind was that these three girls were also crazy. They were tired of living and wanted to die, but they didn't choose a cleaner way. They actually jumped into this disgusting zombie's poison and pus. Oh my God, what did I just see? Are they all crazy? 4. In the blink of an eye, four people jumped into that lump of zombie venom one after another. This is definitely the rhythm of an old man hanging himself, the rhythm of a sick and tired of living. Well, I feel like vomiting. That's all zombie poison and pus. It's disgusting to look at from so far away, but they still jumped in. Do they think it's not disgusting enough? It's too scary. It's too crazy. It's over, it's over. My idols couldn't think straight and jumped into the zombie pus. The poison killed them. I don't want to live anymore. What a pity. It's really a pity. Three pretty girls, but their brains are damaged. Sigh, it's a sin. Inside the immortal and indestructible bioenergy liquid sphere, with a diameter of dozens of miles, Zhou Xian, Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who had jumped in one after another, were all sitting cross-legged in the depths of the liquid ball. Their eyes were tightly closed as they entered a state of cultivation. The moment they jumped in and came into contact with the colorful liquid, they already knew the benefits of this thing. They didn't need to actively absorb it at all. The colorful liquid had some kind of mysterious power that kept drilling into their bodies through their 1.08 billion pores. The feeling was quite wonderful. Their limbs, bones, muscles, bones, and blood, every inch of flesh, and every cell suddenly became active and cheerfully accepted the baptism of this mysterious power. Although there was still some pain, and it wasn't an ordinary pain, they could feel their flesh and blood cells becoming stronger almost every second. This kind of physical strength even led to the rapid improvement of the cultivation methods in their sea of consciousness, which was amazing. Chapter 41:14. At this moment, Zhou Xian's heart was filled with joy. This kind of undying and indestructible biomass energy was too heaven-defying. Not only could it automatically drill into the body through the pores all over the body, but at the same time, it could temper and strengthen every inch of the body's cells. It also had a rapid effect on the cultivation in the sea of consciousness, which was far more effective than the hellish ant liquid and other quenching materials. The side effects were actually so mild. Although there was pain, it was really insignificant and not proportional to the gains. He even felt warm all over. But in this feeling, his cultivation strength and the strength of his body were constantly and rapidly increasing. It was a big gain. Time passed slowly. In the surrounding void, the starships did not leave, but continued to watch. However, although some starry sky masters rushed out of the starships, they only stood in the void from a distance. No one continued to jump into the giant liquid. Inside the liquid, of course, it was not that the starry sky masters like Naples from Triumph City did not believe in Zhou Xian. They were all sure that this was a good luck, but now the young master and the 3 future mistresses were bathing together inside. Cough, cough, it was really not good to disturb them. Therefore, even if they wanted to jump in and get some benefits, they all resisted in the end. The 4 immortal realm masters, including the elephant fox ferret, Gong Huaji, and Long Shan Tang, were also standing in the void at this time. The former 3 stared at the liquid ball with a diameter of dozens of miles, flashing a dim light from time to time. Obviously, they were not calm at the moment. With the vision of the immortal realm masters, they could naturally see that this liquid ball was extraordinary. Although they did not know what it was, according to Zhou Xian's previous actions and words, it was obviously something good. At this moment, the elephant fox ferret, Gong Huaji, and Long Shan Tang were hesitating whether they should also jump in and enjoy a cup of soup. You 3 old guys better be honest. It's not easy to make something good, so don't think about it. Can't you leave it to the younger generation? The wretched mosquito slayer, who was standing at the side, gave a timely warning. Furthermore, this thing was created by Xian using the Shenong unusual flame. He was the one who discovered and solved the zombie crisis on Tianhe planet. It's only right for him to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone. What's more, although this thing is extraordinary, it can't withstand the absorption of the 3 immortal realm masters. If you really jump in, I'm afraid Xian's fortune will be gone. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. At the end of his words, Old Man Mosquito Butcher's eyes flashed and his tone turned harsh. Although he and the 3 old men had fought side by side just now, they were actually not on the same side. There was no need to be polite in this kind of situation. The immortal realm master with the immortal realm master with the immortal realm master with the immortal realm master, the immortal realm master with Mosquito Butcher. If the 3 of them really didn't listen to his advice and insisted on seizing Zhou Xian's fortune, once Mosquito Butcher took action, it wouldn't be too difficult to stop the 3 of them together. Hearing his words, the immortal realm master, Gong Huaji, and Long Shan Tang turned to look at each other and exchanged a look. In the end, they gave up, shook their heads, and smiled bitterly. They didn't do anything else. But they didn't leave. They still stood in the void around. Obviously, they were curious and wanted to stay to see the result. Soon, for hours passed. During this time, a group of Zhou Xian's trusted subordinates from Triumph City led a Triumph Legion starship army of 1,000,000 battleships into the Tianhe planet through the space passage in the atmosphere of the Tianhe planet. Inside, it was very likely that there were still some fish that had escaped the net. They had to be cleaned up. In addition, this planet had always been the secret headquarters of Tuoba Lin Feng's Universe Zombie Legion. Who knows if he had left some sort of backup plan or something like that. This also needed to be investigated. The Triumph Legion that had entered the Tianhe planet would carry out a thorough search inside the planet. At the same time, the entire Tianhe planet would be disinfected to prevent any remnant of the zombie virus. Finally, there was the starry sky superbrain, which was the intelligence center of the Xianxia planet's interstellar network. Yi Xian already knew that this starry sky superbrain had been zombified, although it couldn't move, and was still in the center of the Xianxia planet's interstellar network. It was an intelligent, semi-living thing after all. Therefore, in order to prevent it from playing any tricks, someone must be sent to control it as soon as possible. When all of this unfolded in an intense yet orderly manner, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhou Qianru had fallen into the intoxicated pleasure of the improvement in their cultivations and the strengthening of their bodies. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was extremely beautiful. After an unknown period of time, when the slight piercing pain throughout his body had vanished, and the rapid rise in his cultivation had finally stopped, Yi Xian's consciousness gradually cleared up, and he opened his eyes. At this instant, the familiar sound of system notifications actually resounded successively in his mind like tidewater. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the ancient void dimension technique. Current cultivation. First rank region, Lord Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the Qi and Blood realm of the body. Current cultivation. First rank region, Lord Realm. As the familiar sound of system notifications resounded in his mind, a wisp of astonishment appeared on Yi Xian's face because of his surprise, but it was quickly followed by wild joy that surged into his heart. For an entire minute, the sound of system notifications hadn't stopped resounding in his mind, and when Yi Xian was slightly stunned by them, the final sentence had finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the ancient void dimension technique. Current cultivation. Perfection in the 9th rank of Region Lord Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the vital blood realm of the physical body. Current cultivation. Perfection in the 9th rank of Region Lord Realm. Perfection in the 9th rank of Region Lord Realm? My God! It's simply heaven-defying. Before this, his cultivation was merely at the perfection of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm. Yet now, he'd advanced 9 ranks successively and directly surmounted an entire realm to attain perfection in the 9th rank of Region Lord realm. It was a leap of an entire realm. Such a terrifying leap in strength was something that Yi Xian had only experienced once in the Tower of Ancient Inheritance within the inner city of the Eternal Dynasty. However, even that couldn't be compared to this. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation was still weak at that time. Yet now, he'd attained perfection in the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm before the arrival of this fortune. Even if it was a leap of an entire realm, the difference in foundation was completely different. Chapter 41:15. Perfection of the 9th level of the Region Lord realm. In just a short few hours, Yi Xian's cultivation had risen explosively by an entire realm. Moreover, it was an explosive increase in both his cultivation and his vital energy. This was absolutely significant. After all, this was merely the strength of his main body in its normal state. Once he activated the devil-ape bloodline within his body, he would be even stronger. Such a thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately activated the devil-ape bloodline within his body. In an instant, the vital energy and blood within his body surged, and a 30-meter-tall ancient devil-ape appeared out of thin air. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it possessed monstrous ferocity. It actually only rose by a small realm. I merely stepped into the first level of the Sector Lord realm. Yi Xian was instantly stunned when he sensed the strength of the ancient devil-ape bloodline within his body. Merely a small realm of cultivation had risen explosively, and this was far beyond his expectations. Previously, when his main body was at the 9th level of the Star-Lord realm, the strength of the ancient devil-ape bloodline true body was at the 5th level of the Region Lord realm. once he executed the 9 devil-ape bloodline true body and attained the 5th transformation, he would instantly attain the 1st level of the Sector Lord realm. Every single transformation would increase his strength by a small realm. Now that his main body had broken through once more and attained perfection of the 9th level of the Region Lord realm, according to convention, after activating the ancient devil-ape bloodline, Zhou Xian should be able to attain the 5th level of the Sector Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat strength would attain the 1st level of the Universe realm. But now, he'd clearly activated the ancient devil-ape bloodline, yet his strength didn't rise by 5 small realms like before. Instead, it had been reduced to a single small realm. After a brief moment of shock, he roughly figured out the crux of the matter, and he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. The reason why my cultivation and physical strength would rise greatly after activating the ancient devil-ape bloodline is because of the amplification effect of the ancient devil-ape bloodline. However, it is very clear that this sort of effect will continue to exist as one becomes stronger and stronger. However, it is absolutely impossible for it to always be this obvious. To put it simply, the amplification effect of the devil ape's bloodline towards one's strength was very obvious when one's cultivation was weak, so the improvement of one's strength was extremely great once it was activated. Yet now I've already stepped into the perfection stage of the 9th rank of Region Lords, and I'm much stronger than before. So, the amplification effect of the devil ape's bloodline towards my strength is naturally not as obvious as it was in the past. The most direct effect of this is that while the improvement of one's cultivation is still the same after the bloodline is activated, the extent of it has decreased. It's far from what it used to be. Now that I've activated the ancient demonic ape bloodline, my strength has only increased by a small level. What about the 9 transformations of the demonic ape? Is it still possible to advance by a small level with each transformation? If this is still the case, then it won't be too disappointing. After all, with the addition of the devil ape's 5 transformations, when needed, my cultivation and strength can instantly increase by at least 6 small ranks. The further one goes, the stronger one's cultivation and strength will be. Usually, 1 small rank is very significant. 6. An instant increase of one's combat strength by a small rank is extremely impressive. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately shouted, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. First transformation, along with Zhou Xian's explosive roar. The size of the 30 tall ancient demonic ape suddenly increased, while an indescribable bloodline energy instantly surged within its body, and it converged into a force that was like a tide. It greatly increased the vital blood and cultivation of the 3 true forms of the ancient demonic ape. In the blink of an eye, the 30 tall ancient demonic ape had directly risen to 300 tall. Cultivation strength, 2nd rank of the World Lord realm. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 2nd transformation. After he shouted explosively for the 2nd time, a familiar feeling arose once more. The vital blood and energy within the 3 true forms surged once more, and it surpassed the 1st transformation. The ancient demonic ape was 300 tall during the 1st transformation, yet now it had risen explosively to 3 kilometers tall. Cultivation strength, 3rd rank of the World Lord realm. At this point, there was no need to continue. He was already certain that the effect of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape hadn't changed. Every transformation would allow his cultivation to rise by a small rank. Now that Zhou Xian had comprehended the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 5th transformation, this was equivalent to a 5 small rank increase in battle strength, and adding on the 1 small rank increase from activating the ancient demonic ape bloodline. If he needed it, his own battle strength could instantly rise by 6 small levels to reach Sector Lord Level 6 from the peak of Domain, Lord Level 9, 6th rank of the World Lord Realm at its strongest state. This is already the pinnacle of the middle stage of the World Lord Realm. Since that's the case, I'll break through another small rank. After figuring out all the problems, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. He subconsciously clenched his fists as he muttered to himself, I only need one more small breakthrough. Then, when the Devil Ape's bloodline is activated, I will be able to use the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape to the 5th transformation. At that time, my cultivation will reach the Realm Master level, the 7th rank. Even though it's only a single rank of difference from the 6th rank of the World Lord Realm, one is at the middle stage of the World Lord Realm, while the other is at the late stage of the World Lord Realm. Their combat strengths are completely different. Besides that, my current cultivation is at the peak of the 9th rank of the region Lord Realm under normal circumstances. I only need to break through a small rank before I'll be able to surmount an entire realm and reach the World Lord Realm from the current peak of the region Lord Realm. This is even more significant. Any one of these points is worth me breaking through right now. Even though I've just experienced a great leap of an entire realm, if I don't hesitate to invest and exhaust my strength, then it's entirely possible to forcefully push my current cultivation up a small rank. I can do it. At the very least, it's worth a try for the sake of attaining a combat strength at the World Lord Realm. When he spoke up to here, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and directly deactivated the bloodline ability. Moreover, he struggled free from the ancient demonic ape bloodline state and returned to his human form. Just like before, he sat down cross-legged in the depths of the enormous liquid ball. Swish, 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 swish. Yi Xian withdrew a huge amount of cultivation resources from the undying world within his body. Any single one of these resources would cause a stir and frenzy if placed in the outside world. Yet now, he'd practically spared no expense to withdraw them, and his objective was merely for the sake of breaking through a small rank. If news of this were to spread, then countless experts would beat their chests and stomp their feet. Natural inchill nectar, nether furnace lotion, heavenly centipede venom, and hellish an elixir that had been refined by the Shenong blaze, 10 drops of evil liquid, 109th rank 99 colored Starcore quintessences, and a huge amount of 8-eyed silver crystals. Chapter 41:16. Yi Xian was very determined to break through the bottleneck, but he would be lying if he said that he wasn't nervous. It was because he hadn't refined the level 18 liquid at all. Ever since his cultivation of the ancient Dongshu chant was interrupted, he had been walking the path of body tempering by using the gene cultivation fluid. Although he had obtained the subsequent cultivation method of the ancient Dongshu chant, the cultivation method required comprehension, and the speed of improvement was slow. On the other hand, the path of body tempering was an evolutionary path. Once his body was strong enough, he would be able to break through the shackles of human potential in his body. Therefore, even after obtaining the subsequent techniques of the ancient Dongshu Sutra, Yi Xian had been practicing both martial arts, and his cultivation had always been in sync with his physical strength. But in fact, after so many times, there had only been one instance where a breakthrough in the cultivation of the cultivation method would lead to a breakthrough in the power of the qi and blood of the body. The rest were all through tempering the physical body, achieving a breakthrough in the realm using the power of the physical body's qi and blood, leading to a breakthrough in the cultivation of the cultivation method. For example, it was the same this time. He was trying to break through the bottleneck in seclusion, but he wasn't trying to comprehend the ancient Dongshu Sutra. Instead, he was trying to break through the bottleneck with his physical body as usual. However, the level 18 liquid was needed to break through from the State Lord level to the Sector Lord level. The level 16 liquid could create Star Lords. The level 17 liquid could create Realm Lords. The level 18 and level 19 liquids could create Realm Lords and Universe Lords. However, Yi Xian had the level 16 and level 17 liquids and had already made them. He had used the level 16 liquid when he broke through from the peak of the 9th rank of the Universe State to the 1st rank of the Star Lord level. As for the level 17 liquid, he didn't have time to use it at all before he jumped a major level and became a 9th rank domain lord from the 9th rank of the Star Lord level. That didn't make sense. Since he had been using gene cultivation liquids to strengthen his body, he had to use the level 17 liquid when he broke through from the 9th rank of the Star Lord level to the 1st rank of the Domain Lord level. The exception this time might have something to do with the massive amount of undying and indestructible biomass energy that Yi Xian had just absorbed. However, this was a one-time exception. At the very least, while he was still inside the liquid sphere, the color of the liquid was already very faint, and he was basically unable to absorb the mysterious, undying, and indestructible biomass. In other words, it was impossible for Yi Xian to break through to the Sector Lord realm from the peak of the 9th level of the Domain Lord realm, like before, relying on an unexpected opportunity to break through in one go. He would most likely require a level 18 elixir used to create a Sector Lord. It was a pity that he didn't have any level 18 or level 19 liquid. Concocting these two top-grade liquid required all sorts of heaven and earth treasures. At the very least, he had to find a way to get them from the Sector Lord old monsters. He hadn't had the time to gather all of them yet. Without the level 18 elixir, this breakthrough was highly likely to fail. It was also because of this reason that Yi Xian gritted his teeth and took out a terrifying amount of peak-grade resources from his undying world. Actually, even if this was the case, it could only be considered as an attempt, and whether it would succeed was still unknown. After an unknown amount of time, when the slight piercing pain in his body disappeared, and his cultivation level finally stopped rising, Yi Xian's consciousness gradually became clear, and he opened his eyes. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification unexpectedly rang out in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host! Ancient Dongshu Technique Breakthrough. Current Realm. Sector Lord Realm, Level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Fleshly Body Blood Chi Breakthrough. Current Realm. Sector Lord Realm, Level 1. Sector Lord Realm, Level 1. Finally, he successfully broke through. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, and at this moment, he had the urge to howl towards the sky. From a small core realm cultivator to a Sector Lord old monster, his cultivation level had crossed over 18 realms, and all of this was accomplished in a short span of 2 to 3 years. If it was before, even Yi Xian himself would definitely not believe it, and wouldn't even dare to think about it. Today, he could finally be considered as a true expert. Moreover, on the surface, he was only a Sector Lord Level 1, but that wasn't even his true strength. Previously, when his main body was at the peak of the 9th level of the Domain Lord realm, his ancient ape demon bloodline true body strength was at the 1st level of the Sector Lord realm. Once he executed the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 6th level of the Sector Lord realm, and every transformation would raise his strength by a small level. Now that his original body's cultivation had broken through once again, he had finally stepped into the 1st level of the Realm Lord realm. In that case, after activating the Devil Ape's bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation in the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient Devil Ape state would be able to reach the 2nd level of the Realm Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat strength would reach the 7th level of the Sector Lord realm. The 7th level of the Sector Lord Realm was the late stage of the Sector Lord Realm, and it was completely different from the 6th level of the Sector Lord Realm, which was the peak of the middle stage of the Sector Lord Realm. If Yi Xian's various treasures and powerful bloodline abilities were included, then he was completely confident that he could fight a middle or even late-stage Undying expert head-on and defeat them. Even though he still couldn't fight a marquee-level expert, and he might even be beaten up, he had taken a huge step towards that level after all, and he was much, much closer. It could be said that his gains this time could be said to be unprecedented. In these few short hours, Yi Xian had undergone a magnificent transformation that was almost like a complete rebirth. Just as Yang Kai's heart was surging with excitement, 3 cries of incomparable joy suddenly came from the right. These cries were not real voices, but divine sense voices. After all, he was still inside the sphere of liquid at this moment. Wow. It's so comfortable, simply 10,000 times more comfortable than soaking in the spirit spring. No, even if I add up all the spirit springs I've soaked in and multiply it by 10,000 times, it still won't be as comfortable as this. So what if it's comfortable? The key is the benefits. What kind of zombie poison disgusting pus is this? It's simply a peerless treasure of heaven and earth. I've cultivated for so many years, but I've never experienced such a delightful cultivation speed before. It's just like flying, and it's going up. And it's not just in terms of cultivation technique. My physical body has clearly improved by a large amount too. Heavens, is this the legendary dual cultivation of martial arts and martial arts? After soaking in the bath, our cultivation technique and physical body's chi and blood realm are actually synchronized. This is absolutely crushing those of the same level, the rhythm of those of the same level. Very clearly, these were the divine sense voices of the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. From their words, it was obvious that the 3 girls had benefited a lot this time, and their voices were filled with a feeling of insanity. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian subconsciously extended a strand of divine sense to check the current cultivation level of the 3 girls. Chapter 41:17. Even Yi Xian was quite shocked when he saw how strong the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had become. It was because the 3 of them had been in the cosmic state, the 14th level, while the Star Lord state was the 16th. There was a 15th level in between, the Cosmos state, which they had skipped. Yi Xian had only skipped 1 level, but the 3 girls had all skipped 2 levels. They weren't even in the Cosmos state before, but they were already Star Lords at the moment. Moreover, these 3 girls had only been at the cosmic light realm in the past. They had not taken the path of body tempering. Therefore, the realm of their chi and blood power had not even reached the cosmic light realm. However, not only had they become Star Lords at the moment, they were also Star Lords who practiced both martial arts and martial arts at the same time. They would have crushed any Star Lords of the same level. Their gains were definitely greater than those of Yi Xian. However, it was quite normal. After all, the 3 girls had been weak to begin with, yet they had jumped into the giant ball of liquid, undying biomass almost at the same time as Yi Xian. Now that all of the special biomass energy had been completely absorbed, even if Yi Xian might have obtained more, Xianyuan Ziying, and the other 2 girls obviously didn't absorb much either. It was quite understandable that they had become Star Lords in one fell swoop. Oh, I think someone scanned us with their divine senses. The scent is quite familiar. It's that big bad guy over there. Oh no, he's spying on us. That guy is really bad. He's so impatient. We're all clothed, yet he's still peeping. He's really desperate. But, Sister Ziying, Sister Qianru, I think we're taking a bath with him. Does it really matter if he's watching us? I almost forgot. Damn it. Why are we here? He's taking advantage of us. We're taking a bath with that bad guy. It's going to be so embarrassing. Let's go. Hardly had Yi Xian retracted his divine senses when the three girls, who had been excited for a moment, turned their attention to their current situation. They murmured to each other, but the purplish warbler and Zhao Qianru lost their minds because Duanmu Xiaocha hadn't warned them properly. Nianji shrieked, "Hugh! Hugh! Hugh!" Very quickly, the sound of water splashing rang out. The three girls were clearly dressed properly, but their reactions were as if they were soaking with Yi Xian. They screamed as they fled in panic. Their figures shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the large ball of liquid that was no longer colorful. Seeing the scene, Yi Xian's face darkened, indicating that he'd received 10,000 points of damage. However, there was nothing he could do when facing these three girls. He could only shake his head and bitterly smile. His figure flashed as he rushed out as well, Heavenly River Star, in the cosmic void outside the atmosphere. In fact, by now, the unexpected zombie upheaval that had shocked the three main dimensions of the starry skies had finally come to an end. Even the triumphant fleet, which Naples had sent to the interior of Heavenly River Star to conduct a final search and complete disinfection, had now sailed out of Heavenly River Star one after another and stopped in the cosmic void near the atmosphere. 4 to 6 hours had passed since the cleanup fleet entered the interior of Heavenly River Star. At this time, the large number of starships that had been waiting around the void, as well as the starry sky masters standing in the cosmic void with their physical bodies, began to whisper to each other again after a long silence. Of course, the object of their discussion was still the giant liquid ball that was dozens of miles in diameter. 12 to 14 hours have passed. Do we still have to wait like this? Why don't we go in and see if the four of them are still there? What do you mean by still there? Don't you see that the four of them are sitting cross-legged in the giant liquid ball? Several hours have passed. The colorful liquid has become extremely clear, and the four of them are clearly visible. More importantly, I don't know if they're still breathing. It's probably going to be a close call. The giant liquid ball, with a diameter of several dozen miles, has turned from its original rainbow color to its current clear as water. It's obvious that all of the zombie poison has been absorbed by them. Even if they're still breathing, they're probably not human anymore. They're definitely cosmic zombies. Now that you mention it, that's really the case. Look, those three girls are moving. Zombies! They're definitely zombies. Hiss. Star-Lords? Weren't the three girls in the cosmic state when they went in? How did they break through 2 major levels in only a few hours? How is that possible? They're definitely zombies. Damn, the one behind them was even stronger. She was only a Star Lord when she went in, and she's already a Sector Lord when she came out a few hours later. Who else could have improved so quickly? Kill them! Kill them immediately! As these cries of surprise rang out, the surrounding space quickly became lively again. There were even people who started to clamor for Yi Xian and the three girls to attack. However, most of the experts in the starry sky were still biding their time, but their faces were full of vigilance and suspicion. Obviously, they were unwilling to accept such a reality. It was too shocking that the number 1 genius in the world had become a zombie in the universe. Bullsh*T. Who's a cosmic zombie? I'll blow him up if he keeps yelling. The elephant fox Sable's expression instantly darkened. The power of his cultivation spread out. And with a single shout, the pressure of the immortal realm old monster filled the entire space. The starry sky experts that were clamoring to suppress Yi Xian instantly felt as if their necks had been grabbed, and the words in their mouths abruptly stopped. At this moment, after Yi Xian rushed out of the giant liquid ball, he withdrew the layer of Shinong 7 colored flames that wrapped around the giant liquid ball and returned it to the Shinong cauldron. Then he waved his hand again and put the Shenong cauldron back into his undying world. Walala, as the Shenong's 7 colored flames on the surface were removed, the liquid ball that had lost its support instantly dispersed. It turned into an extremely clear liquid that floated in the void of the universe. Compared to the colorful zombie pus and the colorful puddles that had been refined by the Shenong flames, the liquid was as pure as water. Not only was it free of zombie venom, it was even drinkable. Chapter 41:18. The Star State experts in the void finally realized what was going on. They noticed that Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru hadn't been infected by the so-called zombie virus. When he thought about it carefully, he realized that when the liquid was still zombie poison and disgusting pus, its color was very obvious and colorful, which made people's scalps tingle. However, later, Yi Xian extracted a large cluster of mysterious flames from the Shenong cauldron and refined the liquid ball, which had already been condensed to a diameter of 100 kilometers. The color of the giant liquid ball changed again. It changed from the previous colorful color to the later 7 colors. Although it was still mottled, it was no longer that disgusting color. Instead, it gave people a dreamy feeling of jewels and treasures. At that time, more than half of the giant liquid ball, with a diameter of 100 kilometers, had been refined, leaving only 30 to 40 kilometers in diameter. It was obvious that the zombie toxins and pus in the liquid had been completely removed at that time. If that wasn't the case, Yi Xian wouldn't have jumped in without the slightest hesitation. It meant that when Yi Xian jumped into the liquid ball, it was no longer zombie venom and disgusting pus inside, but some kind of cultivation resource that had been refined with such a thing. As for Yi Xian and the 3 girls who jumped in later on, the reason why their cultivations had improved so much in such a short period of time was because Yi Xian himself had risen from the Star Lord realm to the Realm Lord realm. The 3 girls had advanced from the cosmic state to the Star Lord state. Almost all of them had crossed the chasm of 2 major levels. The real reason for that was the colorful, mysterious resources and materials that had been inside the liquid ball. Unfortunately, those resources and materials had long since disappeared. It was precisely because of this that this huge liquid ball had turned into pure water. Countless people in the surrounding void were pounding their chests and stomping their feet when they realized that, damn it, just now, I missed an opportunity to become a Star Lord instantly. Yes, yes, yes. The lucky girl. No, the lucky guy waved at me and kindly reminded me to come with you. However, I still missed it because of my hesitation. What's wrong with you? After all, you're still hesitating. I'm Yi Xian's diehard fan. Just now, when he waved his hand, I already took a step forward, but in the end, I was pulled back by that guy. What zombie poison? Tell me not to go. Where's the guy pulling people? Hurry up and come out. I promise I won't kill you. Ha ha ha. Star Lord, my Xianyuan family's little Ziying has actually become a Star Lord monster. Waha! The 2 of them have a telepathic connection. Everyone else was hesitating, but this old man's good granddaughter rushed out without hesitation. Even if it was zombie poison, she was not afraid of it. That's so touching. Old man Xianyuan, do you have any shame? What couple? Love is stronger than gold. Little friend, Yi is clearly our Xiaocha's. He's my future grandson-in-law. Oh, old man Zhao, why did you pull my beard? You want to steal my grandson-in-law, so what's the big deal about pulling a few strands of your beard? Didn't you see my little Qian jump in as well? She and little friend Yi are true love. Damn it, where did these 3 crazy old men come from? They didn't get the opportunity themselves, but they won't even let the little girl go. Can they be any more shameless than that? Yi Xian's face gradually darkened when he saw the purplish warbler's grandfather and 2 other old men who were suspected to be Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru's grandson-in-law. arguing that he was their grandson-in-law. After fighting in front of countless experts of the starry sky, Yi Xian was so shocked that his entire body trembled. His face, which had just darkened, turned green again. Looks like this really isn't a place to stay for long. It's better to leave quickly. At the very least, I should avoid this scene. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome if those three shameless old geezers couldn't come to a conclusion and came before me to seek confirmation face to face. No matter what answer he gave, the purplish warbler's three little girls would bear a grudge against him. As for not saying anything and keeping silent, sorry, it would be even worse. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly lost his composure. He hurriedly activated the cultivation in his body and said loudly, "Everyone, this is the end. This matter is over, and Yi Xian will leave." For the last time, although this Prince's press conference is just a cover, the ultimate goal is to confuse the universe zombies on the Sky River planet and take advantage of their unpreparedness to lay down a large number of troops and annihilate them in one fell swoop. However, everything Yi Xian had said before was true. The name of Prince Xian, please don't mention it again in the future. I am me. I am Yi Xian. Goodbye. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer. He turned around and rushed toward the star passage in the Sky River planet's atmosphere behind him. The reason why he didn't leave this star sector directly but went to the Sky River planet was because there was still a zombified superbrain waiting for him to collect. Now that the Sky River planet had been taken over by the victorious return army under the command of Naples, the star passage in the atmosphere was heavily guarded, so there was no need to worry that the universe masters behind him would swarm up and follow him. As Yi Xian's figure disappeared and entered the star passage in the Sky River planet's atmosphere, the countless universe masters in the surrounding void were stunned for a moment. Then they began to talk again. Previously, because of the sudden appearance of the universe's zombies, they had all forgotten about the prince's press conference this time. However, at this moment, after hearing Yi Xian's reminder, everyone recalled everything that had happened before the zombies appeared, including how Yi Xian had waved his hand and summoned the Medicine King's divine cauldron during the battle with the zombie emperor Tuoba Linfeng. For a moment, almost all eyes were on the three immortal realm masters, Long Shantang, Gong Huaji, and the elephant fox Martin. There was a strange look in their eyes as they whispered to each other. These three old men had come this time to represent the two major camps of the human race, as well as the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. Originally, they had said that they were going to bring Prince Xian back to the Immortal planet. However, now it seemed that Yi Xian clearly didn't have this intention. Not only did he not plan to return to the Immortal planet, but from his tone, it was clear that he didn't plan to use the identity of Prince Xian in the future. Thinking about it, it made sense. The other party was a group of 7 freaks. Aside from Prince Xian, the other 6 were all freakishly talented existences. Such heaven-defying talents were simply unprecedented, and there would be no one like them in the future. Was there a need to curry favor with an undying dynasty? Chapter 40, 119. Among the 4 immortal realm old monsters, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was the least responsive to the whispers. He turned to look at the other 3 and snorted coldly. With a flash of his body, he also rushed toward the star passage in the atmosphere of the Sky River planet behind him. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The elephant fox ferret, Long Shantang, and Gong Huaji looked at each other with strange expressions. Considering the identities of the 3 of them, as well as the purpose of their visit to Sky River planet, their current situation was so awkward that it could not get any more awkward. When had the immortal old monsters ever encountered such an awkward situation? In particular, there were countless human clan starry sky experts and people of the Federation in the surrounding void. Almost all of them were looking at them with strange eyes and talking to each other, the three old guys felt as if there was a knife on their back. They could not leave, nor could they stay, nor could they follow them into the heavenly river planet. They were so depressed. Of course, the elephant fox ferret was just pretending to be depressed. However, his acting was only 60% or 70%, and the other 30% or 40% of his depression was real. But this depression was not because of the awkward situation he was in now. He had already surrendered to Zhou Xian, so even if he was a member of Zhou Xian's camp, it was the Wan Luo Federation that was embarrassed. It had nothing to do with him. The reason he was depressed was that he was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. Just now, Zhou Xian had leaped into the giant ball of liquid and waved his hand to say that he wanted to come together. After hearing those words, his heart was moved, and he almost rushed out. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. By the time the three girls rushed into the giant liquid ball and he was about to take a step forward, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had already warned him. It was impossible for him to get a share of the loot. For him, this was definitely a painful loss of good fortune. In that liquid ball, with a diameter of 30 to 40 miles, there was obviously a huge amount of mysterious resources. Although he had the foundation of the middle stage of the Immortal realm, it was impossible for him to directly cross a big realm. But even if it was just a small breakthrough, it was still possible. After all, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to cultivate from the middle stage of the Immortal realm to the late stage of the Immortal realm without hundreds or thousands of years. Thousands of years of cultivation had been lost because of a moment of hesitation. If this happened to anyone, they would probably regret it for a long time. In addition to the elephant fox ferret, the other two immortal old monsters, Gong Huaji, who represented the 10 Zhou celestial palaces, was not so bad. Tang, who represented the immortal dynasty, at this time was so ashamed that his whole face was like a monkey's face. How could he not be ashamed? Previously, when Zhou Xian was in the devil domain, he had taken the initiative to propose an alliance with the human clan. The human clan included the immortal dynasty and the 10 extreme heavenly palaces, but Zhou Xian had mentioned this alliance to him. He was looking for the immortal dynasty, not the 10 extreme heavenly palaces. This showed that Zhou Xian still cared about the inexplicable friendship with the dynasty, even if the dynasty directly sent him to the death celestial palaces after he arrived at the immortal star. However, in the face of Zhou Xian's good intentions, Tang Long refused without hesitation and even mocked him, saying that Zhou Xian was arrogant and conceited. In the end, not long after that, he had become the owner of the great providence of the current world. Furthermore, he had directly revealed his true identity as one of the 7 freaks. However, he had nothing to do with the everlasting dynasty anymore. This was more than a slap in the face. It was simply a slap in the face. Even if Tang Long's face was thick, he could not sit still at this moment. According to his temperament, in such an embarrassing situation, he was afraid that he would have turned around and left in shame. However, he came here on behalf of the entire dynasty. Now that things had developed into such an embarrassing situation, it was impossible for anyone from the dynasty to be willing to come over and deal with his mess. This matter. Therefore, even if he was ashamed, Tang Long could only pinch his nose and accept it. He braced himself and stayed to deal with the aftermath of this matter. At the very least, the relationship with Zhou Xian had to be repaired. Zhou Xian now represented the great luck of the 3 main planes of the sky. In the face of the great calamity that was about to befall the untainted world, this kind of fate attribute factor was too important and related to the fate of a clan. The survival of the clan was not up to him to not be cautious. With each of them in mind, the elephant fox ferret, Tang Long Shan, Gong Hua, and the 3 immortal old monsters all turned around and returned to the flagship fortresses of their respective fleets. although the current Sky River star was controlled by the zombie superbrain. And there was no regional star network signal. The star network signal of the small country still covered this star field. It was just that the signal was slightly weaker, but with this level of connection, they could contact the Dynasty Immortal star. There was no problem at all, as well as the headquarters of the 10 Zhou heavenly palaces of the Cultivation camp, Tianzhu Palace. The three old fogies hurriedly returned to their respective flagship fortresses to seek the opinions of the higher-ups behind them. Of course, everything that happened here had long been known to the three main planes of the sky. The previous prince's press conference was broadcasted live to the three main planes of the sky. Although the universe zombies and the Sky River star had appeared out of nowhere, causing a huge commotion and shocking changes, the major star media fortresses in the surrounding void that were responsible for the live broadcast did not stop at all. Work, struggle on the front line, and all the scenes were transmitted out, putting aside Gonghua of the Tenju Heavenly Palaces and the Elephant Fox Ferret of the Myriad Luo Federation. Tang Longshan, who represented the Immortal dynasty, immediately contacted the Imperial Court's Dormitory Elder Pavilion as soon as he entered the flagship fortress. The changes that happened this time were too shocking. The entire Imperial Court's Dormitory Elder Pavilion was in a complete mess, and the holographic, three-dimensional image in front of him was in chaos. After receiving the communication signal sent by Tang Longshan, the holographic three-dimensional image flashed, and the image that appeared in Tang Longshan's sight was actually an immortal emperor of the dynasty who had not been born for a long time. He was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. "Little Tang, I already know everything that happened over there. Now the entire Dormitory Elder Pavilion is in chaos. You guys handled this matter too much. Didn't you get any news beforehand? Such a great person of great fortune was actually pushed to the opposite side of the Imperial Court by you guys. Are you all F*** King useless?